bulk, which allows us to reduce the fare for everyone. So I just want to be careful about who we're giving this direction to.
Can we just check something with Mr. King? Because I believe it is not the college, but the Associated Students organization that pays, and it's a very discounted rate. But
Yeah,
I don't
it
believe it's paid by the college.
It's a combination of the student association and the college that contribute to the program. And I don't know what the percentage is. The college obviously contributes the greater amount, but it is a combination of those two groups
Okay,
that
thank
do
you.
fund.
Thank you for the clarification.
So I just think we need to take that into account. I mean, maybe if the motion is to have staff talk to SMMUSD and any parent groups that might be interested, that's okay, but charging parent groups to go out and raise money. I guess the other issue I have is I don't have a problem with reducing the monthly youth fare, but what I haven't seen, in all honesty, is, and my son's now graduated, so I can't say for sure, but is the fare really the reason people aren't riding the bus? I think the reason people aren't riding the bus are issues about convenience. I think it's about just they've gotten used to it. They were getting rides in middle school, so now they're going to get rides in high school, and they're not. So I'm just wondering if we aren't better off investing money, and just like we have walk it, bike it days to the high school. Why aren't we having bus it days to the high school and that sort of thing that gets people to school on time? It's easy to get home. They can get where they want to go. Because while for some people, I admit it may be a financial issue, I think for a lot of people, it's just I don't know where the bus goes. I don't know how to use it. My parents are worried about my safety. I have a friend who won't let her daughter ride the bus because she thinks it's unsafe. So I just think before we start mucking around in fares, we need to make sure that it's the fares are the reason people aren't riding the bus as opposed to other issues.
Some people are concerned about public displays of affection, so I'm not sure teenage busing days is exactly where the city wants to go. But City Manager Cole wanted to say something before we go to Councilmember Winter next.
A hard act to follow, Mayor. 2 points, which I think the council's familiar with, which is this really does need to come from the general fund. Otherwise, it throws off the other parts of the fare structure. I am a little concerned about the motion on the floor because I think the question has been asked and answered repeatedly by the school district that they'd love to do it, but they don't have the dough. But if you want to send us back, we will knock on that door again. One approach that might square some of this is to think of this not as an entitlement that goes on ad infinitum, but to address the concerns raised by Councilmember Davis, which is, as we are doing with the program that we're recommending to you later on this evening, that it be a data-driven program, right? If we cut the price, it either goes up 58% or 5% or 0% or 195%. But then we would have some data on which to understand why, and it wouldn't be a single month, right? You'd want to fund it again for a year and see if you change behaviors. If you don't, then it's not something you want to continue to do. If you do, then you've actually come close to closing some of that gap. So, whichever way the council acts, we will take forward your direction, but there may be a way in which we can either jumpstart this or perhaps split the cost with the school district if they have some interest.
Based on that advice, the maker of the motion then will amend the motion to still include our assertively working with the school district and parents to come up with an any ride, any time plan, because I think that is the true environmentally sound long-range solution. But also to enter into a pilot program of 1 year, subsidizing this particular fare out of the general fund and gathering data to indicate whether that subsidy results in the desired usage that would justify the program being continued after the pilot program ends after 1 year. Is that friendly to the seconder?
Yes.
And that is congruent, Mayor, just to make the point, with promoting that idea and seeing if there are other barriers that we can't begin to address them, whether they're perception barriers or other barriers. I can tell you to a moral certainty, the big blue bus would like nothing better to have additional young people riding the bus, as long as they behave themselves. And so if we can incentivize that, I think that's a win-win.
And we would love to get parents out behind the wheels of those SUVs driving students around, because that'd be good for the whole city. Councilmember Winter.
Well, I'm extremely disappointed because the city manager created a wonderful segue into what was going to be my friendly amendment to your motion, and then you already did it. So I just want to clarify, you're suggesting that for 1 year we pilot the reduction of the U-30 pass to $28. Is that the number you had in mind?
The motion didn't yet specify a number. I've heard numbers from 26 to 30.
28 is right in the middle, and it's the one that's
28 is
been
right down the
suggested.
middle.
And we'll see how that goes. And I think you're absolutely right. Then we'll have some data. And I do think we, despite the district's reluctance to be able to help out with this, it is high time that they've been sort of laggards in our TDM programming and getting students out of cars and into buses and walking and biking. So I think we need to continue to work with them. But I think this is a good idea to do this for a year, see how it works.
So for the record, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to stick with the 28 right down the middle. I saw Mr. King, I see you, but I think I'd be careful with the 28. Are you, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez? Make that part of the motion.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connor.
And you talked about the Santa Monica Unified School District and the parents. Could we also include the independent schools, that at least get a dialogue going with the other schools, the private schools in the city, to start talking about this? Because those
Certainly.
kids,
I'm not sure the economy of scale will be there, but we
no,
should
but right,
investigate
but
that.
I think that let's not exclude them at this point. Okay, so that's friendly to the
Yeah, Crossroads and New Roads and
St.
Monica's.
Anne's.
And, yep, okay. So we have a motion, we have a second, we have no one yet who wants to speak to it other than our being able to vote. So are we ready to vote on teenage busing? If the clerk would call the roll, please.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez,
Yes.
and Mayor McCune.
Yes, so the pilot program will go forward by unanimous vote of the council, 6-0, and that does conclude our consent calendar for tonight. Moves us on to item 4.
Item 4A, 4th and Colorado Station Site Priorities and Process. We have 6 requests to speak.
And we have a staff report, and it looks like we have a presentation being assembled. And again, I'll remind anybody, staff or member of the public who has a presentation, and you know your item is coming up, to try and get it up ahead of time so we save a bit of time. But you know what? Before you start, Sarah, I want to stop you. I often will congratulate staff members when they're making their very first ever presentation to the city council, because I know how scary that can be. But Ms. Lejeune, you're making your very last presentation to our city council tonight, and I wanted to acknowledge that. Ms. Lejeune has given us 19 and a half years of service to the people of Santa Monica. She's going to be leaving us to edit and promote her recently completed novel and to return to making her own art. But I'm going to break the format of the meeting and allow applause just to thank you and congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, this is it, so make it good.
It's been an honor to serve with the council and to serve the city and the people of Santa Monica, and I've enjoyed almost every moment. So here we are. I am here tonight, a little bit befuddled by the break in protocol, but to talk about the 4CO site. And here Sarah's
Sorry.
helping me get that up.
Buggy. Nope,
Nope.
sorry. Me and Buggy. Sorry. Come on. Come here.
Now, folks, you may be hearing the term tonight, FORCO.
Yes.
And that's because we have all these different sites along 4th Street. We talked about one last week. This is 4th and Colorado, so rather than have to keep repeating that street name, we're calling it FORCO.
Right. So Good evening, council members. I'm Sarah Lejeune, Principal Planner, Strategic and Transportation Planning, and we're here tonight to talk about the city-owned Forco site, the remainder site created by the alignment. That's not working. Okay. Created by the alignment of the Expo Station. So the site that doesn't work at all. So the site that we're talking about is the pink area, the 4CO site. The Expo Station is the slightly peach-colored site. So, okay. Yes. There we go. The city's fortunate to have this as an asset, and we as planners, our role is to help the decision makers determine what's the best use of this asset for the betterment of the entire city. To do that, we start by undertaking analysis, understanding the site, understanding what it does, how it works, and we presented a lot of that to you when we were here in February of last year to talk about the interim use of the site. That interim use is moving forward, and we're expecting to start construction on that in January 2016. So a significant amount of the analysis we discussed with you at time, and if you have questions, we have background slides to discuss it, but I'm not going to cover it so much in this presentation. But since that time, there have been two major movements. We took the direction of the council, and we went forward and started looking more closely at objectives and circulation and diagram for the long term as opposed to just the interim. We took that to the Planning Commission in August. And then also the council gave very recent direction to staff to move forward with a gateway access master plan for not just this site, but all of the sites along the edge of the freeway. So the gateway access master plan will incorporate the analysis that we've done so far on the 4CO, but this is a challenging site. There's a number of issues, and we've done a lot of work in terms of the analysis up to now, and we still need a little bit of direction from all of you before we move forward, both with a continuing analysis on the 4CO site, which will provide the underpinnings for the gateway access master plan. I think it's helpful when we think about the site, and certainly now as we talk more about the Gateway Access Master Plan and the value of that, to go back to the very beginning ideas when we were working on the loose in preparation for the arrival of the light rail. We talked significantly about the circulation networks that have been split apart by the freeway, the Civic Center and the downtown, and what it would take to rejoin them. And we were working with AECOM, we're still working with AECOM on the site to look at potential bridging and capping analysis. And from that site, we got that study, we got some really important information about how to look at individual potential bridges as a beginning to the long-term capping as we got funding in place and Caltrans became more open about different uses that might go on top of the cap. And I think that one of the most important and the ideas that's still rolling is this Olympic crossover, which brings people right off the freeway down through the Civic Center and all the way down to Ocean so that there are multiple options besides just going through the center of the downtown on 4th Street. And part of what came from this loose objective was the Colorado Esplanade, which is currently under construction. So this was sort of the beginning, the first thing out of the gate to synthesize these two circulation networks and look at transportation improvements with world-class urban design to celebrate the public realm and this gateway to the city. We've continued this as we are working on the draft downtown specific plan, again, in relationship to some of the objectives of the loose, that the 4CO site, the one we're talking about now, right here on the edge and on the gateway, is really an important piece of the downtown district. And when we think about that, we not only want to think about it as its sort of hinge with the Civic Center and as a gateway, but also for part of our downtown hometown, and how we look at that as part of the public realm and the benefits and opportunities that are there for transit adjacent uses, additional housing, and improving circulation for all modes and creating, again, this concept of a really beneficial and exciting public realm. So in the draft DSP, some of the issues about this site that we've been working with as we've done our analysis and thinking about how it should work is if we have additional street frontage, we can sort of work with some of the challenges of the site to create a front door We need to think about our edges. We need to think about how it presents itself on the freeway edge to people coming into the downtown, and how we will service anything on the site. And I think chiefly a key part of this discussion is how we interface better with the Big Blue Bus site here between 5th and 6th Street. Currently, there's a grade difference here. This street does not go through. And there would be tremendous value in having better interface there, both for how buses circulate and how buses access and people access between buses and the new light rail. So I think one of the main things that we've accomplished since we last spoke to you, as we thought about the long-term plans, was to look at what potential objectives might be. And so one of our questions for you tonight is, how do you all feel about these objectives, these draft objectives, and are they comprehensive? Do you want to add or subtract things? But we combed through our public outreach that we had done for the Esplanade, the downtown site, that we continue to do for the DSP. And then we also reached out to the Downtown Santa Monica Inc., the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and our Chamber of Commerce for their concepts, and again looked at our neighbors. So there are significant neighbors to the site, OTO, Macerich, Sears, and asked them, what is it that you think should be really important here? And I think the primary objective that we heard is prioritize a place for people. That urban design on this site should celebrate the location. There are clear views to the ocean from here, and it will be a focal point and a crossroad, as well as a place where many people experience our wonderful city for the first time. The second key objective that we heard from this outreach was, yes, let's really use this opportunity for improvements to circulation. This is actually the only place in the downtown that we can increase the roadway grid. So we can expand the grid by using our city-owned sites for potential pathways and roadways through. We can look at crossing the freeway, both here with this relocation of the off-ramp, but also potentially in other places for pedestrian or bike paths across the freeway. And here is this opportunity to really look at our vehicle network grid, and we would of course include in with that bicycles and pedestrians. So as we think about that, let's think about what those land uses might be for this site that will both take advantage of the great opportunity of transit adjacency, but also not preclude opportunities for this much needed expansion of the grid that helps to heal that barrier that was created by the freeway back when the freeway was built. And the fourth main objective is, as you all know, that the site, the Forcio site, was originally purchased with transit funds, and moving forward, as we look at how we can best use it for transit and related uses, staff is anticipating that a significant portion of revenue will be allocated to the Big Blue Bus operations if we produce uses on this site that provide revenue. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the Gateway Access Master Plan, a recent good idea that we're taking that ball and running with it as part of the DSP and as part of this project. So the seed of it was here in the downtown specific plan concept for let's coordinate and get some sort of roadway expansion if we can, expanding the grid. And then where we are now, and it continues to evolve, is including all of these freeway adjacent sites. The Big Blue Bus site is just owned by the city, but not all of it, just a portion of it, the part that fronts on Colorado and allows for this alley to come through. The Forcio site, but also including the private ownership and development on that site, the existing building here that we call the Comma building. The Sears site, what kind of opportunities are there for bridging over to the city hall? I mean, this could be a ped path, it could be a bike path, it could be both. It would be challenging to make it work for vehicles, but that's also possible. It's something we'd like to look at in more depth. So here's a great opportunity to create these improved connections and look at really making that space over the freeway far more functional. A number of people have asked us, how do these three projects work together? And they do, and they inform each other. The DSP ongoing. Looking forward to finishing that in June and coming back to you of 2016. Downtown specific plan. The 4CO site, which is the site that we're talking about tonight, 4th and Colorado, is ongoing. We've been working with AECOM for a number of years on creating this link between the Civic Center and the downtown and how to improve both circulation networks. And as we were going to be coming back to you in early November with a contract amendment for them so that they can expand their scope on this site to include all 4 sites and the technical studies, Caltrans interface, potential cost estimates and feasibility, so that when we are ready for the GAMP, which will be Gateway Access Master Plan, in the beginning of 2016, we will have set up the technical and feasibility information that will be necessary for a successful, expeditious, and true urban design master plan. So that's how they're related, and these lovely helix kind of show how they involve with each other. I'm now going to turn the presentation over to Vaughn Davies from AECOM, who's done a significant amount of analysis on this site and issues that we'd like to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Vaughn Davies with AECOM. As you heard from Sarah, we've spent a significant amount of time really freeing up the site for an opportunity. There was a time when the light rail station, the terminal end station, actually occupied the center of the site, and we've now created this opportunity site for the development on of this location. I think the opportunity is clearly presented that between the esplanade and the on-ramp, off-ramp, we have almost a whole city block that is now an opportunity to move forward with some gateway to the city. We've had the good fortune, I think, in Southern California to see light rail stations mature around us and come to fruition. So there are lots of examples we can look at. Some of these are in Portland, some of them more local. And we would definitely want to pursue looking at the opportunities of building above or over or underneath the station itself with parking. But I think most importantly, we want to remember that the pedestrian needs to come first in all of these situations. So being able to create that really seamless, wonderful experience, as we heard earlier in the discussion about buses, how do we get people onto trains and make them feel like it's a comfortable way to move from here into a broader system. So we want to really make sure that we're thinking about the pedestrian as the priority as you get off the train and in some sort of formal intermodal transit. We have looked broadly at numerous alternatives, starting on the left-hand side, trying to incorporate buses on the site. It was a significant part of our work early on. Could the buses go below grade and be incorporated with parking or without parking and build over them? Could the buses operate on the site as a bus transit plaza, or could we put structure over the buses? I think in looking at all of those, we felt like the impact and the footprint of a transit facility like that, considering all the expansive turning radii of buses and the big footprint of the buses that were needed to be occupied, was really burdensome on this really valuable site that we've created downtown. I do think, however, the last 3 diagrams there are worth us thinking about is how do we utilize the new street edges that we've created to provide that interface between bus and ped and kiss and ride opportunities. This is just a reminder of all the circulation that's happening in and around the site. So where we are is right in this location. There's a significant amount of bus that already happens on the street, and we're able to add numerous bus pickup areas just to the adjacent to the esplanade and our site. So within close proximity, a 2-minute walk or less than that, a minute walk across the street, across a beautiful esplanade. So we have an opportunity to interface with this extensive bus system in a very normative fashion, which is on city streets. So I think this really goes to enhance our idea that we shouldn't burden this valuable site with something that is really just too complex and too heavy a footprint by bringing buses onto the site. So it's with that we would like to suggest that there's sort of 3 broad ways of looking at this. The first one would really assume that we want to move forward more sooner rather than later, perhaps, and that the city could perhaps do a development on the city-owned parcels alone, adjacent to the platform, adjacent to the Comma building. It could be seen as 2 sites with a street frontage on 5th Street that has some kind of bus or intermodal facility adjacent to Big Blue Bus's more expansive site, but separate essentially because of the grade change from a front door that would happen on 4th Street. So this might be the first opportunity and way of moving forward. A second alternative would be using the assumption that we heard from Sarah earlier that we would realign the Olympic crossover. And what that really does, it allows us to have a site that has normal local circulation all the way around the site and possibly even through the site, taking up the grade change between 4th and 5th Street. So it would create front doors to multiple development opportunities, the building on 5th Street, a building on 4th Street that could be connected, and also for the Comma building to really then think about reshaping itself and redeveloping itself with the addition of some property along the easement, which is currently a freeway easement, a very wide freeway easement and an embankment. So there would be essentially 3 separate opportunities for new buildings and new addresses. A third possible way of moving forward would be really to think about this holistically as one site. This would assume the demolition of the Apple building and the Comma building, and that you work jointly on one larger plan for the entire Gateway site so that you really maximize the opportunity, maximize the amount of pedestrian connectivity that happens in and around and through the site with the largest amount of public access for buses and pick up and drop off around the site. Thank you.
So the diagrams that Vaughn has shown you are really what the options are for the city site, which could be sort of the first out of the gate for the GAMP, the GAMP consideration. And we have a number of things that we're at a juncture now that we move forward with our technical analyses with a 4CO site and the expansion of that towards the GAMP with AECOM. We want to set up the underpinnings to create a really terrific framework for our Gateway Access Master Plan. So some of our questions that we wanted to talk about with all of you, and we posed this to the Planning Commission, and they had some interesting things to say, is, are these proposed objectives comprehensive? And our Planning Commission was supportive, and they were particularly interested in this idea of a place for people. And they wanted us to also focus on transportation, and looked forward to creating a place that managed to meld both of those things. Do the concepts reflect current priorities for this site? I mean, one of the things that we had talked to the Planning Commission about were, how did they feel about supporting this transportation as kind of a primary priority, and they believed that supporting the Olympic crossover was really important, and improvements to 4th Street, and that their opinion was that we should minimize or exclude on-site bus operations and focus on bus being on the roadway network, the street network. And then I think one of the other things that we talked about with them were potential land uses, and the Planning Commission advised to focus on the function and transportation, but they wanted to support flexible and programmable open space, definitely revenue-generating uses to support Big Blue bus operations and fine-grained meat retail, and appropriately located housing, keeping in mind that there are adjacencies to the freeway, but that entertainment should not be a main focus. And as we talked about these alternatives that you saw that Vaughn presented, I think that was kind of part of the moving the ball forward towards the master plan idea. They were unanimous in their support for thinking about it holistically. And I think as we move forward, part of what we want to do is think about what potential phasing there might be and how we would think about the city-owned site as part of a larger group of sites that are not owned by the city, and how we could use that city site, the 4CO site, as a catalyst. And then I think our last question is, how should we think about the bus operations? We've done a lot of analysis. It's definitely a terrific use, but we need to think about what the impact is on the larger idea for looking at the 4 sites together and the circulation benefits. So we wanted to talk a little bit with all of you about that. And that concludes my presentation.
Well, we will miss you. We're probably going to have questions for you. Council, I see a request to speak from our city manager. Then we'll decide. We have 8 requests to speak from the public. Tonight's a study session, and we won't be making any final decisions, but we might want to ask questions of the staff before or after we hear from the public. So think about that for a moment while we hear from City Manager Rick Cole.
Mayor and members of the council, I just want to reassure you of 2 things. First of all, we will not call our planning process by an acronym. I guarantee you. It's bad enough that we have the DSP. We won't have the GAMP. We'll use English. The second thing I want to reassure you is we're genuinely committed to a comprehensive look at the sites so that we can genuinely tackle improving parking and access and the connection of these two vital areas that have been sundered for 50 years, our civic center and our historic downtown. So this is a work in progress. By no means are we going to try to move anything forward ahead of that comprehensive look. So please understand that this is more brainstorming than it is a city float-up. We're giving you some examples of the kind of context that could ultimately be part of this larger plan. But tonight is given the comprehensive approach we're taking. Tonight we're really not trying to shotgun any final decisions, to reemphasize what the mayor said.
Well, thank you. So, council, I don't see anybody in the queue. So, does that mean that we're going to hear from the public before we start to ask questions with the apparent consent of the entire council? That's what we'll do. So, let me call the first three speakers on item 4, and they will be Jerry Rubin, Jason Eastlis. Actually, it'll be Scott Schoenfeld will be the second speaker, and Jason is donating time. And the third speaker will be John Bella. Mr. Rubin, you're first.
Thank you again, Mayor McKeown, council members. It's very exciting, the light rail's coming. The Esplanade, great assets to the city. A couple of brief suggestions. I'm sure everyone talked about signage to let people know all the things there, possibly an info booth. But there's a couple things. You want it to look really nice. You want it to look extra beautiful. A lot of landscaping and maybe some public art along the wall there on 4th Street, just south of Colorado. Maybe a transportation, environmental theme mural, because that is what people are going to see. And there's probably a way to involve youth involved with both so they could feel part of this and maybe, hey, I want to take the bus more, ride the light rail more, do things. So with that artistic and environmental tree-friendly thing, I hope that'll be looked at also.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Schoenfeld, and Mr. Schoenfeld, you've been donated 2 minutes by Jason Eastlis, who I see is in the room, so you'll have a total of 4.
Great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Scott Schoenfeld. I'm a resident of Ocean Park and owner of the Comma building located at 1640 5th Street. Our building is a 2-story office building that sits above a street-level parking garage right next to the existing 4th Street off-ramp. We originally purchased the building with the intent of making some upgrades and continuing to operate it as an office building, but we agree that it should ultimately be redeveloped in conjunction with the city-owned site in order to accomplish the key objectives of the loose and the draft downtown specific plan. I agree with staff's objectives for the site, especially to prioritize circulation improvements like the off-ramp realignment and parking at the periphery, a place for people, and access for people walking, biking, or using transit. As the adjacent property owner, I support an approach that's consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendation, or Diagram C, in which the site would be planned and developed in one phase to provide the maximum community benefits. I also fully support the creation of the Gateway Access Master Plan to comprehensively study the site in conjunction with the other freeway adjacent sites. By now you all know that I've been actively working on the off-ramp realignment for the last 3 years. We've completed preliminary engineering and traffic studies that have demonstrated that this is a feasible project from a geometric perspective that will have game-changing positive effects on circulation in the downtown, especially along 4th Street and the intersections of 4th and Colorado and 5th and Colorado. We've made great progress with Caltrans all the way up to the district director, and they've been eager to proceed for the last 18 months. The process has stalled due to lack of funding for the next study. I enthusiastically support the staff's desire to move forward with the next steps and would very much like to continue to be a partner in that process to the extent it would be helpful. As you begin your discussion regarding the long-term planning for the site, I'd also encourage you to think about long-term a slightly different visioning and planning approach than what was used at the recent city-owned sites at 5th and Arizona and Bergamot Station. Staff has done a great job of outlining the potential guiding principles and objectives for the site, but there are clearly many complicated questions that still need to be answered. Rather than have city staff and its consultant answer these questions alone, I'd encourage a collaborative, transparent, robust planning process with a development partner and their consultants from the beginning. Further, I think that one of the major downsides of the existing process is that the RFP portion creates a very long pause in community outreach and engagement. A more collaborative process would allow for earlier and more continuous community engagement while working together to answer the questions and plan a great project. With Expo's arrival in the spring, I'm excited to have the opportunity to talk to you about the site. I look forward to hearing your thoughts about the project and working together on the long-term plan for our building, the site, and the Great Gateway Access Master Plan. We'd like to be good neighbors and welcome your feedback. In addition to the access and circulation improvements, any project on this site should provide world-class public space at the Expo Terminus station. To help us come up with some ideas, we invited Gell Architects, a leading urban research and public space design firm, to Santa Monica to give us their thoughts on the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Bella. He will be followed by former Mayor Mike Feinstein and Andrea McPherson. But Mr. Bella, before you start, your card indicates you're being donated time by Nathan Bishop. Is Nathan Bishop here? He is. So you, like Mr. Schoenfeld, will have 4 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is John Bell. I'm an urban designer with Gell. And Gell was founded by Jan Gell 50 years ago. We published a book called Life Between Buildings. And if I were to summarize Jan's work over the last 50 years, it's about measure what you care about. I'm really impressed to see that one of the priorities for the 4CO site is a people-first place. What does it mean to create a people-first place? For us, it means measuring what you care about. If you're interested in creating a vibrant, active, transit-first center, you start with thinking about people and the role that people play in activating spaces like this. Jan's work and Gell Architects, we were partially responsible for the transformation of Copenhagen from a very typical auto-dominated city center 50 years ago to one of the world's most livable, walkable cities as it's known today. And Santa Monica is so far ahead of other cities in the States in terms of achieving these objectives. We use Copenhagen as our urban laboratory, but we've expanded now. Our team has grown. Now we've got new studios in San Francisco and New York. So we're bringing this people-first design perspective actually much closer here to California and hopefully working with cities like Santa Monica and other cities around the States. We're sociologists and architects, so we study life. We observe people, how they behave in public space, and we use that to inform design. So we're really interested in this relationship between ethnographic research and urban design. And I think that's, the planning department certainly have a lot of alignment with their objectives. So for us, it starts with life. Then we talk about a public realm framework plan. How do you direct your investment, right, in terms of the DSP to ensure that you're building spaces where people actually want to move and breathe and live? And then we think about architecture and how it supports that life in cities. We've done these public space, public life cities all over the world, and to transform places as far away as Brighton, UK, Melbourne, Australia, the Laneways program, sites in the Middle East and Russia, and of course now work in New York City, working with Jeanette Sadiq-Khan and the Bloomberg administration to add 40,000 new square feet of open space in New York and really help that city achieve their sustainability objectives for 2030 about getting more people out of their cars, more people onto the sidewalks, onto transit, using cycles. How do you do that? It's this people-first metrics, and it starts by measuring what people are doing in your city. You're at the outset now of establishing a vision for the 4CO site, and I'm really happy to hear about the Gateway Master Plan. What a brilliant way to approach knitting this part of the city back together. And I just wanted to offer some great precedents now. We could show precedents from Europe, but there's also great things happening around the States, like the Denver Union Station. I think the scale of that is different, but I think the ambition should be the same. A multimodal hub that's surrounded by a generous public space that creates amenities not just for transit riders, but also for neighbors and locals alike. And what are the possibilities for this 4CO site? Perhaps restaurants, retail, restaurants of different types, things that can serve the transit riders as well as visitors to Santa Monica. We don't know the answer yet, but we do know how to run a process that starts with people first design. For us, it starts with literally working with hopefully city staff to train a team of volunteers to go out to Santa Monica streets and observe. How are people moving? Where are they moving? What's the age and gender of people in public space? And what are the invitations for social diversity in public spaces in Santa Monica? We use that. We then follow that up with a favorite places exercise. What are some of your favorite places in Santa Monica, and how are those characters and qualities? Do those make sense on the TOD site? And then we really bring this planning process out to the streets. You know, our view is take the message to the people. We work things out with debating different alternatives, also incorporating things like full-scale mock-ups, testing ideas in the street. And I want to emphasize that we can really start now. You know, the station will open next year with 4,000 or 400
I'm sorry,
riders.
that's the end of your time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bello, let me just clarify. You've just given us a presentation like we would normally hear from a city consultant, but you have been brought into this by Mr. Schoenfeld, who owns the adjacent site. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, Mr. Schoenfeld invited me down last year to talk to a group of urbanists and talk about what are the opportunities in Santa Monica for livability and walkability initiatives throughout the city.
City Manager Rick Cole has a question for you. Oh, he doesn't. This being the pre-Halloween meeting of our city council,
yes,
we're doing sort of a trick and treat thing, so everybody who comes to testify gets
Wonderful.
a piece of candy from the basket next there.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Happy Halloween.
Yeah. Happy Halloween to you.
Yeah.
And our next speaker is former Mayor Mike Feinstein, who has talked about capping over the freeway before.
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to suggest that you plan this holistically and include the comma building and do the whole site. Number two, fund the initial study right away so we don't lose our good contacts at Caltrans and get that moving. Also, I presume you're going to be looking at parking where the 4th Street off-ramp is when we do the flyover, and you should be analyzing how much we can do there so we can cut down the parking at 4th, 5th in Arizona and where parking structure 1 is. And you should be looking now at the relationship between those trade-offs. Third, while we should do a master plan without an acronym for the area, we need to find a way to get the stakeholders who are different property owners at the table. It's not going to matter if we have a top-down master plan, even developed by the community, if the property owners aren't on board. So we need some diplomatic skills to pull them together. In particular, we need to find a way for Sears site to be rezoned to be an arts district so that can become a museum next to a public plaza. And we have to find a way for that to be profitable for Sears. So we need to look at transferable development rights from the Sears side to the east side where the comma building and other stuff is, and other ways to find that to be profitable. In terms of the circulation, I totally oppose putting a road west of 4th Street through covering the freeway near Sears. That should be a park. We don't want a car street there, but what you should look at, and I think this might be the first time you've heard this fun idea, is for the people who want to get out, instead of having to cross 4th Street, go southbound on 4th Street and then try and get on the freeway there, why don't we have a ramp that leads right out of the parking structure over the top of the 10 freeway to where Olympic connects between 4th and Lincoln? Head them straight out over the top of the freeway as we look at the 4th Street off-ramp project, mix those together. Yeah, it's like a Lego set. And then it's no hassle with any of the circulation. So there we go, less than 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, and we'll keep in mind what you said about the MPWAA. That's the master plan without an acronym. Next speaker is Andrea McPherson, followed by Brian Hutchings. And Ms. McPherson, as you come forward, let me just say how happy I am to see that there's an address on your card.
Thank you. Now, just want to say hi to you guys, the City Council, and hi to everyone here. I wanted to talk about the long-term goals of 4th in Colorado. I had a particular instance where I was in danger. I parked my car in the city parking lot every night due to lack of parking spaces in my area. And I had 4 windows smashed in, October the 3rd, and my car keyed from front to back. This lot is on 5th in Colorado. So if there are long-term goals that need to be investigated or whatever the case may be, you might want to think about the danger that when the metro comes in and there are different crowds of people we may have more danger coming in as well. So that needs to be looked at. And this one security guard seen the whole instance, but he couldn't run fast enough all the way over to the other side because it was only one for the metro and nothing else. There were no cameras on the lot. And we called the police 45 minutes later. We flagged down a detective car because no one came. And there was no follow-up. I went to go take the police report, and we'll pick up the police report and I asked for the detective, and he said it's not my problem. So it's important that we have this information because I'm not saying you have a wonderful police department. You guys are wonderful. You guys have been such a help, you know, and I can't give nothing but accolades to the police officers and the officials that I have came across. But things like this are important, and you guys need to know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker who had requested to speak in time was Brian Hutchings. Mr. Hutchings, you've only requested 1 minute, but it is your turn. Good evening.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I never used to take elevators because there's a significant change in air pressure. I haven't quantified it, but from one floor to the next, and that is the reason why curbs at the very bottom and buildings in general, right angles in general, actually create pressure differences and kind of well, they basically create wind, and so I know as we get more and more electrical cars, those garages are going to become cooler and cooler because you go up in a car that high, it just creates, that's why they're so warm all the time. But those things should be they should be planted because they just generate a lot of heat, so they should, and a certain amount of carbon dioxide, so they just be planted anyway. And I also want to point out that in July, there was a record rainfall, first part of July.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchings. Council, we had one request to speak that did not come in quite on time, so it's a late chit. What is the council's pleasure on hearing this? We have a motion from Councilmember Himmelrich for 1 minute. Aye. I hear a second from Councilmember Winter, who got ahead of the vote. Now we'll do it by voice vote. All in favor? Aye. And so we will hear from Mila Reason for 1 minute. Hi.
Oh, good evening, everybody. I just moved back to Santa Monica. I'm so happy. And I'm living adjacent to this development. And I just wanted to say, I live in a CCSM building that has a state-of-the-art hot water system. And supposedly the water should be getting hot after it runs for a minimum or 1 minute. But sometimes it takes a long time for the water to get hot, and I feel kind of guilty about it because of the drought. And so I'm thinking that it might be a good idea to look into creating some kind of a gray water system that could be used to funnel water that is just going down the drain into this new development so that we have adequate water to landscape the Colorado at 4th Street development. And I'd like to be an advocate for lots of trees, no pesticides, no chemicals, some kind of a permaculture approach. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council, that closes the public hearing on item 4A, our study session on Forco. And before we go to questions we may have for staff and to our discussion, which will not result in a final decision, it's just a study session, there's something I would like to add in with the permission of the Council, because last month, our city of Santa Monica was very honored to be included in something called the Mayor's Institute on City Design, which I got to go for us. And this is a convocation of planners from all over the country who act as resources, along with a number of mayors. And actually, I got to do a presentation about this project and get some feedback. So if it's okay with the council, I'd like to throw that into the mix at this point before we begin our discussion. I don't see any objections, so we'll go ahead. What this is...
Can you do it in 2 minutes?
I can try. This is an ongoing series of meetings, and the resource people on this included Harry Cobb, who's a world-famous architect, one of the principals in the architectural firm that did the High Line, somebody from our consultant traffic company happened to be there. The woman who did the Union Station in Denver was part of the resource team. We saw that in the presentation. And an artist who is doing the art for the metro station at 4th Street. So these are people who know Santa Monica. And mayors from Charleston, Austin, Anchorage, Alaska, Providence, Rhode Island, Honolulu, and Santa Monica. So when I did the presentation on this project, the first thing that everybody said to me was, and I quote them, "It's a nasty site." And what they meant by that was the constraints on access are very, very difficult. They told me basically that they feel it's not too far to have to walk to get to the buses because the site is just too tight to actually bring the buses onto the site. They say that people who ride every day will figure out what bus is closest and what car on the train to get on. The elevation differences on the site also make bus access a problem because the buses would be going up and down hill, chasing the grade, revving their engines, and decking over the pit is problematic as well. So what they said is the buses should be somewhere else, and they suggested that some of the buses at least could be on 5th Street, and that if we were able to reduce the amount of traffic coming off the freeway on 5th Street or take a little piece out of the bus yard, we could have a bus stop there on 5th Street, and people would walk across to get the buses. Then we could have the buses turn up that alley to 6th Street and exit from there, and in fact this ties in to the Gateway Access Master Plan, because really their suggestion was have the buses come in 7th, down Olympic, across 5th, back up the alley, and back out 6th, rather than having them come onto the site at all. They felt that if we could move the 5th Street off-ramp traffic onto the 4th Street flyover, that would be ideal. I suspect they didn't quite understand how much traffic there is coming off the freeway into Santa Monica. But they did say every inch of land you can get on the site will be valuable sometime in the future. So they think we should convert 5th Street to two-way, take out Palm Court, take part of the bus yard, which they felt was not being efficiently used, convert 4th Street from being just a bridge to being a wider sidewalk fronting development with access there from 4th Street. And they said we should dignify bus riders, that whatever we do here, there should be an overhang for the bus riders for weather things. There should be amenities on 5th Street close to where those buses are stopping, whether it's a newsstand or a little kiosk serving food or whatever. They urged us to respect the housing that exists at 5th and Colorado, that as much as possible put the bus activity closer to the Olympic side of the site. And the last thing they told us, and I think it's important for us to remember, and this is a quote from somebody at the meeting, "You'll have your choice of developers. Be patient. Demand the best." So that's the advice from national experts on this site, which they found a very exciting site, but a very challenging site. I tend to agree with them. And Councilmember Davis, you're first in the queue to make some comments or ask some questions.
Well, in interest of the fact that we have a pretty dense agenda and it's already 8 o'clock, I think I might just jump into comments because I suspect my comments will, asking questions won't move the ball forward. So I think there are a couple of things, overall comments I want to make. And the first one is, for what it's worth, and we can have some discussion about this. I think obviously the entire Gateway Access Master Plan area needs to be planned comprehensively. I think, I don't want to put the cart before the horse in the sense that we start thinking about what do we want to do with the TOD site without realizing that it's a puzzle, and you move one puzzle piece here and it squirts out there. But I don't think that's what staff's asking us to do, but I think we need to remind ourselves of that constantly because, as the comments that the mayor made, it is complex, it's a difficult site. So I do have some reactions, and I guess the first reaction I would give is that we need to absolutely, I don't know how strong language I can use, prioritize studying the Olympic flyover. We have some momentum with Caltrans. I don't know how much. I haven't talked to them, but it seems like we have some momentum, and I think losing that momentum, it would be very hard to build up again. It's a state agency. It's a bureaucracy of the finest sort. And so to the extent that there are people there who are interested in that and want to move forward with it, we should want to move forward with them, and we shouldn't let our own bureaucracy get in the way. So I think, and that's not to say that I think we all agree it's a done deal. I think we need to study it and make sure that it's an appropriate thing to do for our goals in the downtown. But I think we need to keep moving forward. We can't just say, well, wait, we got a downtown specific plan, or we've got a gateway access master plan, and we'll get back to you. I think we need to keep pushing forward. I think the second issue that I have, and I agree with Ms. Lejeune's and Mr. Cole's comment, that one of the things we need to do with this is figure out how to heal the wound of the 10 freeway. But to me, and that's what was sort of interesting about this, with the exception of the proposed maybe bike or ped crossover from this site to the TOD site, it felt more like we were focusing more on moving traffic on one side of the freeway as opposed to creating connections in the plan. So to me, a secondary priority is how do we move people across and over the freeway? So that's the Main Street Bridge, that's the 4th Street Bridge. I'm willing to be convinced otherwise, but sitting here tonight, I think creating the access road through the 4CO or 4CO site or wherever we're calling it, especially the way it's proposed with creating curb cuts on 5th and curb cuts on 4th, could be a potentially very bad idea. 4th Street is a tremendously impacted street. It's going to be more impacted when you have people getting off the Expo and wandering through what will be a scramble crosswalk at 4th and Colorado. And I think putting a light and a curb cut on 4th, and buses don't have the most compact turning radiuses. That was one of the slides. So buses are going to come out and they're going to swing out. I think the potential do more harm than good. I think we need to be like doctors in this, first do no harm. And I think having that curb cut on 4th, as well as the curb cut on 5th, which is going to be behind the Expo as it comes into the station and also has all the traffic coming off the freeway. So as I sit here today, I think the access road through the 4CO site is perhaps less important. I don't think that heals the freeway wound. I think going over the freeway is what heals the wound, and that's why the flyover is important, which not only helps us redirect traffic out of the downtown, but gives us the option to actually create some open space by capping that little piece there between the flyover and the existing land. I don't have a problem with a pedestrian bridge from this site over the freeway to the TOD site, or a bike bridge or whatever, but I just think the idea is it's going to hook into some, I think someone referred to it as a paseo or something through the 4CO site. I'm not convinced yet that that's a good idea. I certainly support the idea that what we need to do is not just comprehensively plan the Gateway Access Master Plan site, but as former Mayor Feinstein said, we really need to think about this holistically throughout the downtown. So can we move parking spaces from 4th and 5th in Arizona to this site? Is that wise? I want to remind everyone, we always talk about this site as a potentially great spot for parking because people will get off the freeway and they'll turn right into parking, and that's true, but they also have to come out. And that to me is the concern, because they're not going to be able to come out and go back down that freeway ramp. So they're going to come out and they're going to turn left on 5th, presumably, and then where do they go? Because Colorado is now one way because of the Expo, so now they're driving deeper into downtown, and then we have to think about that. Now that's going to be part, I'm assuming, of our downtown specific plan circulation discussion. But I just think it's really a trap to say, oh, they'll just all get off the freeway and go park, but they're going to come out, and the question is when they come out, where are they going? So I think that's part of the comprehensive planning we have to do, not just for this area, but for the downtown as a whole. The last thing I want to say is I want to support the idea, and we may not be there yet, but we may be getting closer after this meeting, that we think about how we want to plan this site. And by that, I mean, I think the idea of people first is really important. We need to not think of this, oh, it's a transit terminus. This is not Union Station downtown. This is a place where people are going together that happens to have a transit terminus in it, and that transit terminus will bring people to it. But it can't be a transit-oriented site per se. It needs to be a people-oriented site. So it has to work for the people who are there. And so for me, when we talk about what may or may not happen on this site, and I don't think we're anywhere near discussing what's going to happen on that site, is instead of doing the process we've used in the past where we put out an RFP and people give us proposals and their pictures and we pick the prettiest picture, and then we sort of end up in a position where well, maybe we picked the prettiest picture, but is it really the right thing we want to do? And by then, now people are reacting to the picture. I think the idea of using a different process here, where we say, okay, let's start planning the site from the ground up before we start. In other words, before we start deciding what are we going to do with the site and then ask people to react to that, let's get the people involved in deciding what we're going to do with the site and then build up from there. And certainly the process that the gentleman from Gale mentioned, and I think Mr. Schoenfeld has also proposed that instead of just putting out an RFP, let's pick up somebody to work with, and I don't know who it's going to be, but let's pick someone and do some planning. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I don't think we're making any decisions here tonight, but those are my general comments.
I'm taking some notes on the comments, which I'll hope to summarize when we get to the end. The Santa Monica City Council welcomes our listeners on KCRW. We're in the middle of a discussion of a city-owned parcel adjacent to the future light rail at 4th and Colorado in downtown. And Councilmember Himmelrich, you're next.
I think that we are all in agreement that the planning process for this has to be different than we've done it before. And I sort of feel like deja vu all over again, in the sense that this is reminding me of what we went through last night with the 4th and 5th in Arizona site. And I think that what Councilmember Davis is talking about can help us avoid some of the problems we're having today with that site. So that said, so I have often thought that we should do with at least one site, and I used to think it was Centinela, but maybe it's here, what Disneyland did with its parking lot. So you drive off the freeway into the parking lot, and you drive back onto the freeway out of the parking lot. And that way, people come, they park once, which has always been one of the big ideas for our downtown. They park once, and then their car is there, and the rest of the time they're on foot, they're on the promenade, they're, elsewhere. And we can have little, trolleys or trams to take them, to other places, including the beach. But at the end of the day, if we can get them off the freeway in an elevated way, the way they do, and look, I have kids, I've been to Disneyland too many times, right? But you go right off the freeway into the top of the garage, not the bottom, but the top. And then I guess you come out on the bottom. So, or not at the same level, but then you get people in and out without having them circling around our downtown. And I think that a lot of people might appreciate that approach to parking rather than having to drive into downtown to park if they're coming from other places. So I've spent a lot of time in this area, and the freeway is pretty toxic there. The traffic coming in and off is bad, but also the 10 gets pretty jammed there. And I think that housing might not be the best idea. It may be the same problem we faced with that Trammell Crow building at Centinela, where people think that nobody should live there. So, and I jokingly said maybe we should move the 4th and 5th project to this site, because office is really perfect for this, because you don't want families living right next to the freeway like that, but that would be a good place for office and a great place for TOD, for people who are coming to work who will take the train. So I sort of hate the idea of putting more office, but I think that that's a pretty great use for that land as opposed to land that's further north in the city away from the freeway. But in terms of the comprehensive planning process, I think we need to make sure to have everybody at the table at every stage of this. There's this thing that happens where you have the public visioning, and then we do the RFP and everything goes dead for a year, and then suddenly it comes back and you have to vote on it. I would like to see more public involvement, and I saw the idea in the staff report and from the Planning Commission that there be multiple developers involved, and I agree with that as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
I agree with most of the comments. My thoughts is we are, I guess, reflecting back on our last hearing last week on the parking. One of my issues is when we were talking about last week in terms of eliminating the public parking, is this is where I think we need to put it. And I know the city managers talked about trying to figure out a way to make it as convenient for folks as they're coming in, whether they're coming in off the freeway or they're driving in through our streets or through our downtown area, to be able to park on this end and pretty much develop some kind of a dash, I'm thinking, or a shuttle system that actually gets them around town. And then as the comments were made, and I know former Mayor Feinstein's always talked about the capping of the freeway, to look at as many of those little areas that we can cap. I know it's very expensive, but I'm hoping with our new city manager, he's got some creative ways to generate some of that money, so we can begin to start capping more than less. Because I think, as people definitely shared with us at our last hearing about turning the 4th in Arizona into a park place, this is where I think we can have some real interesting more open space at this location. In terms of circulation, I think it was mentioned also, and I don't know, I don't want to get into the staff right now, but as today I was reminded again, coming in from the north end of the city, it's difficult to work your way back over to City Hall, especially when you're going down Colorado. There's no way you can make a left until you get either all the way to the end or go back in the other direction. And I thought Lincoln, for some reason, it wasn't allowing you, but there's no left turns anywhere there. So I think we need to look at that, especially as we get closer to the development of this site. And I guess those are my comments for now.
Great. Councilmember Winter.
Well, so in no particular order, I agree with what I've heard before, that we ought to engage Caltrans early and often about this opportunity for a new off-ramp. And at the same time, I think we should be talking to them, if we've not been doing so on a regular basis, about freeway capping. Obviously, that's a longer-term project with some expenses, but we want to make sure that they're talking, they know we're interested in it, and see what reservations they might have and see what they might be excited about trying to accomplish. In terms of the bus issue, I've been to a lot of cities, and when you ride light rail or you ride subways, you don't generally expect to be able to walk right out to a bus. I think people are pretty used to the idea of walking a block or two to pick up a bus, and maybe there's a learning curve initially about how do I get from point A to point B, but I think given the challenges of putting bus service on this site and the lost opportunities to create public open space, I think that the idea of keeping the bus service off the site is something we should highly consider moving forward. I was actually serving on the planning commission when that Trammell Crow project at the old Grammy building site came to us, and the developers are very excited about their housing project there. We're all very excited about the opportunity to create new housing, and a scientist from UCLA got up there and told us about her comprehensive and thorough studies about the health effects of having housing within 500 feet of the freeway. And the project died right then. It was over. Nobody wanted to put housing next to freeway given the health consequences. So I think that we got to be really circumspect about putting housing here, which leaves us with office and hotel as the primary possible other uses, along with, clearly I'd like to see some grand public spaces there. Office, I agree, might be more desirable there than anywhere else downtown, and we might want to contemplate a higher AVR standard for any office that's built on that site than we have throughout the rest of the downtown. Hotels, hotels seem to be sort of our go-to thing these days, nothing else works. I think that, sure, hotels are great. At some point, I think we need to step back and say, how many hotels do we need in this city? And in particular, I recall when we were developing the Loose that there was an analysis of the affordability ranges of the hotels we have in this city, and I think we need to look at that gap. We started to fill it with the OTO project, but we need to contemplate the opportunity for more affordable lodging in this city and not just creating grand upscale luxury hotels, because we have the 99% of the population out there needs a place to stay when they visit. So I think that's something to bear in mind. In terms of what the gentleman from AACOM presented, I tend to prefer the final slide, which is a comprehensive look at the entire site for a variety of reasons, one of which is I think to the extent we're creating this, parking reservoir, much easier to do that using the entire site rather than individual parcels providing the parking, and sort of pool that parking resource across the board. And also I think it's clear to me when you do that, you have much greater opportunity for public open space, which I think is an incredibly important thing here. And then I do agree with the Planning Commission's idea that we should have multiple architects. I think one of the great downfalls of the Hines proposal was having one architect plan the entire project, and it came out looking, to my mind, rather sterile and uniform. And the idea of you want to create something that replicates the fine grain of development we've had historically in Santa Monica, then you have one architect doing somewhat different aesthetic on each site, so it doesn't look like it's a master plan community or whatever we have going on the site. And was there anything else? Oh, in terms of the planning process, yeah, I agree there were some clear pitfalls in the Northern Arizona site. I think we've taken a step in the right direction with what we're doing over at the Bergman Arts Center in terms of choosing someone to work with and then having them interact with the public and gets that feedback so that there's buy-in. And also it's, you know, it's one thing for us to have public workshops and then provide the objectives in an RFP, but it's a lot more concrete and I think palpable and enduring to have the actual developer sit down and hear that input from the public and digest it, maybe provide some ideas of their own that doesn't come through the usual conduit. So I think that a more engaged and proactive public process is worth exploring.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Well, we're talking about the kind of near future in a way, but also the long-term future. If you think back about the Expo line, I would say the first time there was, when I was on the Metro Board in 2001, my first motion was that the vision and intent was to get it to Santa Monica. And actually, we'd been working on it, the city, for well over a decade, if not longer before that. And now we're in 2015, and it's about to go into service. So when we think back about our Santa Monica Civic Center plan, that was back in the early 1990s, that master plan was first envisioned, but it's taken a number of years to get the elements such as the Village Housing Bill, to get Tongva Park Bill. So we need to look, I'm not saying it's going to take this long necessarily for all of this, but it is master planning for a big site and a comprehensive site. I think we need to look at it that way. First, I do want to say something about Interstate 10. Well, one can argue about and talk about the alignment, where it should have gone. We weren't the decision makers then. We don't know what all went into it. But I would say that having an interstate highway system in the United States, that's really been critical for our country. And having the Interstate 10 coming to Santa Monica has helped us both as a community and served us well in many ways. So it is there. It is problematic in many ways, but then again, it's also a resource in many ways. Having said that, I think we need to talk about capping it. We need to keep that on the agenda, because just like the Expo project, as I noted, these things take a long time. As Councilmember Winterworth said, it's going to take a while. We need to keep pushing forward on that. It may not be funded right now, but if we don't have that, if we're not talking about it regularly, it guaranteed it will not happen. So if that's our vision, we need to keep that as part of our vision. We need to keep moving forward on that. Councilmember Davis noted that the concerns about the street through the site, I have similar concerns about that too. And I agree with a number of you have said this is not, that people will figure out where the buses are, that we don't need to bring the bus right to people. And if you think about, or if you know, there was mentions to Union Station in Denver, and the Union Station in Denver is really a fabulous place. Now granted, it's a historic building that's been rehabbed, but when it addresses the community, the downtown, it doesn't have a lot of buses there. In fact, the busway they built the connections to buses. Again, this is more of an intermodal center for a larger region, is quite a ways away from where the station terminus is. Yet people are able to figure out how to walk the block to the light rail, and it's probably close to a block, how to connect to the various bus services that are there, and thus that space it's part of that intermodal platform, but that space of Union Station and the adjacencies around it to either side are really people places. It's a fabulous place. You see people there all throughout the day and evening. It's a hub, not just for the transportation, but it's a hub for that placemaking for people. So we have the opportunity here to have that. It's not going to be a historic train station, but it is going to be could be a really great public space. We have a fairly light touch with that rail station that's coming in. The station, if you look at it, it's not the kind of terminus where you have storage of cars, other kinds of infrastructure. Train comes in on the rails and then it goes out again. So again, that we don't need to have a heavy presence of bus support on that site. I think it was Mayor McCune noted that at the urban design session that he was at, that dignify bus riders doesn't mean you have to build a lot of infrastructure. It means making sure you have the kinds of things that you have shade, you have access to amenities. These are, again, light touches that can also be adjusted over time when routes or services options start to change, because we know over decades origins and destinations will change somewhat about where people want to go and where they need to go. When I think about the housing, housing, I'm not sure of, but one thing I wanted to say about housing, that going forward, future, as we either electrify the cars or natural gas, as we move towards a more carbon-free society, there's going to be less concern about the pollutants coming from roadways. Now, that's not the case now, but that's something we need to set, again, to keep in the long term and keep working and striving for. About the planning process, 4th and 5th Street is a couple of parcels. It's in the downtown. It's not a block. And I think of the planning process that was used for Tongva Park. And Tongva Park started out as it was a parking lot. And, that kind of process that actually the gentleman from Gell talked about, the ethnographic, that the folks there talked about kind of the cultural geography of it, which is related to ethnographic kinds of studies, how people use spaces. That was part of the beginnings of the community talking about the space and what they'd like to see there and how they would interact within the space and both within the space and then to adjacency. So we do have some models, and there are models out there for ways of doing this kind of planning. Again, we're talking about doing to kind of master planning, a comprehensive plan, and then after that, individual buildings or segments will be built, and at that point, whoever the architect is for those will come on board. I don't know that this is going to be built to hire all the architects and all the buildings at the same time, but again, the first part is that kind of master planning. I think we need to take that comprehensive view. I agree with the objectives that were listed on page 11 that the Planning Commission talked about too, putting people first, because this is about placemaking. It's our gateway access. It's where people will be coming via a number of ways, and we will figure out the parking. We'll figure out how people get on site and all, but again, it is intermodal. It's not just cars, it is not just rail, it is not just bus, it's people walking, people biking, people getting there. Who knows how the on-demand kinds of services that we current day or Lyft, how they will evolve. So it has to also be a space that is somewhat adaptable and flexible to the kinds of things in the future that we don't know about. But I think we have the opportunity here to have, as someone had said, to stitch our a number of folks that says stitch the parts of the area that have been bifurcated by Interstate 10, to stitch that together and, frankly, to make a really good public place and celebrate not just Expo, but celebrate Santa Monica.
So, Council, we've all had a turn at this now, and I'm going to count what I gave as input from the Mayor's Institute for City Design as my turn, because I very much agreed with the advice they gave us. I've been taking notes. There are about 10 or 11 things that I think we all said, which I will at some point read into the record, and we can see if we all agree, so the clerk has actual direction to put on record. I note that planning staff has been taking copious notes there in the front row the entire time. Councilmember Davis, do you have something specific to add?
I just have two very quick comments. And the first one is, I know we talked a lot about the 4th and 5th off-ramp and people coming off the freeway, but I think we also need to remember that people, at least in the short term, are also going to be driving their cars through this area without having come off the freeway. So that is one of the challenges we face, because all of these sites have individual issues about how you access them. And the second thing I want to do is I just want to sort of leave us with the words think big. And by that I mean that it is the interaction of all these sites that gives us the real potentiality. And if we focus too much on this site versus the Sears site versus the Wyndham site, for example, there is that pathway underneath 4th Street, and you could perhaps build some low-rise commercial in the back of the Sears site and create almost a Los Ramblas sort of thing where people get off the expo and you have an open space and then they walk underneath, and maybe there's parking underneath the TOD site, but it interacts with that site and you use that as a connector. So I just want to make sure that we're focused on this site tonight, I know, but that we constantly think about how these various sites all interact and look at the connectivity as an asset and move forward with that.
Well, thank you. So, Council, what I've done is I've tried to get all of this down into some short statements that we can give as direction. And I have deliberately, because tonight's a study session, we're not making any decisions, I've phrased them in terms of prioritize or emphasize or consider. So let me read these into the record, and then if we all agree without objection, we can give those as our overarching direction to staff tonight, with the understanding, of course, that planning staff has heard virtually everything we've said. So here's the list. We've indicated interest in prioritizing the flyover, de-emphasizing the 4th to 5th Street cut-through, studying traffic flows both in and out of the site, planning the uses first and then making the form follow the function, considering a direct link between the freeway and parking, looking at the advisability of office near transit, study the 7th Street, Olympic, 5th Street, Alley to 6th Street bus route that I mentioned as part of the Mayor's Institute suggestion, create an ongoing public process with multiple developers and lots of public feedback, examine the opportunities for better access from the south side of the city, evaluate all this in the context of the Gateway Access Master Plan, and keep the capping of the freeway, not just the flyover, on our agenda. If there's no objection from the council, and I'm seeing none, that will be the record of our direction to staff on this. I suppose we should take a motion to adopt that direction, just so there was something on the record. Councilmember O'Connor, you have something to add?
Right. I'm just not quite sure what lots of developers means. I think we mean that we want a variety of.
The word I used was multiple.
Multiple, right? Multiple, but
as in not just one.
Right, and we don't know if it's a developer, it's an architect, or which parcels. So, but we want that variety of participation.
Okay, that's understood.
Okay.
So that's the direction. All in favor? We do it by voice vote. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we have a vote on the record that is the direction, so we can have that show up in the minutes. So 5 years from now, we'll know what we said. And with that, that study session is concluded. We move on to our ordinances for tonight with item 7A.
Item 7A, second reading and adoption of a Development Agreement 12 DEV 003 to allow a new 6-story, 84 feet, 52,545 square foot mixed-use project consisting of 64 residential units and 6,345 square feet of ground floor commercial space at 1415 5th Street.
So that's moved by Councilmember Davis, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. If the clerk would call the roll.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember Winthrop?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Abstain.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune.
Yes, so that passes and is adopted on second reading by a 5-0 vote with 1 abstention, and that'll move us on to item 7B.
Item 7B, second reading of an ordinance adopting Development Agreement 12 DEV 017 to allow a 5-story, 102,500 square foot mixed-use project consisting of 100 residential units, 13,800 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 232 parking spaces within a 3-level subterranean parking garage at 1560 Lincoln Boulevard, Denny's.
Thank you. If I could ask members of the public not to approach the clerk when she's reading to the council, that's a little bit distracting. Do we have a motion on that?
We'll move it.
And a second? Moved by Councilmember O'Connor, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. If the clerk would call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Abstain.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day not present. Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
And Mayor McKim.
Yes, so that also passes by a 5-0 vote of the City Council with one abstention. That's second reading and adoption, and moves us on to item 7C.
Item 7C, introduction and first reading of revised proposed ordinance regulating lobbying and information about disclosures, and we have one request to speak.
And I assume we're going to have a staff report from somebody.
Yes, that would
City
be
Attorney.
me.
Hi.
I'm going to adopt a phrase that Councilmember O'Connor used earlier this evening that I really like. She used the phrase light touch twice. I'm going to give my staff reports tonight a light touch in view of how crowded your agenda is. In July of this year, staff brought you, at your request, a lobbying ordinance. You considered the ordinance that we had previously drafted and asked us to come back with something much simpler. You suggested that we bring back a lobbying ordinance modeled after West Hollywood's, which would basically require registration and some minimal information about the lobbyist's activities and the payment of a fee. You requested that other requirements in the previous draft be stricken, and so we've returned to fulfill your directions given in July. And that is the ordinance that's before you this evening. In July, you talked about meeting the purposes of a lobbying ordinance in some other ways. You wanted to have a way that the public could be aware of contacts staff has with lobbyists, and you wanted to have the public be made aware of contacts that you have off record relating to quasi-judicial proceedings before you. Neither of those latter two is before you this evening because you can handle your own disclosure requirements in your rules, which is an easier way to do it than in an ordinance. And as to requiring disclosure of staff contacts, the manager can handle that for you through an administrative instruction. So what you have before you this evening for your consideration is the simple lobbying ordinance that you requested.
Are there any questions from staff before we go to the public hearing? There don't appear questions for staff from the council before we go to the public hearing. That don't appear to be. So we will open the public hearing on item 7C. We have one request to speak, and that is people of California. I don't see Mr. California present to speak on the lobbying ordinance. Could he perhaps be in the lobby? Well, he is not here, so we will close the public hearing and move to the City Council. The matter is before us. Councilmember Himmelrich.
And it's a long reach. I think that there are a few items that need to be included in this ordinance before it's ready for prime time. First of all, other than defining a lobbyist, there are no definitions, including economic consideration and other things you would typically find in an ordinance. Secondly, I think that the once-a-year disclosure doesn't capture one of the things I think we wanted to capture, which is people registering as lobbyists before a matter comes before us. So I'm concerned that that is not there. I'm also concerned that no disclosure is required on an ongoing basis. I mean, and maybe I'm seeing it wrong, but it looks like they only update once a year, and I don't see any requirement of continuing disclosure obligation. And finally, I think that I'm less concerned, frankly, with what people are paid than payments they're making. I'd like to know any expenditures that are made by people in order to have legislation enacted. And I think, finally, one thing we're missing here is people who are lobbying for their own. So we have employee representative or contractor of a person or entity, and I'm not seeing where, for instance, if you are the developer or, of a property, that if you speak, that you have to register. So I really think that we need to be more definitive about what we're looking for here, and also maybe more definitive about enforcement, although I don't, because it's so absent here, I don't see anything other than the statement that it will be enforced. So
Well,
So-
I'll suggest a possible process based on your comments, but let me just clarify one there that puzzled me a bit. Are you saying that somebody who advocates on her or his own behalf is a lobbyist? Because I think that is the definition of lobbying.
Well, right, and again, it depends on how it evolves. I mean, if they're people coming forward to speak on their behalf, they're lobbyists. I think that if it's their project, then they're the applicant. So we already know what they're after.
Okay, well, that was the confusion I had with the way you stated it. It sounded as if you were saying that the applicant would be a lobbyist on her or his own project, which doesn't.
No, and I agree with you, and
Okay.
that probably didn't make sense, and I probably did say that, and that would be wrong.
So what's happened here is the city attorney has come back to us with, frankly, exactly what we asked for last time, but we may have rethought some things. And so the process here would be, I think, do we want to add additional things to the ordinance and request that it be brought back? I don't think an ordinance of this kind can safely be written on the dais. Let me ask the city attorney. This has to be pretty precisely worded, I would think. So,
Well, we brought you a precisely worded ordinance, and
Yes.
you didn't want one last time, but we're happy to do it. And another alternative might be that you could, as a member of the public, actually suggested, and I think at least one of you did to me as well, we can also write a simple general ordinance, and then we can implement it with guidelines. So either way you want, we can bring it back, or you can give us direction for what you have in mind for guidelines.
well, Councilmember Himmelrich has expressed that there were some things she wanted to add. So I think, that's one council member out of 6 of us who are here tonight. I have to turn to the rest of you and say, what is your preference here? Because we could either pass what we have tonight and add to it through guidelines or through amendments, or we could direct the city attorney to take this back under what Councilmember Himmelrich perhaps rather unkindly called not being ready for prime time, and rewrite it to add in some of these other things. But I hate to embark on that process on one council member's comments without hearing from the rest of the council. So, Councilmember Winterer, you've asked to speak. You're next.
Yeah, I guess first I'd just like to ask a question of the city attorney. Am I correct in thinking that the lobbying activities of, for instance, the planning commission is not covered by this ordinance?
Lobbying activities in general are covered by
They
this
are,
ordinance.
okay. We'd heard that from the public, and I was confused. I made 2 notes, one of which is the one that Councilmember Hemmerich has raised, is that, time for me to go. You register once, right, for each calendar year. But what if I'm a lobbyist and I pick up a client 4 months in? And so shouldn't we have some sort of requirement that we add a client that's reported in a timely fashion?
We absolutely could do that. You asked for it modeled after West Hollywood, and it is.
Yeah.
But we're happy to do that.
I understand.
Happy to do that, and it does make sense. I agree with both of you that it makes sense. A year is a long time. A lobbyist could pick up a lot of clients
Yes.
in the space of a year.
Yeah, so I think that's information. And then there's sort of for me, a back and forth. I mean, the big issue here is just the public have a record of lobbying activities, right? Now, clearly, we will cover a lot of that if we move forward with our own ex parte disclosures, right? The Planning Commission already does that, for instance, and as do some other boards and commissions. And if staff is reporting on that, that covers a lot of it. But and I'm cognizant that there are different types of lobbyists. There are attorneys who keep precise records of billable hours, and for them to create a report of, I spoke to so-and-so on behalf of so-and-so is pretty easy to do. There are architects who aren't generally in the practice of keeping those sort of records, and I'll get a call from it just happened the other day, one of the projects. I got a call from an architect saying, well, I just wanted to know if you had any questions about the design. It didn't happen in that particular, but I don't know, is that really lobbying? I don't think so. I was just asking if I had questions about the design. It's not advocating for the project one way or another.
Right.
But
And in the original ordinance that we wrote, there was an exemption covering them. So yes, I understand, and that's in contrast to what Councilmember Helmerich and you have both commented on about updating registration periodically. That The question you're asking now is something that we might be able to do with guidelines. If you want to require updates on the registration more than annually, we can put that in the law tonight, if you like.
Okay. Well, those are my thoughts at this point. I think that we could go a little bit further with this existing ordinance or with guidelines.
Right, and maybe also to your comment that you raised, council member, about what about the architect, who's really providing architectural service and probably in the course of their work would need to explain their work to a staff member, probably in the planning department. But also they're going to be an advocate for the project, as we all know and expect they would be. You might add something to the lobbyist definition like the word primarily. Primarily for the purpose of influencing.
Yeah.
And if you did something like that, then we can go the rest of the way with guidelines.
Because we all know our zoning code is complicated
it
enough.
is.
There's not an architect in the city that doesn't need to come down to City Hall and say, what the heck do you mean by this? Right? Well, that's not lobbying. That's just a query.
Right.
But at the same time, there's obviously it's their project. They're
Sure.
going to want to say, we think there's good reasons for going forward with this. So that's a tough one for me to solve.
But in the case of the architect that you're positing, if you were to add the word primarily so that it read primarily for the purpose of influencing, I would say the architect is not there primarily to influence. They're primarily there to explain their project.
Yeah. All right.
Or understand our zoning code.
I'm done.
You're done. Before we move on to Councilmember Davis, I want to just clarify something that Councilmember Winford has asked about. 8.010 of the proposed ordinance defines a lobbyist as someone who is, et cetera, communicating with any elected official, officer, or employee of the city. And I think the question had been asked whether that included people like planning commissioners, ARB, personnel board people. Does that language specify in such a way that it does include planning commissioners, for instance? Are they considered to be elected officials? No. Officers or employees? I'm not sure they're officers.
It's hard to know what an officer is, isn't it? We might want to clarify that one too. Maybe the word official would be a better choice.
That might be an easy fix to
Yes,
the question.
we can do that.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, that took item number 1 off my list. So I don't have a problem with requiring people who are defined as lobbyists, however we end up defining them, requiring them when they pick up a new client to say, I'm now working for this person. I do have a problem with requiring lobbyists to try and record every contact they might have with someone, and for a couple of reasons. Obviously, Councilmember Winter identified one of them, which is attorneys might have better records, but for example, someone who is a lobbyist for a union doesn't keep billable hours. And so trying to recreate, now, when did I talk to so-and-so and what did I say and what was I lobbying for or lobbying against, those sorts of things, I think create a trap for people. And I do think, and maybe this is something that needs to be dealt with in guidelines, it is true that while they're formulating a project, an architect, for example, may be trying to figure out what's going on, asking staff for preferences, but at some point they do become advocates for the project. And putting the burden on architects to begin, it's just not in their nature. Who did I talk to? What did I talk to? It could be, for example, if we're going to include boards and commissions, if they go to downtown Santa Monica and make a presentation, is that lobbying? And the answer is, they probably don't view it that way, but they are advocating for the project, but they're not having a one-on-one discussion, but they are trying to influence the outcome. And maybe it is lobbying, but they're not going to think of it that way. So I think that the more regulations we put in there, the more risk there is of creating traps for people who are not traditional lobbyists to fall into. So while I think it is important to have regular reporting of who is being who's representing who, and obviously I think part of this has to be in terms of the transparency. That is information that needs to be easily accessed by the public, and that's not really addressed by the statute, but something we can make sure as part of guidelines or whatever, that it's easily accessible on the city's website. Who are the registered lobbyists and who are they representing? I think trying to capture every conversation, particularly in what is a relatively small city. I suspect many of us are going to the Celebrating Success breakfast on Thursday morning. And if someone buttonholes me and says, hey, I just want you to know I had a great idea about this, is that lobbying? And the answer is, I don't know. So I think in a small city like this, where, as Ms. Mutri once famously said, there are no such things as purely social endeavors, because no matter where you go, there we all are. We create traps for people, and I don't think that's a good idea. But I do think amending the definition of lobbyist to make sure we do capture board members and commission members, I do think requiring updated registrations throughout the year, which means they don't have to re-register, I would think, all the time. Here's our name and address. It's just an amended filing that says, here's a new client we've picked up and we're lobbying on their behalf. I think those two things would make the ordinance better, and whether that happens tonight or through guidelines, it's up to the city attorney's office.
Before we move on to Councilmember Himmelrich, Councilmember Davis, let me just clarify something, as I did with Councilmember Winter. You said that it could be a little too burdensome and complicated to require reporting of who was spoken to and how much time was spent speaking. But there's one other thing that was in our suggestion we got from the public, which is the disclosure of activity expenses by somebody who's a lobbyist. Would you see any problem in requiring that if somebody buys you a meal or gives you a ticket to a ball game, or that expense has to be disclosed?
I don't have a problem with that. I just want to remind everyone we're required to disclose that on our Form 700 annually. So if anyone wants to see,
some of us don't take gifts like that.
Well, right. I mean, I don't let people give me sporting tickets, but I might let someone buy me a cup of coffee at Pete's, to be honest with you, just, because they're walking up there. But yeah, no, I don't have a problem with having an expense, because I think 99.9% of the what I'll call the lobbying efforts I've been subject to have not involved any sort of thing like that at all. So I don't think that's a problem.
Of course, a cup of coffee could be grounds for an investigation, but how can we capture, though? It's one thing to say we have to report it at the end of the year, but what the public is looking for here, I believe, is some idea of what the lobbyist is doing, not what we're accepting. So,
I don't have a problem with the expenses issue. No,
so that would be okay.
Yeah,
okay,
I think that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I was just saying that I think that information is already publicly available. It may not be in a form that's easy for people to capture, but if they want to see who I took something from, they can look at my Form 700.
Okay, Councilmember Himmelrich.
I want to address the issue of an architect advocating for something that is not a project that they themselves are designing. So, for instance, when we're doing, and I think the whole issue here is, are you doing it because you're receiving money from someone to, analyze and take a position that things should be this way or that way, the FAR should be X or Y, the height should be, A or B, whatever you're doing. So are you being paid for it, or are you not being paid for it? So if an architect is being paid by, whoever, to come in and testify that things should be a certain way, then, and it's not a project per se, but it's an idea or it's somebody else's project or something of that ilk, I think that that person is a lobbyist. And I wonder if, if Councilmember Winter and Councilmember Davis agree with me or disagree.
Maybe while you're thinking about how you want to answer the council member, I could make a suggestion. You had talked about your wish to have staff disclose their contacts, right? Staff, the manager in an administrative instruction could require planning staff, for instance, and other staff to disclose the communication with the architect. The communication by the architect to you or to the planning commission takes place in full public view. Everybody's going to know what happened, and they're going to know why the architect was there. So if your principal concern in adopting a lobbying ordinance, which, by the way, I think is a very good idea, whatever ordinance you go for, if your principal concern is making available to the public information about contacts that otherwise might be secret or unknown to the public, you're going to catch the architect with the staff disclosures and with your own disclosures, I think.
Well, so I think that when they testify, that's true, but I have to say that I meet with folks all the time, not in the public eye, not when they testify, but concerning various...
But you're going to disclose your off-record contacts. under your new
If it relates to a
rules.
specific project, but let's say it relates to the zoning ordinance.
Well, you're going to disclose it when you vote on the zoning ordinance.
Is that quasi-judicial?
Oh, I see. Because you're limited to quasi-judicial. Now I see what you're saying. All
I
right.
mean, I'd be happy to if we were always going to disclose the people that we have private conversations with. Yeah, that's even something I could live with. And I was not one of the ones pushing staff disclosures, although it may not be a bad idea, but I thought we were looking at the Institute of Local Government sort of guidelines on that, and that would be recommended.
Well, again, let me ask a clarifying question, because section 4.85.010 says a lobbyist is any individual who receives economic consideration as the employee, representative, or contractor of a person or entity. And would an architect not be a contractor?
Yes, the problem is we're getting input going in two directions here. If you want to catch the architect, leave the language like it is, and we can do guidelines that make it crystal clear that the architect is caught. If you don't want to catch the architect, then add the word primarily.
I wouldn't use the word catch. I think I just want.
I don't mean catch like they're doing a bad thing. I mean catch them within the scope of the ordinance.
Right. Councilmember Davis.
Well, I just wanted to, I don't have a problem with architects lobbying or being considered lobbyists, as long as they're all of a sudden they're not required to keep track of every minute of every day. To answer Councilmember Himmelrich's question, if somebody is paid to come testify before the city council as an advocate for a project, then I think they're a lobbyist, whether they're a licensed architect. Oh, or by the way, against a project. I think we keep thinking of lobbying as being for, but there are people who are paid to come lobby against proposals, and I think those obviously are captured by this as well. So if someone is paid, but if someone who is an architect who thinks of their own free will and volition, no one has hired them to do it, but they want to come down and support a project, they're not getting economic consideration, and they shouldn't be considered a lobbyist in that context. One of the things I want to be careful about, and I know that there are probably some people who may disagree with me about this, but if we do every iota of the city's business on this dais, we will have meetings every night of the week, and they will go on for hours. Staff needs to have the ability to talk to people outside of this room, and quite honestly, I think we need to have the ability to talk to people outside of this room and ask questions and say, what was your intent in doing this, or have you considered this? If all that give and take happens in the context of a formal city council meeting, one, it won't be very good interaction, and two, like I said, I think we'll be here every night for hours on end. So I don't want to impinge on people's First Amendment rights, and I don't want to impinge on the context that help the wheels of city government move. But I've gone beyond answering Councilmember Himmelrich's question. I think I don't have a problem with capturing architects so long as we don't burden them to start keeping track of what they do every minute of every day.
Actually, give me a moment here, if you would, Councilmember Himmelrich, because I haven't taken a turn yet. And there was one other issue that I wanted to throw into the mix, and then I want to see if we've got enough consensus on what we've talked about to get close to a motion. Many entities in town have someone who is a government affairs liaison, someone who works for the gas company, the electric company. Utilities typically have them. Unions have people who spend a lot of time talking to governments, which may or may not be directly connected to a specific project. And one of the questions we got from the public is whether the in-house lobbyist definition is as clear as it could be. So let me ask the city attorney, in your mind, where has that line been drawn by the ordinance we have before us?
I think in-houses are caught as employees under the definition of lobbyist.
So if somebody is paid, they would have, but I think the last time we said, well, they're paid, but maybe it's 10% of their job. So do we need to set a threshold, or is there anybody who's paid or part of their job is to lobby the city, they're a lobbyist?
We can you can tell us what your preferences are for guidelines.
Where does the current ordinance set that? Is it absolute in the current ordinance?
It's absolute. You can give us direction, and we'll do it with guidelines.
Yeah, I may be okay with absolute. I just wanted to know where it was. Mm-hmm. So, Councilmember Himmelrich, I know you wanted to speak. What I've heard so far is that we need to change the word officer to official to capture things like planning commission.
So far, you're voting against primarily for the moment, I think, but I can't tell.
I'm seeing this as modifications to make to the ordinance.
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
Updating registration more frequently, including when a new client is added. making sure that while individual conversations of a few minutes duration may not be reported, expenses should be.
Right, and that was the lobbyist expenditures? Is that what you're talking
Yes.
about?
Yes.
Okay, and do you want a threshold set on that? How about that cup of coffee versus the fancy dinner?
I personally set the threshold at 0, so I don't really know what's practical for most people.
Mhm.
I mean, I literally won't let somebody split a cup of coffee with me. And that's just my own personal decision. It's the way I've done it for 17 years. It's not the way that most people prefer to do it. Maybe you buy the coffee this time and they buy it next time, but then that starts to get complicated. I think a cup of coffee is pretty trivial, frankly. I'll leave it to the rest of the council who may have more of a sense of it to know where they would set it, since I would personally have set it at 0, but others may have a different opinion. What I want to try to find out, and Councilmember Himowitz, you are next, is whether we have enough consensus on these things that somebody here in the dais is willing to put forth a motion, because otherwise we'll just talk all night. Councilmember Himowitz, you're on.
Okay, well, let me try a motion. So, I move that we, and I don't want to say adopt this, that we, that staff come back to us with an ordinance that has requirements for updating in the information regarding who's being lobbied and what the purpose of the lobbying is, that the ordinance capture expenses that are expended in connection with the lobbying efforts, and that and I think that that would be the extent of what
Let me
I
try
would
to help
change.
you. I
Okay,
think
thank
you indicated an interest in things like planning commissioners and ARB people.
Oh,
That
right,
would
right,
require
that's
the
right.
change of the word officer to official.
Yes, right, and change officer to officials.
Okay, and let me, you're asking that this come back, and let me question that. These are fairly minor changes. I'm pretty sure that the city attorney's office could make these changes right now. We could pass something tonight. So is there a reason why you'd prefer to have another full public hearing on the matter?
No?
Okay. So would you then care to amend your motion, which hasn't been seconded yet, that we adopt tonight an ordinance that has the changes you've requested?
Can we have the, I mean, I know this is asking a lot, which is why.
No, we can do that tonight. We'll just go back over the things you want to make sure I've got them. You're just taking like a straw vote at the moment, and maybe we'll do that after the clerk's item.
Okay, good.
We have enough other business tonight.
We do.
Okay, so we're talking about changing officer to officials, adding an updating requirement, capturing expenses, and I personally would have no limit on what the economic consideration is, because it makes it difficult and not require them to report what consideration they're receiving. That's number one.
I think we're all shaking our heads at that. Could you try that again?
Yes, okay, so this does not require that people say how much they're being paid for what they're doing.
That's correct.
And I'm fine as long as it remains
Okay,
any
let's just stick
economic
to the
consideration.
changes, because we'll assume that everything that we don't change is okay.
Officer becomes officials, we have an updating requirement, and the updating should be within 10 days of a new assignment or a new client. And capturing expenses would be added. So that's my motion.
Can I just say, don't you really mean capturing expenditures, right?
Expenditures, I'm sorry, yes. You're right.
Was that a second, or was that just a question? We have a motion that's been made by Councilmember
I'll
Himowitz,
second.
which has been seconded by Councilmember Winterer. We're in business. We have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Winterer, you're next.
Well, and I just wanted to clarify that you're talking about when a lobbyist adds a new client, that should be reported to the city somehow within 10 days.
Yes, or new matter.
A new matter?
Same client, new project.
Oh, good point. I like that. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I'm just wondering if we need to, what do you want to do? Will the, sorry, The expenditure reporting, when a lobbyist reports expenditures, is that going to be on a periodic basis, like an annual basis? Or is that going to be on some other basis? Because we weren't clear about that.
I think it should be monthly. I don't know how anybody else feels.
We talk about the update now. I'm sorry, I was listening to the manager who's made a good point that I'll pass along in a moment. But are you talking about the update?
No, talking about the report of expenditures by lobbyists.
Well, you really don't want that monthly.
Yeah,
because
no,
of the number of people they buy coffee for. How about updating it? How about if the updates be quarterly and if they obtain a new client, then that's right away.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
And the manager's very good point. Maybe the manager, well, do you want me to say this for you, Rick? You made a good point, and I want to make sure you get the credit for it.
I can turn his microphone on. It's easy.
Just wanted to be clear on the council's intent about what you mean by expenses. So far, the discussion has been completely about buying someone a dinner or a coffee or a sports ticket, which, again, if it's significant, will be captured in people's Form 700s. There are other expenses. For example, someone might send out 10,000 flyers to residents in a particular neighborhood. Would that be, okay, so that had not come up specifically, and so I thought it would be helpful to understand the council's intent.
Not that that sort of thing ever
Well, he
happens
is
in
getting
Santa
paid,
Monica,
but not by the
but that
Probably.
should be included. I think we agreed. Is that agreed to by the maker and the seconder of what is now a motion to ask staff to come back later tonight?
It's friendly to me, and I always contemplated that people are preparing materials in support of their position, and that too is an expense.
Okay.
All right. Is that friendly to the
It's not,
seconder?
wait, you just went back to expense. Do you mean expenses or expenditures?
Expenditures is a different.
All right, because the lobbyist also buys ink for his printer in his office, but you mean on a particular project or effort. Okay, thank you.
And to the pondering seconder, is that friendly?
So, yeah, we're talking about expenditures on, direct expenditures on lobbying, which might be bribing Councilmember Davis with a cup of coffee.
Hey, look, just because he's not here, that's...
No, I don't think she can be bought for a cup of coffee. I know I've tried. No, but I think this is a very good point that the city manager brings up, is that actually I'm more concerned about the sort of expenditures that go on, whether, it's creating an AstroTurf campaign or flyering a neighborhood and that sort of thing. I think that's what we need to be aware of more than, tempted to influence someone with a cup of coffee.
Councilmember O'Connor.
And that would be for anybody trying to influence a project, whether it's for or against. Right, on any position.
And Councilmember
So if
Davis.
somebody was sending out a flyer of 10,000 or whatever to neighborhood, that would be reportable no matter who you are. It should be, okay.
If that somebody is being paid by the project or against the project, there are people who might do it on their own who wouldn't be paid and therefore wouldn't be considered lobbyists. So it's all within the
Right.
definitions included elsewhere in the ordinance.
Okay, so somebody who's independently wealthy and wants to fund something could just do it.
Being rich has its privileges.
Right, and they wouldn't have to report to anybody about that.
That's the First Amendment right.
Right, okay, just want to make sure
That's
you
a
understand
Supreme Court
that.
decision with
But
which I
that's
fundamentally disagree.
understood that somebody who is independently wealthy could choose to express their First Amendment rights by doing mailers and flooding mailboxes, and they would not have to report under this.
Well, unfortunately, that's what the Supreme Court has said. So whether you think it's right or not, I think
I'm sorry, yeah.
and actually, Councilmember Davis was.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, if she's got a question, let's try and keep the thread going.
There's a thread.
Oh, so I was going to ask you a question, but I think it's moot now because I don't see in here any requirement that they say exactly what they're doing, just what they're trying to influence.
Well, right, I don't, I mean, that goes back to then, so on Tuesday, I met with so-and-so and suggested this, and then I think that's.
No, and that's not in here, but I just wondered because you were arguing against something that wasn't, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something in this.
No, but there was a suggestion that the lobbyists should report on their specific activities. That was, someone threw that out there, and I was just responding. I didn't think that was necessarily a good idea. I do want to get to this expenditure issue, though, because I think we need to be very clear about it, because that is a trap where people will get caught.
Okay, so let's hold it a moment, because for a moment there, we had two lawyers in the dais trying to write the ordinance, which is going to be written by the city attorney in a few minutes. So we'll now go back to the discussion, and Councilmember Davis, I assume you were done, Councilmember Hamilwood. Okay, Councilmember Davis, you're next.
Okay, so 2 points I do want to make, which is I have no problem with requiring people to report direct expenses, like I took someone to dinner or I printed up 10,000 flyers or whatever. I think that's fine. But I think we do want to make sure that whatever ordinance we draft doesn't capture, I went out to Staples and bought a ream of paper and I wrote a memo and I made 10 copies of it for people in the office. I just think we need to be really clear that they have to be directly related, because otherwise we're going to capture people, you didn't tell us that you bought those stamps. And I think, that isn't what we're trying to get at here. I think the second comment I want to make, I guess, is with regard, I'm fine with the motion. I just want to make sure, and I guess the city attorney will deal with that when we come back, is that as we talk about people who are lobbyists, this is meant to capture people who work, as you say, for Edison or the gas company or whomever. But I do think, and we will need to look into, and this may require some coordination, for example, people who receive payments. I know it doesn't capture nonprofits, but like during political season, people who receive payments for being part of a political group, even if the group itself doesn't have to report as a nonprofit. If you're someone who's paid to advocate for a project, this doesn't exempt you if you're paid by a nonprofit. Is that correct? Nonprofits themselves as an entity, someone who stands up and says, I represent a nonprofit, but if someone is paid to advocate in an election, for example, is that really exempted or not? That's my question, I guess.
And we'll turn to the city attorney for the answer.
No, but you might want it to be. Joe is suggesting to me that I've perhaps bitten off more than I can chew here. Once again, here I thought you'd give me a really small mouthful when you said West Hollywood, but no. So Joe is suggesting that we take down your suggestions and make sure that you're not clearly trampling over anybody's First Amendment rights, and then come back to you. A suggestion which I know will probably be abhorrent to city management, which is just worried about getting your agendas moving forward. So I apologize. Regulating lobbying is really hard, because regulating around the First Amendment is always hard, as you know. So if we could fall back to that, I guess Joe and I would appreciate that. And then what you're doing is, we've got the changes you already want to make. The 3 that you've mentioned are easy to make tonight. The distinction between when somebody's campaigning versus when they're lobbying is a little bit harder. So we could, you have a pretty full agenda, so you don't really need me to spend more of your time on this tonight. We could come back to you on that if you would prefer.
Let me ask, you said we're clear on a few things. Should we pass an ordinance tonight to have something on the books, or are the questions that have been raised so central to what the ordinance does that it's better not to pass it until we've resolved?
We were suggesting not implementing this till January 1 anyway.
Okay.
So
then
I'm thinking,
I'm going to make a substitute motion based on what the city attorney has just told us, that rather than table the item and ask the city attorney to come back later tonight, that we vote to give this direction to the city attorney and direct that an ordinance come back to us at a future agenda. That's been seconded by Councilmember O'Connor. Is there any discussion on the substitute motion? Seeing none, we can do that by a roll call vote. It's just a direction. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? And so that's passed unanimously, 6
Thank
to
you.
nothing of the city council. Unfortunately, it means another public hearing at a future date, but the person who missed his turn to speak tonight is probably glad about that, because he can come back that other night. And with that, we'll move on to item 7D. Mr. Kabani, good evening.
Thank you. Before I start, I would like to disclose that I am neither a lobbyist nor an architect. And I don't drink coffee.
But you are being paid to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. And I've never met any of you. So tonight, item 7D, we are asking you to adopt several revisions to the city's green building ordinance, specifically that council adopt 2 resolutions, one to support adoption of the green building ordinance amendments, and one updating the city's water efficient landscape and irrigation standards. And we're asking you to introduce for first reading 2 amendments, one to the green building ordinance that would require on-site solar energy systems, and a first reading of amendments to the water efficient landscape ordinance. And the purpose for coming to you tonight with these requests for amendments to the ordinance are fourfold. One is to support Santa Monica's very aggressive water self-sufficiency, renewable energy, and greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. We're also bringing these forward now to adjust to state changes in state code requirements for the energy code, to the state's green building code, which is called Cal Green, and also to the state's new model water efficient landscape ordinance. And some of these things are minor changes to comply with new requirements to make sure that what we're doing is at least as stringent as what the state is requiring. We are also, the energy requirements or the solar requirements that we're proposing tonight will help support Santa Monica move towards the state's goals for zero net energy buildings. By 2020, the state has a goal for all residential buildings to be zero net energy, and by 2030 for all commercial buildings. So this will help keep us on track to meet those goals. And then fourthly, we're making a number of simplifications to the code in the water and landscaping and irrigation side of things. Currently, our code requires that people submit water budgets for landscape irrigation projects. We have found that almost every submission that we receive has an incorrect water budget, and that tends to frustrate the applicants. It takes a lot of staff time to help us revise those, and it slows up the process for approval. So we wanted to simplify the plan check process to make this easier for people and reduce frustration. So I'll summarize the main revisions that we're proposing. On the energy side, our current code has a solar ready requirement, which requires buildings to set aside a certain percentage of their roof area to be available for installation of a solar photovoltaic system, but it doesn't require installation of that system. We are recommending repealing that existing requirement and replacing it with a requirement to install solar photovoltaic energy systems. For single family and duplex properties, we're recommending a 1.5 watt per building square foot. And for multifamily residential, non-residential, hotels, motels, we're recommending 2 watts per square foot of the building footprint. The reason we're focused on building footprint is obviously because these buildings are multi-story and the size of the roof is limited, so you would only be able to, in most cases, install solar on that footprint. These recommendations for wattage were based on work that our consultants have done, looking at other ordinances in place in Sebastopol and Lancaster, and also our evaluation of existing practices both in residential and commercial solar installations, and evaluations of cost-benefit analysis. All of these requirements are cost efficient for people and end up having a payback period which is shorter than the lifetime of the installation. We are allowing exceptions if solar is not technically feasible on a building, and we're also allowing alternative compliance methods through energy efficiency requirements if someone chooses not to put solar on their roof. And that's for residential properties only. For water and landscape, we are, as I mentioned, recommending eliminating this state water budget requirement, which is currently in our code, and replacing that with prescriptive measures which ensure that people will meet the state code requirements, but they're much simpler and easier. They're basically a checklist that they have to go through. Some of the primary things that we're doing are, or these revisions would do, are ban sprinklers and overhead irrigation for new development projects and modifications to existing landscapes. And this includes parkways. We would also ban high water use plants, including turf, on commercial projects for new development and in public street medians, and this is simply to meet the new state requirements. We would allow public agencies and institutions to install turf in recreational areas for sports fields, active play areas, public gathering spaces. The revisions would limit high water use plants, including turf, to 20% of total landscape. That's part of our current code right now. What we're adding is that we would have a total cumulative area of high and moderate water using plants that will not exceed 40% on any landscape. And this will allow people to install things like hedges, which are moderate water using plants, but they like to use them. So it provides some flexibility for people. And we're requiring, per the new state codes, dedicated landscape meters for large commercial and residential landscapes. The applicability of these requirements, the solar requirements apply to new developments and major remodels for single-family, multifamily, and commercial. The landscape requirements apply for all new developments, and then a certain subset of the landscape requirements will be required for existing properties as well, but it's just a much smaller portion of those requirements. Board actions, the Task Force on the Environment met and reviewed these requirements on October 19th, and they're recommending council approval of both the changes to the solar requirements and the landscaping and irrigation requirements. The Building and Safety Commission met in September. They are recommending approval of the solar requirements. They did not make a recommendation regarding the landscape and irrigation requirements because they felt that they did not have enough time to review in detail all of those requirements. They mentioned at that meeting they did not wish to hold up the process to approve these things, but they made themselves available if council wishes to revisit these, if you want to send them back to them for a more detailed review. And with that, I've concluded my presentation. Myself and my staff are available tonight if you have any questions.
Council for the public hearing. I see none, so thank you, Mr. Kabani. We may come back to you, but we'll open the public hearing now. We have 3 requests to speak, if they'd all be ready. Brian Hutchings, you will be first, followed by Jonathan Foster and Judy Abdo. I do not see Mr. Hutchings, so Mr. Foster, it looks like you'll take the lead on item 7D. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'm quite unprepared on this, but I did read through it. It's freedom and liberty. It's out the window on a lot of this stuff. This is a vice. I'd like to read through 7D and change just a few words, splitting hairs here. So this is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the city's water efficiency landscape ordinance and adoption of resolutions, should say observing local climatic, geological, topographical findings that make necessary the support and adoption of an ordinance amendment. That's the way that should read. That's proper. What you got here is not proper. So concrete holding enormous amount of heat for prolonged periods of time is creating global warming. We're having a bit of a drought, and I want to tell you why. The rotation of the earth is slowing down. If it slows down, it gets hotter. If I put a pig on a rotisserie, I spin it this fast, but if I slow it down, it starts getting a lot hotter. And we know the earth is slowing down. It's drifting away from the sun. It's slowing down. It's part of a 13,000-year wobble, and we know that the earth's crust moves, but the axis stays the same. But the crust is moving. So we are drifting and slowing down from the sun. This is causing a lot of problems. And this is going to be good for solar energy because the sun's going to hit the receptors very well. The problem I most have with this is a requirement. It's like a mandation that everybody becomes an on-site solar energy. And you're mandating trees or plants that people can put on their home. I thought we were having freedom and liberty here. Where did that go? Mandated by a problem that we cannot take care of. Can anybody go spin us faster?
Thank you, Mr. Foster. First testimony on the precession of the equinoxes I've heard in a while. And our next speaker is Judy Abdo.
Hi, I'm Judy Abdo. I'm your representative to the Metropolitan Water District Board. And I thought I should come down here and talk about this because I'm very proud to represent a city that has moved forward on all of these issues. In some ways, these are firsts, and they are certainly well beyond the scope of what is happening in most cities or most water districts. I think that it's important to have these be very clear to people so that when they do change their landscaping or they do decide to do some kind of a renovation of their homes, that it's very clear what they're supposed to do and why. And it looks to me like that's the direction we're going in, and I'm very happy to support what is being said. And no one paid me to say this.
Thank you, former Mayor Abdo, for that clarification. And that closes the public hearing on item 7D. The matter is before the council. We're suggested that we adopt an ordinance and resolution. Councilmember Winter.
I think this is excellent work and a great step forward, so I will move the staff recommendation.
That's been moved by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember O'Connor. That includes both adoptions and both introductions. Is there any further comment on this? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Excuse me if I may interrupt for one quick moment.
Certainly, City Attorney.
Yes, because of state law requirements, we're suggesting that the council make separate votes on the resolution and the ordinances.
So do we need 2 votes or 4 votes?
Really 4 votes to adopt each resolution and to adopt each ordinance.
Okay, we want to comply with state law.
I'll back up, and I will amend my motion to just adopt the attached resolution, attachment A.
Second.
Motion by Winter, seconded by O'Connor. Roll call on that, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day? I'm sorry, Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, that's done by a 6-0 unanimous vote of the council. Now, the next
I'll
motion.
make a motion introducing for first reading the attached ordinance amending the 2013 California Green Building Standards Code. That's attachment B.
Second.
Moved by O'Connor, seconded by Winter. Roll call vote, please. I see no request for discussion.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, another unanimous vote of the council, 6-0. The next motion.
Okay. I'll move for that the council adopt for first reading the attached ordinance amending the city's water efficient landscape ordinance, attachment C.
Second.
Motion by O'Connor, seconded by Davis. No request for discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, done by unanimous vote, 6-0. And the final motion.
Okay, I can do that one too. That the council adopt the attached resolution updating water efficient landscape and irrigation standards, attachment D.
Second.
Moved by O'Connor and seconded by a split second by Councilmember Davis. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, 6-0 unanimous approval by the City Council. And before we move off item 7D, Council, I want to offer a direction. It occurred to me in hearing that we were able to adopt these modifications to what is really the state building code, given that we've created the findings, that there's something else we might consider doing. Last night, I was, along with the city manager and the mayor pro tem, very happy to be at the celebration of new heroes for the city And we heard from a young man named, and Councilmember O'Connor was there too. We heard from a young man named John Butchko, who came to us and asked that hearing loops be put in the city council chambers. And since then, we've actually asked that that be done in a development agreement that we were working on. It seems we really should put that into the code, that all new buildings that have assembly purposes have this kind of a hearing loop put in. And in discussing it with the city attorney, she pointed out we would need to make specific findings, as we did for this green building code. I think, for instance, we could find that this is an aging community where more and more people are beginning to have hearing issues. In fact, we've seen several people testify at the council now using the new devices put in because of John Butchko. So I would like to just give the direction that staff investigate the findings it would take and come back to us with a resolution, ordinance, whatever, adding the concept of hearing loops to our building code. Would that be acceptable to the council? Without objection, then that direction is given, and we can move on to item 8A.
Item 7E.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One more.
There are quite a few items tonight.
There
7E.
There are. We'll get there soon enough. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance to repeal duplicative Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapters 9.73, Transportation Impact Program, 9.74, Parks and Recreation Development Impact Fee Program, and 9.75, Affordable Housing Commercial Linkage Fee Program.
And I think this will be a city attorney
One
staff
request to
report.
It will be. In fact, it's possible that the city clerk just gave the staff report because she listed.
Thank you, and we have a public hearing then.
Right. It's just a repeal to eliminate a duplication.
And we'll open the public hearing. We have one speaker, and that is Andrea McPherson. Is Ms. McPherson present in the room? She is just outside the door, so we'll give it a moment. Ms. McPherson, it's your turn to speak on this item. If you're ready, please come forward. And this is item 7E, having to do with an ordinance to repeal some duplicative Santa Monica Municipal Code provisions. Ms. McPherson, we are waiting for you, please.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, let's focus on positive ideas, of course. Affordable housing for the low income and homeless. They focus on three things. Primarily, food, shelter, and staying safe. I know because I'm homeless. We've already been through this situation where I explained that I fell down 21 concrete steps and I had to go to low income and I had mold poisoning. So now I'm out in a shelter. I worked all my life, postal worker, county worker, and a poker dealer. So I put money in so that I can have insurance just in case this happened. I had the mayor and Sue Hemorrhage giving help to the homeless, including myself, giving me information on how to better my situation. And I just want to take the time out to thank you guys. I appreciate that. I came up with a program for a solution to help people who have housing. Affordable housing, and for them to keep their housing. You know, it's called the peripheral vision, to stay not only focused on what's in front of you, open your eyes up and try to see what's going on around you so that you can help your situation, right? Not just focusing on food and shelter and staying safe, other things like tickets and bills and jobs and vocational training, doctor's appointments. For people with mentally ill, there's no law that mandates help for them, you know? So now, the program in itself would have first floor bonds, it would have a VA, it would have a DPSS, it would have a cooking class, it would have vocational training like guard card and things like that, the help with tickets, DMV, SSI, all of these different things, including counseling for people who have drug addictions and things like that, all in one building to keep them focused on.
Thank you, Ms.
getting
McPherson.
better.
That was the end of your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
And I apologize in advance. The council by law has to vote on what's on the agenda, so we can't consider what you did, but thank you for the testimony tonight.
Yeah, it was all about keeping affordable housing, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We hear the relationship, but we won't be able to act on it tonight. So, council, the matter is before us. Councilmember Himmelrich.
I move the staff report.
Second.
Moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Winter. We should do a roll call vote on this, please. I see no request to speak.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, and that passes 6-0, unanimous of the council members present. And at 9:32 moves us into the 8 items with item 8A.
Item 8A, modification of boards and commissions policies, council rules of order, and amendments to the city's elections code. And we have 10 requests to speak.
And I believe you'll be giving the staff report on this.
I will. Good evening, council. I'm presenting a city clerk cleanup item which proposes modifications and updates to the city's boards and commissions resolution, the council rules resolution, and the elections code of the city's municipal code. First, I'll discuss the proposed changes to the boards and commissions resolution. The first significant change relates to the state-required AB 1234 ethics training, which must be taken every 2 years. The city attorney's office and the city clerk's office provide 3 sessions of joint training every other year. Also, free online training is available anytime. Boards and commissioners must take this training. This item proposes to require that the clerk provide a list of board members and commissioners who did not comply with the training requirement as part of the annual appointment process, and to require completion of the training before reappointment. Another change to the board and commission resolution relates to terms for city task force members. The change would set 2-year terms for task force members, but there would, however, be no limit on the number of terms that a task force member could hold. The third noteworthy change to the boards and commissions resolution relates to the situation when one person wishes to be a member of more than one board, commission, task force, or committee. Current rules prohibit double memberships on boards and commissions, but that rule does not include task forces or committees. So this change would add task forces and committees to the covered list. Thus, under the new rule, a person could only be a member of one board, commission, task force, or committee, unless council voted to appoint the person to the second entity with a supermajority vote. Persons who are currently appointed to 2 bodies would complete the terms they're now appointed to. Next, I'll talk about the changes to the council rules of order and procedure. First, I'll discuss the donation of speaker time policy. So this change would clarify that persons may not donate speaker time if they have submitted a late chit, and also could not donate speaker time on 14 items, which are items not on the agenda. Another change is to require council members to disclose off-the-record contacts relating to quasi-judicial matters before voting on such matters. This would apply, for example, during appeals of planning commission decisions. One more change is to modify the definitions of number 2 items on council meeting agendas to include a city manager's report. Finally, I will talk about modifications to the city's elections code. The first noteworthy change to the elections code would modify the disclosure requirements for campaign finance disclosures filed during and immediately after circulation of a referendum. The current schedule, projected up here, shows that there are 3 filing periods. That last filing period, the filing for that period is not due until long after the end of the filing period. It's not due for 60 days after the end of the period. And that can permit supporters and opponents of a referendum not to provide information to the public until a lengthy time after the campaign, which can be even after council has voted on whether to repeal the law at issue. So, here's a chart showing the proposed change. The change would require that the filing covering the last week of the referendum circulation period would after the end of the period. And additionally, there would be a new filing period covering 2 weeks after the end of the circulation period. This would capture contributions and expenditures made after the end of the filing period. Additionally, the deadlines for the first and second reporting periods would be changed to ensure they don't fall on weekends. And I'd like to point out that in the staff report and the proposed ordinance, the deadline for the second period is listed as the 24th day of the period, and I'd suggest that be changed to the 23rd day of the period. That means that the report is filed on a Thursday when the clerk's office is open, and the report would be made available to the public more quickly. I've passed out to staff and it's available, passed out to the council and it's available to the public, a revised ordinance that includes a modification showing this 24th date. That relevant provision provides in section 11.04.165C for referenda ellipse on the 23rd day of the period, covering days 6 through 20. So the second significant change to the elections code is to require electronic filing of campaign finance reports. Currently, campaign finance reports can be filed electronically, but it's not mandatory. Filing electronically is free, and so this change would require the electronic filing. It provides significantly greater transparency because filings are available immediately without waiting for scanning of PDFs into the system, and they're searchable. It will also reduce staff time. Several benchmark cities now require electronic filing of campaign statements, including Berkeley, Pasadena, and Santa Barbara. The revised ordinance I referred to also includes an affirmative deletion of the requirement for original wet signatures on paper filings. That provision provides, in section 11.04.155B, the following phrases added, except documents that must be filed electronically as provided in section 11.04.100. So essentially that deletes the requirement for original wet signatures on paper documents. The third noteworthy change to the elections code is a modification to the current requirement that the clerk's office review and approve draft ballot measure petitions upon request from the proponents. This increases potential liability for the city and is not in step with other benchmark cities. This is the end of my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Council, but we actually have 10 members of the public who've asked to speak to it. Do we have any questions for City Clerk Sarah Gorman before we do the public hearing? Councilmember Davis, you apparently do.
I want to get to the public hearing, but Madam Clerk, I have a question about the wet signature issue. So typically when we sign our filings, we as candidates are certifying that what's in them is correct. Is there, what will be the substitute for that certification if there's no wet signature requirement?
Currently the state law was changed in 2013 to permit electronic signatures for these electronic filings. So there's a provision in the software that says this is being affirmed as correct.
Right, but typically that's filed by your treasurer. I know I will not be doing any electronic filing or I will be in jail. So I guess that's so really what you're saying is when we remove the wet signature requirement, we are in a sense removing the candidate certification, but we're retaining the treasurer's certification, assuming that it's a treasurer who does it. If the candidate does their own filing, then they're certified.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yeah, I had a question about the absences, and that is, it says here that we're supposed to receive a summary of attendance when a member is absent. This is on boards and commissions, 2 out of 6 consecutive meetings, right? And then we get an annual, after this, an annual report. But I'm aware of people missing 2 out of 6 meetings, but not getting any report of that. So that's not being done right now. Is that right?
We're getting a very quiet off-mic response from staff. Perhaps we could ask Ms. Decanet to come to a microphone.
Certainly. So, why don't you come on? Oh, I'm right here.
And we're going to get the definitive answer from the person who does it.
Exactly.
Hi.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, my question is this. So as I understand the attendance policies under Resolution 8525, Section 7, it's on page 7 of the staff report. It says that we're supposed to receive notification when a board or commission member has been absent from 2 out of any 6 consecutive meetings. And we have never received a report. I'm aware of people who have been, just in my general, there are people who have been, I think, absent more than that, and we don't receive reports of it. So
We have not received a report to forward to the council, and that's why we added the other half of the sentence where we ask the board or commission to make a written request to forward this information to council and request removal from the group.
So that's
why we
thank
have not
you.
received one.
Thank you. But I have another question for the city attorney. Sorry, city attorney. So my question for you, is there anything that would prohibit us from making removal automatic if somebody has been absent, let's say 3 out of 6 consecutive meetings? Because I've seen some of the correspondence relating to people being absent, and it puts a terrible burden on the head of the board or commission to have to engage the person who isn't coming.
I was just, excuse me for being off mic myself, I was just asking Joe, I don't believe there's a charter provision that would stop you from doing that. There have been experiences, which some of us remember, where there were members of bodies, including your own, where someone was very ill for a time, and so the 2 absences rule wouldn't work for somebody who was, say, in the hospital for 2 months.
Well, I think you could absent, there could be some relief valve instead of doing it the way we do it, where the commission itself has to remove its own member, which must be a terrible experience.
Right.
It could, instead of doing it that way, we could make it automatic unless whatever.
Right. You might, and I understand what you're trying to get at. So you want to make an exception for sort of good cause, but you want it to be automatic so the onus isn't on the board or commission to say, council, please remove one of our members. And I think one of the things that Ms. Decanay is saying to you is that at the moment, I'm not sure the clerk's office has a way of knowing what the attendance is, because, as you know, most boards and commissions are staffed by city staff members not working in the clerk's office. But yes, I think there would be a way to put all those things together.
And now I have a question for the city manager. Is there a way to make sure that the staff, that the staff staffing these meetings sends the attendance in some way so that we know what it is?
It's a yes.
Some consultation has taken place. We're hoping for an answer.
We can corral all that information, notify the clerk.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winter.
I just had a question for the city clerk about, we're being asked to change some of the rules on donating speaker time. That process seems to me to have been working out pretty well. I understand you're wanting to make these revisions that make sense to me, but I'm just curious how you're applying it. When the mayor calls on a speaker who's having time donated, he makes sure that person who's donating the time is in the room. Do they have to submit their chits simultaneously, or can I come in and submit a chit at 5:30 and then the person who's donating time to me come in and submit time at 6:30 and I'm still in the same order in the queue?
The speaker and the donor must submit their cards at the same time, and they then are at that point in the queue whenever they both arrive. So if they have to both be here at 5:30 to be in that queue at 5:30.
And what's the thinking behind that? I mean, other than that, it's probably easier to manage that.
Essentially to ensure that the donor is truly there in support and not necessarily corralled at the meeting, and is as committed to participating as a speaker, so there isn't a straw man who's essentially just comes at the end.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I just want to go back to this issue of absences. I'm a little uncomfortable, and maybe we should get to the public hearing before we start. But my question would be, would it be possible to have the matter reported to the council, but not an automatic removal. I mean, is that also something we could do? Because I am
Yes.
concerned about, we have had instances, someone who has cancer having to come before us and beg us to not automatically be removed, and in the public describe that. But I do think it's important to be raised with the council, but perhaps not go so draconian as, so that would be okay too, as
Yes.
an interim step? Okay, thanks.
Yes.
And Councilmember O'Connor.
Right, so we could have a method of excused absences whereby somebody would be submitting a letter or something to, say, the commission, and it would only rise to the council if it was not a valid excuse. Thank you.
So when we're still here at 2 a.m., remember, I didn't ask any questions. I said, let's go to the public hearing. And we'll open the public hearing right now. I will ask people to stand and be ready. It'll be Jerry Rubin, followed by Jillian Alexander and Denise Barton to start. Mr. Rubin, you are first. You've asked for 1 minute.
Thank you very, very much, Mayor McKeown and council members. I think the city clerk's recommendations here all seem pretty good. I have a couple things. If you don't do it tonight, at some point soon. One is with all council, board, and commission meetings. This should be institutionalized, the agenda. Any reports should be open to public comment. It's all beneficial for information. In various commissions, they're all different, and it creates a problem. The second thing is some meetings, when they're special meetings, do not allow public comment. But I know that doesn't need to be mandated. And I would opt out that even special meetings do allow public comment. And maybe the Marcia Motry could comment on that. I think it would be better for informational purposes and community input. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rubin, do you feel you don't get enough time to speak?
I actually feel sometimes the 2-minute time is too long, and if there's a big crowd, it could be lowered to 1.5 minutes.
Thank you.
So I thank you.
Next speaker is Jillian Alexander, the Commission on the Status for Women.
Good evening. I do serve on the Commission on the Status of Women, but I'm here primarily just as a local resident tonight. I'm thrilled that City Council is shoring up our meeting agendas, how meetings are agendized, conducted, reported, every part about this, because it's really important to maintaining our democracy. The proposed changes are very good. However, in my opinion, they don't go far enough. On Section 6, and I'm specifically speaking to the ones for the commissions and boards, on Section 6, I recommend to alter the language so that all bodies be required to agendize and conduct meetings according to the rules for city council meetings as they have now been proposed. From those rules for deadlines and meeting dates and activities that are not contemplated by these rules. For section number 3, I think that this is really important and unfortunately necessary to ensure that commissioners and board members actually afford the public an opportunity to bring forward new issues. So one of the things that we had happen at our meeting in October was on our public comment prevented any public comment on new issues. People were only allowed to comment on items that were already agendized. I think the language was probably left over from the previous month's format when we had a special meeting. And so what you see before you is a comparison between the October women's and the seniors meetings.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Denise Barton. She'll be followed by People of California and Michael Toney.
Good evening. I have concerns both with what's included in this item as well as what's not included. Let's start with what's included. Saying that time cannot be donated for public input items. Here I would say your actions don't match your words. You say you want to hear from the public, yet by not allowing time donations for public input, your actions say you don't really want to hear from the public, or only if you have to. And I swore I saw on item 12 not wanting to limit public participation to 1 minute. So what makes 12 and 14 items different than the rest? Which doesn't reflect well on any of you, and tells the public who you say you want to hear from that it's all spin and hot air. Now, for what wasn't included in the Code of Conduct, it states, to ask a question at a city council meeting, you have to ask a council member if you can before the meeting. Does anyone else think this infringes on the public's right to free speech? And since this has been in effect since 1974, one can only take this action as you further trying to control what is said at city council meetings. Just like limiting 12 items to 1 minute, or not allowing people to donate time for public input can only be seen as you trying to control the time limit for what is being said at city council meetings. So why aren't you talking about taking out the part about asking questions at city council meetings? This is not the first time the issue has been brought to the attention of the city. And if it had to be voted on in 1974, doesn't it have to be voted on to remove it? If so, again, why aren't you doing it now? In ending, all of your actions of not allowing donated time for public input, limiting item 12 to 1 minute, and the part about asking questions at city council says you really don't want to hear from the public. Thank you.
Next is People of California.
So I agree with giving the city manager during the 2 item. Since the 2 item is not generally allowed to receive comment from the public, it will seem like a one-sided discussion. Perhaps the public can comment after they hear the city manager's report, as opposed to in front, and maybe sounding like Emily Latella or something. So. With the item of the 14, first off, you're talking about 2 minutes or 4 minutes. That's the difference. And it seems to me like 4 minutes is not that long. If someone's willing to sit here till 2 in the morning to speak to you, I think it's incumbent on you to hear them. And people should not be punished for the late arrival of their friends. If someone has to get here at 5:30 in the evening or whatever, gets their chit in early, it doesn't mean that their friend support is any less if they show up at 9 or 10 for an item that's going to be heard at 2 in the morning. Since there are no staff reports on 14, I suppose that's what late means. So that's ridiculous. If Bill Leahy from Samosa comes up, this should be a 2-minute item, by the way.
He had marked his card for 2 minutes. That's correct.
If Bill Leahy comes up from Samosa, for instance, and says, well, I wanted to give a 4-minute speech, but my presenter here is going to have to give the rest of my speech, I don't think you're going to want to hear it as much. Also, there was listed, well, you guys can always ask questions. Well, you tend to ask questions of people who you agree with more than people you disagree with, in my experience. So that's really slanting things in the public opinion towards opinions you happen to be friendly towards, as opposed to ones that are critical of you. And that's not good for the public process either. So I think we should drop this whole thing with the 14 changes. It seems to me like if you can find someone in the hall who supports your ideas, that's 2 people, and that should give you twice as much time. The disclosure rules for contacts, I think, first off, they don't seem to have any enforcement mechanism, except for Robert's Rules of Order, where the council can discipline its own members, sanction, suspend, or remove, I suppose. But I don't see anyone doing that on violations of the city charter, so why would they do on this?
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Toney, followed by Bruce Cameron and Mike Feinstein.
Michael Toney. My understanding is that this is a sort of a legal requirement for a complete listing of what you're going to be allowing, because people want to have some kind of a limit, some kind of a review. The time is limited, and as the city manager has stated, the time is pretty crucial, and that is the limiting factor. And if it's not set down with the rules specifically, with the hierarchy or whatever, from my perspective, forcing, I don't like seeing the staff to be forced to be forced to go to some kind of training if they're picking this up and already know it without having to be told about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bruce Cameron. Mr. Cameron, you didn't indicate how long you were asking to speak. 1 minute or 2?
7 minutes.
Pardon me?
7.
You have a choice of 1 or 2.
This one?
You want 2 minutes?
Sure.
Set the clock for 2. Thank you.
I tried. Bruce Cameron, Ocean Park. My primary aim tonight was to speak in favor of the changes requested by Mayor Feinstein. And I noticed that the staff report does make those changes to the reporting dates on referendum disclosures. I follow that campaign pretty closely, and it was just egregious. It's the worst campaign I have seen in 30 years of following these things. The disclosure, even as we stand here today, the disclosures are still inadequate. And there are so many breaches of the city rules that were done during that. To my count, there are at least 30, and there's been no, I repeat no, that is 0 enforcement of the breaches of the city law that occurred during that campaign. In particular, the work of PZ Associates really stands out and deserves to be highlighted. The problems are numerous. Now, I would like to know what's the point of us changing all of these laws, even having these laws, if we have 0 enforcement? I would ask that the council direct city staff to enforce the damn law. There is a statute of limitations on that particular campaign that has not run out yet. It goes till about next March, and at which time the statute applies. You still have time to do the investigation, to allow the people to know that you have followed up in enforcing your own laws. Thank you.
Mr. Cameron, several of us up here have been shaking our heads wondering, you referred many times to that campaign. Could you tell us what campaign you're talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was the colloquially referred to as the Hines referendum. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because the Feinstein letter specifically enumerated where these problems were occurring from using that particular referendum as the example as to why the law should be changed.
Okay, we have another question for you from Councilmember Hinojosa.
CityTV Associates, what role did they have in that campaign?
PZ, as in the last letter of the alphabet. PZ Associates was the campaign. Well, we don't know because they haven't disclosed what it is they did and what they paid money for. All we know is that they were paid $16,000. That amount was not disclosed to this council until after you had all voted to accept the signatures that were handed in and rescinded the ordinance. The city lost out on $30 million worth of public benefits without the knowledge of who paid for it and who got paid.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron.
You're
I
welcome.
understand.
And our next speaker is Mike Feinstein. And Mike, it's our Halloween meeting, so you know it's trick or treat, there's candy there when you're done.
And before my time starts, you don't have to tell me to take off my costume. Okay. Okay, so look, I sent you the 12-item for the referendum disclosure portion of this ordinance. Thank you, Mayor, for getting it on the agenda. Thank you to staff for moving ahead on the content. When we passed referendum disclosure in 2001, which was the basis of this law, the reason that we did it is that state disclosure comes quarterly, but a referendum campaign is only every 30 days, which means a referendum campaign could come and go in 30 days and never be disclosed to the community. So we did what we thought at the time was the first ever in the state specific dates just for a referendum cycle. What we didn't realize in the end, because we were concentrating on the public's right to know about who was paying for signature gathering when the signature gathering was happening, that there is still important reporting to happen once the signature gathering is over, both for the last period of time, which of course happens at the end of the signature gathering period, and you do have to report afterwards, and then fundraising that happens after the period is over entirely. And with the dates that we went for, it allowed for 2 months after the signature gathering is over for there even to be reporting. And since most people in politics backload their reporting anyway, it's very easy to hide everything that you're doing. So what Mr. Cameron was talking about is there was $16,000 spent during the residocracy referendum that wasn't reported until after the council voted to rescind the project. The public had every right to know about that money being raised and spent, and makes its own make its own judgments about it. So the changes that are recommended here in the staff report would tighten up that, so that when the public is truly debating what happened with the referendum, which is both during the signature gathering and in those few weeks right after when it qualifies, when it's big news, that's when the residents would have all the information. That's what these changes are designed to do.
Thank you. Next speaker
Thank you.
is Jonathan Foster. And after Jonathan Foster, Zena Josephs. Mr. Foster, you've asked for 2 minutes.
Terry O'Day.
Mr. Foster, you have to address the council as a whole.
Oh, I am. O'Day. It's like Bueller, isn't it? O'Day. Where's the fraud? Where is he? Fraud of the people. Down here it says increased transparency. Can we laugh a lot? I mean, is this transparency where you're going to cut off people that will give somebody else 2 minutes, even if it's late? I think what we should do is they must be able to resubmit together, regardless. If somebody comes in, we have to hear from the people. Donating a late chit. Let's give the voice. Let's hear from the people. Every way, power to the people. When the straw man comes in at the end, we must enable them to resubmit together. And support is inherent in that, isn't it? Whether they really know everything about you, what you're going to talk about, the support is already there. You're talking about increased transparency. Why are you getting rid of it? I mean, it should be 4 minutes. They're talking about it's not enough. I mean, the way I see it, we're not going anywhere. We're here. We got all day long, every day to hear from the people. They're sending emails and text messages and people taking pictures and talking about cutting people out from freedom of speech. First, you took the oath of office, right? Uphold the Constitution. A lot of people, lawyers up there, have to uphold the Constitution to give the people the freedom of the speech, the First Amendment. That's what remember Washington's men were dying, freezing to death in the snow. They built huts for the soldiers and then they froze to death that night. So you can take freedom of speech away here? Is that who you are? You want to freeze to death tonight? Anybody want to try it out? Or do you want to take away freedom of speech? And let's remember what gave us a freedom of speech.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Our last speaker on this item 8A, is Zena Josephs.
Thank you. On item 1 of the recommended action, I'm curious as to whether the modified policies, such as the 2-year terms, will apply to task forces, such as the Child Care and Early Childhood Education Task Force, and if not, why not? And secondly, do you envision a future policy on video testimony shown during public comment? You know, if people are donating time, have to be here at 5:30 to sign up with the person they're donating to, what about the people that were videotaped, you know, a week, a month before the meeting even occurred? Thank you.
Thank you, and that closes the public hearing on item 8A. And council, the matter is now before us. As has been evidenced by the public testimony, there are a number of different items that are part of this and a number of different points that have been raised. So we may want to try and focus on one at a time rather than deal with all of them at the same time. Councilmember Winterer.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question of the city attorney, which she knows I'm going to ask because I asked her by email, which is this issue of local enforcement for non-compliance with our laws about filing, campaign and independent expenditure committee, those sort of disclosures. As I understand it, it's within our purview to have some sort of local enforcement effort. Isn't that correct?
Probably. The state law classifies local elections as a municipal affair. We're a charter city. It would depend on exactly what you wanted to do, but you could, for instance, probably adopt higher standards than state law sets in most areas. So you have to, once you tell us what it is you want to do, I can give you a better answer, but yes.
Okay, well, then, I mean, let's give direction on that after we deal with these matters, correct?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, given the matters that have been raised by the clerk, in this item, I think this is good. I think there seems to be a little confusion about the time donation, because as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, you're only suggesting that for 14 items, public comment items, is where people would not be able to donate time. So they could continue to donate time on other agendized items. Is that right?
Exactly. So the recommendation is to not permit donation of time on 14 items, and also not to donate late shits. So if a person has just 1 minute, they could not donate that.
Right. So if someone came in late, they couldn't say, "Oh, I'm going to take my 1 minute and give it to someone else." Is that correct?
Correct.
So I think these are excellent suggestions to not only help the city council operate more efficiently and more transparency, but also our boards and commissions. I do want to suggest that I do think, and this council has a lot of experience with it, unfortunately, that we don't require people who are facing medical or family crises to sort of be hauled into the public square and have to defend themselves as to why they didn't go to some board or commission meetings. But I do think it is important that the council be notified when the attendance threshold, I guess we set, which was 2 out of 6 consecutive meetings, has been crossed. And at that point, then we can ask the city manager or someone in his office to inquire as if there's something, and it can be handled perhaps in a more discreet manner, and we can then decide if there's good cause for excusing the absences or not. But I don't want to put someone who's facing an illness or a child's illness to have to come to a city council meeting and sort of explain themselves. I think that's maybe asking too much of someone who's going through that. But other than that, I think that these are excellent suggestions. And so maybe just to get the old ball rolling, as they say, I will move the staff report with the addition that the council be notified when there has been a series of absences, more than 2 absences over 6 consecutive meetings, and the council can then address that issue as it sees fit.
Okay, the staff recommendation has been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Councilmember Himmelrich, if you could just wait a moment. The city attorney is asked to comment on something. At least your name is on the queue. Do you remember? Okay, Councilmember Himmelrich. Microphone.
And I actually have a couple of questions of the city attorney. So there are a couple ways that I differ with this ordinance. The first one is with respect to donations. I don't think that we should require that the people be there simultaneously both times of the night. I think that it's enough that somebody stay here until midnight with their friend and are there when they stand up to donate the time. I think that in general it doesn't happen very much. I mean, I think if it did start to happen more, and I think this is done as a deterrence basically, and I think that if we start having many donations of time, then we could change that. But for right now, I think that to allow people to submit the donator and the donor and the donee to submit their chits at different times, and then as long as it's before the item, and then it's not a late chit. So that's my first comment.
Can I ask a clarifying question about that? Because I was a little bit puzzled, actually, when the clerk described the process. It sounded to me as if the second person who's donating the time doesn't have to be there at 5:30 or any specific time, as long as they're here before the completion of the staff report and their request to speak is therefore timely. What doesn't happen, though, is that the original speaker doesn't get to retain their place in the queue. They then drop back to where they would be when the second person donates them the time, which would only be a problem on a very large item with multiple speakers, I would think. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
I hope that clarifies your thinking.
Well, so it changes their position in the queue.
Right.
Okay, so but they can do it at a different time. It's just that if somebody's here at 5:30 and the other person isn't here till 9:30.
Right. The only way to be number one on the queue is to both be here at 5:30.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so my next question is this last point that was raised about videotaped testimony, because I think it's curious that we spend all this time having people be here at certain times to donate time, etc., and yet you don't have to be here at all and somebody can play a videotape of you testifying. So I think that in other cities they have rules about video testimony where it's either not allowed, it has to be submitted 7 days in advance, I mean, you know, various different things. And but I think that a videotape testimony is qualitatively different than materials that support your testimony, because basically you're being given the privilege of testifying in front of the city council without ever being here. And we don't even know who the people are, and we have no opportunity to question them. So my question is, what can we do about that?
And we'll now go to the City Attorney Murtry.
You got a problem if that's what you want to do. This is a limited public forum. If you allow anybody to show videos, you can't tell anybody what the content of their videos can be. So they could show you a picture of another person talking, just as they could show you a videotape that is shown to illustrate the aircraft noise flying over the backyard. I'm sorry, but
so could we have a policy that requires them to submit their, I know other cities do this, that require them to submit their materials in advance?
And the point of that would be if you can't discriminate between content?
Because then you can, if you're seeing the content in advance, then you can at least be prepared to ask questions.
Oh, so this is a different question. This question is if anyone wants to show you a videotape of anything.
Of any, or not even just a videotape, any visual
PowerPoint
aids.
presentation, you're going to tell everybody with a PowerPoint presentation they have to do it a week in advance?
Other cities do it.
Well, other cities, yeah, other cities do it.
Only with the supporting materials. It's not, they don't have to send us the letter 7 days in advance.
Well, I think hardly any other cities have council meetings that go to 2 o'clock in the morning. We just have a lot of input here, which is wonderful, very democratic. But if you're asking me legally, could you ask people to submit things they're going to show rather than things they're going to say in advance? And if you were going to make that requirement applicable to everyone, I suppose you could do that. It's and if your rationale were so that you could give it more serious consideration, I'll note that you don't require people to send emails in early. You
No.
don't require them to send letters in early. All of those can come in at the very last minute and you still see them.
Well, we're given them. We probably don't see them per se. I mean, you know, people give us.
You don't
these
require
kinds
the
of
public
issues.
to send them to the city 7 days early.
That's correct. I'm talking about a different kind of presentation.
I think you could, a reasonable basis for doing it. Joe, do you agree with that? We both agree.
And I've seen, and I'll send you examples of cities.
Oh, no, I believe you that other cities do. I believe you. But you could send it if you want to.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I don't want to waste a lot of time. Are you going to try and add that to the motion? Because if you are, I want to say, well, I think it's a bad idea. But if you aren't, then I don't need to tell you that.
I needed to define what I could and couldn't do, and I think that I think it would be appropriate to have submissions 3 days, maybe not 7 days in advance. But if something is going to be shown to us, that it be submitted 3 days in advance, if it could be supported by the mover and the seconder, I would add it to the motion.
Okay, well, I'm not hearing that support, and I see the city attorney wants to speak before I do. Keep me out of trouble, maybe. I'm someone who looks at being open to new forms of being an essential part of being a good democracy. And I'm not sure I understand the problem some people perceive with a videotape. We have always allowed someone to come to the meeting, turn in a request to speak, and then read a letter from somebody else. And I don't see the medium as being all that different. I have the same ability to be skeptical about what I'm seeing on a screen as I do to hear what somebody read in a letter. Otherwise, I'd be in fatal danger watching Fox News. So I don't see that just because it's a talking head, it's qualitatively a different form of testimony than someone reading a letter. And I would hate to further restrict the ways in which people can communicate effectively with the council. One of the things we always have to balance, that, as the city attorney said, other cities may not have to deal with, is the unique amount of input that we get from a very vocal community. And I want to recognize that it may be easy for people to say, well, you're letting me speak for 2 minutes instead of 4 minutes, and so you're cutting off my access to the council. Every time we have somebody speak for 4 minutes instead of 2 minutes, that means the people who are coming to speak on the item at the end of the night, like the airport people who are here tonight, they're having their right to access the council be compromised, because instead of speaking at 9:30, they're speaking at 11:30 or 1:30. We're likely to be here till 2 o'clock this morning with testimony coming up on future items. So I think it's entirely appropriate that we try to balance the amount of input to give everybody fair access to this council. Now, there was one question raised by a member of the public that I hadn't thought about. Apparently, we are now going to say that task force members have terms of 2 years, which can be repeated endlessly if necessary, although task forces can't go on endlessly, but the individuals can be reappointed. But we were asked about one specific task force, which is the Early Education and Child Care Task Force. I don't remember ever making an appointment to that task force. So how would we have a term limit or reappoint somebody? That doesn't seem to be under the same umbrella as the other ones that were talked about. Could staff clarify that for me?
I believe it's not an official task force under our terminology. Sorry. It's not a council-appointed task force,
so
and this
so to
rubric covers
clarify then,
council-appointed
the
task
recommendation,
forces.
which has been moved now, includes only those council-appointed task forces.
Correct.
Not others that may operate under a different set of rules, but they're not council-appointed.
Correct.
Okay. The city attorney has another question or comment.
I do have a comment. This is kind of a housekeeping matter, which I apologize for not noting earlier. One of the things the clerk is proposing to do is change your rules to allow for a city manager's report at the beginning of your meetings, which of course you can do. The city manager and I have talked about this. He understands that the Brown Act requires that the agenda specify what he is going to talk about. It can't simply be listed as city manager's report. So that's not my concern at all. My concern, however, is that at the moment the city manager's report is listed as a special ceremonial agenda item, and one of the members of the public commented that that would mean under your present policies that the public wouldn't get to speak. And so you don't, the manager's comments to you aren't ceremonial. They're substantive and real and relate to your business. So a way to fix that would be, the special ceremonial items could actually be Rule 6E, and then Rule F could be the city manager's report, and that would put him ahead of everything except the events that are ceremonial. And I can help the clerk with those changes.
And so for constructing an agenda, then it would still be a 2-item, but it would be listed as a different type of 2-item. Otherwise, we have to renumber everything all down the line.
Well,
or could it be listed without a number? I mean, we have things like the roll call and the pledge that are unnumbered.
Well, we'll help with that. The point is, I just don't think it's a good idea to list him in your rules as special and ceremonial because he's your city manager.
Well,
and
we think he's special, but I'm not sure about
well, he may
ceremonial.
be special, but the public gets, under the Brown Act, the public gets to comment. So it's not a ceremonial item without public comment.
And I agree, there should be public comment on that report. And that brings up the question of reports of that nature on other board and commission agendas. You said that they should specify what's being talked about. I can think of one body that's not entirely appointed by the city, but has members, where typically the agenda is so-and-so will report on something very generic, and I've never been able to tell what's on the agenda.
Right. And you know, when staffers or senior staffers do Brown Act training, we always tell groups that a thing that says report without saying what they are isn't acceptable because it doesn't give the public notice of what the discussion will be, and so members of the public can't decide on an informed basis whether they want to come on down and participate. But we will keep an eye out
so
for
that's
that. We agree with you.
Okay, we will stick with what's on the agenda tonight, though, with Councilmember Davis next.
Well, actually, that did subsume part of my question, because I know, for example, Planning Commission has a planning director's report. And so if you'll work on that, that's fine. I don't think we
Who
need
would have
to-
thought that Barry, of all people, would let that? Yes, we'll work on it.
Right. And I just wanted to reinforce one thing the mayor said about the video testimony. You know, there are a lot of people, for whatever reason, it's hard to get through council meetings and sit through 5 hours. And if you can, that's great. We really appreciate it. And I don't want to discourage anyone from coming down and testifying live. But I think our job as a council should be to hear from as many people as possible. And if there are other innovative ways people can find to bring us information, bring it on, because I think that unfortunately, just the one method of having live testimony is very effective, but eliminates a lot of voices that we need to hear.
And I want to point out there are trade-offs. I mean, tonight on our pre-Halloween meeting with the trick-or-treat candy there, someone who does video testimony does not get a piece of candy. Anybody who comes and speaks in person is going to get candy tonight. Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I should have brought this up before, but there's one other point I want to address, and we received a letter about it, and that is about commissions recommending who they want us to appoint to that commission, and taking an action let me say two things. First of all, I don't think commissions should be voting to say who should be the next person on their commission. It's like a fraternity or sorority. I think it's just not. I think that individual commission members should be able to write to us and say who they support and who they don't. But the idea of taking collective action in the commission on a particular applicant, I think is wrong. The Planning Commission doesn't do it, and I don't think commissions should do it. That's number one. But number two, commissions are doing this because of the vagaries of deadlines before the application period is closed. So we're getting commission recommendations in support of applicants without a full set of information being available to the commission. I'm opposed to that as well.
This was something I intended to bring up as a potential direction. Let me turn to the city attorney. We are limited to what is on the agenda here tonight. This would sort of be outside that, but we could give direction that that be considered at some future point, because that's not something we could write up on the fly, and I'm not sure it's really covered in the as broad as the agenda item is tonight. I think it's a very interesting issue, but I'm not sure we can act on it directly tonight. Are there any other council member comments? We have a motion and a second. The motion was by Councilmember Davis, and I'm sorry, I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez who seconded. And as I recall, the motion has only been amended once. And could you repeat that amendment so we're all clear on what we might be voting on?
I'm trying to remember what the amendment is now. My brain is fried. What? We're looking for hints here. Sounds like
Relating to the.
Is it bigger than a bread box?
Right.
Giving the notification of absences.
That's right. I'm
2 out of
sorry.
6.
Phew. Okay, good.
My notes are not great for this one.
Right. No, but that's
notification of mental absence.
That's right, but that's better than I was doing. Right. So that the modification would be that if someone missed a border commissioner or a member of a task force missed 2 out of 6 consecutive meetings, that the council be notified, so that it may take appropriate action, whatever that might be.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, we have no further requests for discussion, so let's go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Day not present. Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes, and so those changes, as various as they are approved by a unanimous 6-0 vote of the council. And now would be the appropriate time, perhaps, to offer the direction that we look into the question of council self-recommendations. It's kind of those advertising signs where you see a pig eating a pork chop or something, you know. Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, I was hoping we could give direction to the city attorney to come back with us about some ideas about what we can do for local enforcement of some of these issues we've faced with either candidate committees or independent expenditure committees not complying with the required disclosure laws. Obviously, a good deal of that's the purview of the FPPC, but some of these issues don't seem to be taken action on in a time-effective manner. I'd like to see whether we can do something locally. And you said it was possible with some...
Yes.
So, you understand.
Okay, so that direction, I see no direction is given. And Councilmember Himowitz, you may also have one.
Yes, and as I said before, I'd like to see some sort of regulation or ordinance regarding commission recommendations, official commission recommendations of applicants to be appointed to commissions.
So we're asking that be
Shall I be more
evaluated
specific?
by staff and return a recommendation. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, so I believe that the practice of a commission voting to recommend an applicant is inappropriate, and I also believe that it's particularly inappropriate when it's prior to the expiration of the time for filing an application.
Well, just a thought. It does occur to me that you don't have to adopt anyone's recommendations for anything. You certainly, there are many times when staff makes recommendations, and that may yet occur even again tonight, that you decide not to follow the recommendation. I don't know about making a law that says they can't make a recommendation, though you could announce, I suppose you could announce a preference on that.
Well, so I think that a lot of for commissions that meet once a month, for instance, if they're spending time interviewing a bunch of candidates in order to recommend one of them to us, I mean, it just seems to me that it's not an orderly or effective use of time, and individuals can always recommend.
Right. Well, what if you took a vote on this idea tonight, and then depending on how the vote goes, you just ask staff to inform all of the boards and commissions, if your fellows agree with you, council member, if that is a policy you all want in place, why not just take a vote on it in favor of the policy and then direct staff to inform all the boards and commissions that you aren't really going to look to them for body recommendations?
The city attorney has just said we could take a vote. So you're saying that this would be a vote on a direction. Obviously, we can't be voting on a policy because we haven't had a public hearing.
No. I'm sorry.
We can always give a direction.
I'm with Galeem. I'm fading, and it's alarming given that we're not nearly done.
Well, I have to police the city attorney.
Thank you so much.
Let me just give the history here, though, Councilmember Himmer, so you understand how this came to be. It used to be, until about 5 years ago, that the city council appointed members from the council to be liaisons to each of the boards and commissions. And so they were very much aware of what the composition of the board was, and when a vacancy came up, what the need was for someone to fill out the team, so to speak. Absent that liaison role, we have become more distant from the boards and commissions, and it was frankly we who in many cases asked the boards and commissions to help us out. I think you've correctly identified that as this has played out, it is a negative in some ways, because in the end it's our decision who we appoint. It sometimes becomes divisive at the commission level. You've identified that it sometimes takes commission time where there should be advisory to us on the issues at the heart of their mandate. So I actually support that direction. And we have a few other people who want to speak before we take a vote on it, the first of them being Councilmember Davis.
I guess I have a question for the city attorney, because I don't actually know the answer to this. Do boards and commissions have First Amendment rights as a body? Or I know the individuals do, obviously. No, I'm serious, because, well, no, because, we're
just discouraging it. We're not saying they can't do it.
All right, well, then I think we need to be clear that we're saying we're discouraging it, I'm just curious, because if they choose to spend their time on it, and they feel a productive use of their time, and they choose to come to a body and say, we make this recommendation, is there a First Amendment issue? I just don't know the answer to that.
Actually, I think everyone needs to give me legal advice tonight. I think Councilmember Warner is right. I think, ironically, they would if they incorporated.
There you go.
I don't know the answer for sure. But since all you're going to give is a direction for staff to come back anyway, we have a little time.
That's fine. I was just curious, because I just wanted to
Seeing no
take that
further request to speak, this is a direction to staff. Could be done by a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, and any abstentions? So that passes by a 5-1 vote with Councilmember O'Connor, the dissenting no vote on that. And that allows us to move on.
1 second, Mayor. I just want to confirm that the vote you took earlier, the proposal, did include that revision to the change in the rules, because I didn't speak up fast enough on the issue of the city manager's report at the beginning of the meeting. But I'm sure you were thinking of including that change in the rules.
It did not, but since we're still on the item, we can re-vote with the understanding that that is now included. So I'm going to call for a re-vote, a roll call on the item now, including the redefinition of the city manager's report.
No longer ceremonial.
Right.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes, and that is unceremoniously approved by a unanimous vote of the City
Thank you.
Council, 6-0. And that moves us on to the next item.
Okay. This is a special joint meeting of the City Council, the Redevelopment Successor Agency, and the Housing Authority. I'll now announce the respective payment and conduct roll call for the special meeting. For the Redevelopment Successor Agency, there's no compensation, and for the Housing Authority, it's $50 per meeting. I'll now do a roll call for the Redevelopment Successor Agency and Housing Authority. Chair Pro Tem Vice Chair Vasquez.
Present.
Agency Member Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Agency Member Commissioner Himmerich.
Here.
Agency Member Commissioner Winter.
Present.
Agency Member Commissioner O'Day is not present. Agency Member Commissioner O'Connor.
Here.
And Chair McCune.
I'm here. So we're all here. So we have 6 members of each body present, and I'll have a staff report.
And I'll just call 8B very quickly.
Oh.
8B, fiscal year 2014 through 15 year-end budget changes and fiscal year 2015-16 budget position and compensation changes. And we have 12 requests to speak.
And Ms. Dick-Dakefellas Hughes, do you have good news?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Yes, I'm back, as I am every year in October. This is our first of our times that we're going to come to you to talk about our yearly closeout. What we have tonight is a view of our budgeted numbers and how we did based on budget. So these are unaudited numbers. We're still working on our audit and our financial statements. We'll be coming back to you in a few months once our audit and our CAFR is done. But wanted to put this into context that what we do as part of year end and looking at our numbers and our budget performance is it helps us to move into our forecast process and then into our exception-based budget that we'll be working on. So this starts to inform us. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so I do have good news. This year we ended the year, the 14-15 fiscal year, with savings of $15.2 million in the general fund and $23.6 million in all other funds. What's very important to note is that all of these savings are mostly one-time, non-recurring savings. In the general fund, the savings was shared pretty much equally by higher revenues than anticipated and lower expenditures. Our revenues, out of the $8.7 million in higher than anticipated revenues, about $7.2 million of that money was one-time in nature. Some of the types of things that owed themselves to that are an increase in documentary transfer tax revenue due to some large properties being sold, and a state reimbursement for mandated costs that they had actually suspended some of that reimbursement program during the budget crisis, and now they're making up for it. So these, as you can see, are items that we can expect to see every year. On the expenditure side, about 80% of the $6.5 million in lower expenditures were due to over 100 vacancies, again in the general fund. These had to do with just the normal cost, the normal course of doing business, and these are 100 vacancies throughout the year, not on a given day. They also have to do with the fact that we added or expanded some programs. For example, our firefighters, we did add firefighters. We changed our consolidated dispatch system, and there were some recruitment programs going on throughout the year for that. On the ongoing revenue side, I do want to let you know that we have some, that our property and sales taxes are doing well, but we are seeing some flattening of our increases in our transient occupancy taxes, our hotel tax, as well as our UUT. And these have to do with some global factors, I would say, the economy being the key factor. On the other fund side, we have $18.1 million of that is expenditure savings. Now this again is mostly one-time in nature. We had about 40 vacancies throughout the year, again the normal course of business. We also have in our other funds, this is where we accept grant funds. So if projects aren't actually happening exactly in the year that we had time that they were going to happen, we haven't received the grants, we also don't spend the money. So there's some grant timing issues. And we also we're working on an accounting adjustment, a new GASB statement that is requiring that we make an accounting adjustment related to our pension reporting. That's about $2.4 million right there across the board. In terms of increased revenues, we saw about $5.5 million in the beach and pier fund. There was increased activity. We had some increased child care fees from development agreements and linkage fees. And then there were, again, some smaller increases in revenues in various enterprise funds. So in our staff report tonight, we are we're proposing some recommended uses for the funds. Within the general fund, we are recommending that we follow our fiscal policies and appropriate a third of the department expenditures, which comes out to about $2.5 million, to expenditure savings control budgets that are going to be used by departments to further their missions. We also would like to set aside $7.6 million for capital infrastructure needs that may be unanticipated, and things come up throughout the year, or sometimes we hold those over in our fund balance and can use them later if we need them. And finally, we are recommending that the remaining funds in the general fund be dedicated to strategic initiatives. These are the 5 initiatives that you voted to prioritize in August, and they include mobility, a diverse community that's affordable, gaining local control of airport land, addressing homelessness, continuing our broad educational partnerships that include cradle to career. And these are shovel-ready projects that I will that are described in more detail in the staff report. On the non-general fund savings, non-general fund side, the savings will drop back into the fund balances of these funds so that we can build reserves there and support any future capital projects. And there are also some grant-funded timing issues that exist there that we'll be able to fund the projects with. Also included in the staff report are some budget changes. We have budget changes that are adjusting the fiscal year 14-15 budget at year end, some big adjustments that are important to make, and we're also looking at some changes in 15-16 and beyond. So in 14-15, we are budgeting for the redevelopment agency final payment on our settlement agreement with the state and the county. That was out of the $24.4 million in budget changes. About $23 million is in the general fund, and about $22 million is that payment. We also are budgeting about $800,000 for a settlement, a utility users tax settlement. And we had about $250,000 for airport litigation. These funds have all been set aside in the past. This is not accessing new revenues. These are funds that we had set aside in the past for these specific issues. And we are also going to be adjusting the budget to make sure that some grant projects have the budget to reflect the expenditure budget to reflect the revenues that came in. In fiscal year 15-16, we're recommending $10.8 million in appropriations. 9.3 of that is in the general fund. Again, these changes are dedicating the one-time savings that we have to the strategic initiatives the council has set. It also includes investing some additional funding in the Santa Monica Institute program that would support organizational development. We're also requesting that we make some staffing adjustments that actually result in 2 additional staff positions in the general fund. One is a senior advisor to the city manager on airport affairs. This is actually part of our strategic initiatives, but it is also a staffing adjustment. And we have a water resources specialist position, which is going to be dealing with water conservation. As I mentioned before, we're also asking that you appropriate $2.5 million to expenditure control. And we are allocating funds that we had previously received mitigation fees to drought response projects that will meet the city's water usage reduction goals and the state's water reduction mandate. Over the coming weeks, we will be developing metrics that will help us report on the progress and effectiveness of the strategic initiative projects, and we'll be reporting back to council at regular intervals. We'll also continue the longer-term process of prioritizing these 5 goals in our work plans and in our budgeting as we begin to work on the exception-based budget for fiscal year 2016-17. And before you are the recommended actions tonight. And that concludes my report.
Is that very good news? You may have 2 pieces of candy. And you may need them because you're about to field questions from the council. Do we have any questions at this point? City manager want to add anything at this point? We will then open the public hearing on item 8B. And we'll begin with Betsy Heitschu, followed by Irene Zivi and Laura Ornalis. And if people could get up and be ready ahead of time, and remember, it is our pre-Halloween meeting. We're doing trick-or-treat on testimony. The candy is over there on the side.
Betsy is here. She just stepped out for a minute.
I'll hold her card for just a moment.
Will you hold it? Okay, thank you. I'm going to be very brief. Mayor McEwen and council members, my name is Irene Zivi, and I'm a resident of Sunset Park. As a member of the Santa Monica Child Care and Early Education Task Force, and as task force liaison to the Cradle to Career since its inception, I urge you to support the staff recommended budget changes before you deny a resolution. I attended the council's special meeting on August the 3rd this summer, where you selected the city's top priority strategic initiatives for the next 3 to 5 years. I was pleased that education from Cradle to Career was one of the 5. I want to commend the whole council and the staff for the productive way that you selected the priorities at that meeting. I was really impressed. In tonight's staff report, staff recommends additional support for libraries, Virginia Avenue Park, Cradle to Career, and the youth resource teams. These are all critical efforts in our continuing work to bring quality early childhood education to all of the youngest citizens of Santa Monica. I thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, though, from Councilmember Himmelrich.
So I'm really impressed with the list of things that we're supporting in this, but I do have a question about the Cradle to Career community engagement enhancements because I don't understand what that money is doing. So, oh good, but our city manager is going to tell me.
I think city manager can do it better than I can.
Mr. Cole?
And we've actually directly discussed this, but we're building a coalition that draws on the resources of nonprofit organizations, faith-based organizations, neighborhood associations, our library, the school district, the community college, and other stakeholders in this effort. There's no glue to hold that group together. It's all done essentially pro bono. And there's no opportunity to expand that coalition by creating creative civic engagement opportunities for people who really want to participate, but who may not have an organizational affiliation. So the idea is to strengthen the bonds that hold this together, to generate greater enthusiasm and visibility in the community, to attract new supporters to the effort, and to sustain the strategies that emerge from that so that we can actually begin to see some tangible results. So it's soft cost support. And as you know, in the world of nonprofits, you can always go to a foundation or always go to a funder and say, I'm going to feed this many people, I'm going to house this many clients, I'm going to train this many docents. It's much more difficult to find funding for the general support to make something work. If over the next 3 to 5 years we are going to generate a community-wide commitment to these efforts, this is really a one-time effort to create enough self-sustaining momentum behind this coalition that it will carry forward to the results we're seeking.
Thank you.
Actually, it was Councilmember Himmelrich's question. Did that answer your question?
Well, so is it on outreach? Is it on, I mean, you know, I get...
Outreach, support, and sustainability. It's investing in this so that it is self-sustaining. And so there's a formal structure, whether it's attached to an institution or institutions, or whether it is independent. There needs to be enough wind under the wings of this effort to get it off the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Our next public speaker is Betsy Haichu. Hi.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your leadership in establishing strategic initiatives for the next 3 to 5 years. I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to attend that, but I'm strongly in support of all of them. But as you know, I have a very deep commitment to education, and especially to early care and education. Please support the staff recommendations for strengthening education in our community through the Cradle to Career Initiative and the Youth Resource Team's efforts to identify and serve those families in greatest need. There's a huge gap between what has been developed under the leadership of the city and the strong support of the council, and what we are able to do, and also what people know about what we can do. And so I'm really hopeful that this amount of money that I hope you will allocate will go a long way towards starting a better flow of communication and cooperation and collaboration in the city among all the people who can make this happen. So thank you very much for your past, and I hope your future support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Ornelas, followed by Barbie Applequist, Leila Tashimi, and Renee Malara.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Ornelas. I'm a parent and a resident here in Santa Monica, as well as the Director of Family Services of Santa Monica. I had the pleasure of being here this spring to support the efforts of funding that was made possible, and you actually did award that to us. In July, we began the Early Childhood Wellbeing Project. So I just wanted to share with you the benefits and some of the outcomes already that we're seeing in that project. We were identified as the agency that would begin finding the 25 most at-risk families with children in the birth to 5 age range. And we have already begun to do so actively. We've been out in the community meeting with community partners and been able to train them so that they would be able to help us to figure out which children to screen. And so we've begun doing that in this community already. We have begun creating a network of service providers so that no families will be falling through the crack, because we're going to be communicating clearly about who is meeting the needs of those individual families. And I wanted to share with you a little bit about the referrals that we have so far so that you understand directly how these families are benefiting. The children that we've received referrals on so far are generally in the preschool age range, meaning 3 and 4-year-olds. The children are attending our local preschools. Many of those preschools have been referring to us, including those with subsidized slots. We've also been hearing a lot from community core housing projects here, as well as the various shelters around town. I don't want you to think that the dollars are just limited to birth to 5-year-olds, because actually all of this communication is benefiting families with older children, as well as these children have siblings, as well as those community members are calling us about other children in other age ranges. The families are stressed beyond their ability to parent effectively. That's what's going on. That's what we're finding, which puts those children and families at risk of abuse and neglect. There is a significant amount of domestic violence that we're finding in these family systems. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Barbie Applequist.
Good evening, Mayor.
Oh, wait, I'm
McKeon.
sorry. I did not see that Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez had a question for the previous speaker. So if Laura or Nellis could come back.
Just real quick, did you say you're just targeting the young, I guess, the early child care kids, or also the teens?
Well, Family Services Santa Monica, YT, as you know, the youth resource team, which is focused on 16 to 25-year-olds, and we sit on that committee. But Family Services Santa Monica has a new grant specifically for families with birth to 5-year-olds. Some people refer to it as the YRT for young children.
Because I guess my question, I don't know if it's for staff or if it's for you that's working on this, but I still find it disheartening that we still find kids falling through the cracks, mostly in the junior high and the high school kids. It's roughly about 100, and we spent so much money, but yet we're still not able to address that. And I'm wondering what thoughts or what you're going to do that's going to be different.
Right. There's a certain amount of communication that needs to improve, and particularly this funding, as you've already heard from our city manager, is meant to improve the infrastructure that allows for that communication collaboration to exist. Since we're all nonprofits, there's only a certain amount of bandwidth that we have. We're serving clients potentially in a vacuum, and we want to make sure that we're serving them consistently with a safety net underneath them. In this particular project, we're aiming to target families as early as possible so that they don't grow up to become the kids that you're already talking about.
All right. And Councilmember Hindlerich also had a question for you.
So I wanted you to finish your sentence because I want to understand what kinds of services we're extending to these families to help reduce their stress.
Okay, you'd like a literal description of the services?
Yes.
Okay, so in this particular project, we're going out, we're conducting a screening. If enough concerns are shown on the screening, we move up to what's called a clinical assessment. We can move into a higher level of assessment from there. So there's 3 different levels. From there, we can refer the family internally or externally to different service providers for things like child-parent psychotherapy, for something called a mindful parenting class, which is like a therapeutic playgroup to improve the relationships of children and families, as well as a really hearty assertive case management component. Because sometimes what happens is the families are linked to a service and the service provider's out of there. And the most important thing is that they actually are engaged in a service. So that's what we're doing and what we really need to improve the infrastructure for everybody to do.
So the stresses on many of these families is caused by lack of financial resources. They don't have enough food, they don't have jobs, they don't have stable jobs, they don't have stable housing. I mean, all of those things, and I just know because this is what I do every day in my job. So my question is, are we trying to connect people to the other services available at a county and state level?
That's absolutely the point, is when we say no family is falling through the cracks, we figure out who is meant to best serve them. For example, my agency has leveraging through the Department of Mental Health. So 30% of this project is paid for by families who are recipients of Medi-Cal and being billed back directly.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and don't forget your candy. Next speaker is Barbie Applequist.
Good evening, Mayor McKeon and council members. My name is Barbie Applequist, and I'm a resident of north of Montana. I'm going to move this up a little bit. There we go. I'm here tonight in my capacity as co-chair of the Santa Monica Child Care and Early Education Task Force. At its meeting on October 21st, the task force voted unanimously to endorse the staff recommendation for tonight's agenda item 8B with respect to providing these additional one-time surplus funds based on the city's priorities. The task force and its members as individuals have helped develop these collaborative efforts and related initiatives like Cradle to Career to bring the best programs and resources on the earliest years of childhood through older youth and their families. These are broad-based efforts, and we're striving to have long-term positive impacts on education, cognitive development, and mental and behavioral health for all of our community members. The task force enthusiastically supports the allocation of additional funds to improve key library and park facilities, to strengthen the coalition, and broaden the reach of these community-based initiatives, including Cradle to Career and the Youth Resource Team. We want to help the most vulnerable members of our community, and we appreciate that it's been designated a priority for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Leila Tashimi, followed by Renee Malara and Pauline McPeak.
Esteemed council members, while I'm a very proud resident of this city for almost all of the past 50 years, and I also worked here as an SMMUSD elementary teacher for 17 of those 50, I come here tonight to address you for my first time, as it is the first time I believe there is a reason to do so. I've become aware of your 5 top priority strategic initiatives for the next 3 to 5 years, all of which I embrace, but I'm particularly driven to see succeed your partnerships supporting education and from Cradle to Career. Not only am I newly focused on the work of Santa Monica Cradle to Career as a founder of a preschool in South Santa Monica to be opened in the near future, our entire city is poised to benefit from your sanctioned attention to the issues of care for our youngest citizens. There appear to me to be coalescing factors leading to what could become a clearer path for Santa Monica families to find resources needed for their preschool-age children. Your strategic initiative in this area, the birth of ECEC at the Civic Center, and the Youth Wellbeing Report Cards all point to this vision of people starting life out healthy and happy if they're in Santa Monica. This is our town's I Have a Dream for Early Childhood moment. And I'm here tonight to amplify the call, to stand with the hardworking partners I see on the ground, task forces and working groups, who believe that their whole is greater than the sum of their parts, so who seek further coalition building to achieve this vision. You, our city council, are not beholden to single interests, and I would not come here to advocate for one. You see the whole picture and recognize this vision for well-cared-for citizens does not discriminate based on age, nor do you approach related issues as though they are disconnected. Those of us working on the many related and challenging issues of care for preschool-age children likewise need the chance to continue collaborating to employ the best available research and practices and to enhance our engagement with the community at large, utilizing the resources you provide. Thank you.
Thank you. I was waiting for a period. I knew there'd be someone somewhere. Renee Malara, followed by Pauline McPeak, Lisa Golden, and Megan Maroney. Are none of those people here? Let me try one more time. Renee Malara, Pauline McPeak, Lisa Golden, Megan Maroney. And you are, please? Ms. Golden, okay. These other people are not here, apparently.
Good evening. Oh, okay. Good evening, council members and Mr. Cole. My name is Lisa Golden Balfus. I am a psychologist, and for the last 4 years, I have been very proud to represent the Santa Monica Malibu PTSA on the Cradle to Career Collaborative as the parent representative. I'm the past president of the Samo High PTSA, and I serve as the current vice president for health and safety for the PTA Council representing all the schools in the district. I'm here to thank you for making the Cradle to Career Collaborative a priority for Santa Monica. There is very strong support among so many parents in the Samo High community for continually improving educational, psychosocial, and career outcomes for all of our students, and the city's help in pursuing these goals is deeply appreciated. Cradle to Career Collaborative is intended to make a collective impact on Santa Monica's young people so that they can all receive the resources, opportunities, and skills they need to be happy and productive members of their communities. We specifically support the recommendations for both community engagement enhancements and professional development and capacity building for the youth resource team. This funding will allow us to bring C2C to another level. The work will grow in relevance, reach, and efficacy, drawing on the data from the youth report card and addressing the issues of depression and substance abuse for high school students, among others. It is important to ensure that we continue the whatever it takes approach to our most vulnerable youth and their families, in addition to the current focus on older youth. Thank you so much for your ongoing commitment. Your support promotes the enrichment of our whole city through investment in child well-being. Thank you.
Megan Maroney has not indicated she's present. Lisa Wilson and Sherry Davis. Any of them here? I see Ms. Davis in the room. I don't see Megan Maroney. I do not see Lisa Wilson. So, Ms. Davis, you have asked for 1 minute, and you'll close the public hearing for us. Hi.
Just Rochelle Finale, who is here also. I believe she put it in, but and before I did. But
Well, the city clerk will have to check that for us.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, City Manager Cole. I'm Sherry Davis, Chair of Community for Excellent Public Schools, past President of the PTA Council for Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. I just don't need very much time because I think all the previous speakers have said what I would have said probably better than I can say it. But I'll just add one little bit to add my support to the staff recommendation. Just to emphasize that the City of Santa Monica is innovating in the Wellbeing Project, in the Cradle to Career Task Force. Let's continue being innovators. This allocation of additional monies will continue the Cradle to Career work. We know that starting early is the way to close the achievement gap, what our school district is dedicating its entire mission on. We know that will help students lead into lives where they're in careers that help them to be economically sustainable and long-term investment all around. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council, we have just received a late request to speak. What's the Council's pleasure on that? I hear motion and second for 1 minute. All in favor, aye. And therefore, we will be hearing Rochelle Finale for 1 minute. Ms. Finale? I double-checked you weren't on my list.
Thank you so much. Good evening to all of you. Just on behalf, very briefly, on behalf of the PTA Council, which represents leadership of all of the schools in every neighborhood in our SMM-USD, and all of the activists numbering more than 5,000 throughout the community, just a big thank you for your support, for including this as a strategic initiative among your top 5. And we are here also in strong support of the staff recommendation around this issue. It reflects the extraordinary commitment in our community for strong educational outcomes for all of our students to reach their full potential, an all hands on deck approach to actually realize our vision. And I want to shout out a special shout out to public libraries as one of those sectors that's been just an amazingly strong partner in our work, especially on the early childhood and after school care programs. So once again, thank you very much for your ongoing and deep commitment to this partnership that benefits all of our students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing on item 8B. Does, first of all, does Council have any questions for staff on the budget adjustments? Councilmember Winterer.
Yeah, I like all of what we're being asked to allocate $5.1 million to the various strategic initiatives. I just have a question about one item. One of those top 3 priorities is securing local control of the city land occupied by the Santa Monica Airport. And the 2 things we're being asked to fund is, one is a senior advisor to the city manager on airport affairs. I think that's an excellent idea. I'm just curious about how improvements to the Airport Avenue pedestrian walkway for $500,000 advance securing local control of the Santa Monica Airport land.
Fair question, Council Member. I recall the discussion we had about the priorities, and you raised the question of what about parks, and one of the clear mandates of the council is to add to the parkland with the land that is no longer under constraints, so that be converted to parkland. I think there's a great hunger for recreational uses. So if you have that's why we put that in, is that regardless of what we're able to do on the rest of the land, and we're proceeding forward with planning for the additional parkland, this would enhance public access that we've heard from in the visioning sessions, of people being able to, in a pedestrian way, utilize the open space in the park or in the airport acreage. So it's a significant cost, but it would allow a lot of people to have access to run and to walk in that arena.
And if I could chime in, to be a little more specific as to what the manager said, one of the themes that emerged from the community back in the visioning process and has been reiterated in various ways ever since was the wish to have a walking track that perhaps eventually went all the way around the airport, or it could be walking and biking. Right now, it really isn't possible to walk safely and comfortably from the eastern end of the airport to the western side along Airport Avenue because of breaks. And so I think that was the thought, wasn't it, City Manager, that this would make a safe and pleasant and green walking path from the east to the west, and be a significant start on at least what had been expressed earlier as a possible vision, which was a perimeter path at the airport for running, walking, and biking.
So you're correct that it in and of itself is not a step forward to our larger goal of getting local control of those parts of the airport that are under the constraints that we'll be talking about later on tonight, I'm sure. But it would be a tangible enhancement to recreational opportunities in the community.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just a little concerned about it being under the rubric of the securing local control. We've allocated at least funds for planning an environmental analysis of those additional 12 acres of non-aviation land that we want to change into a park, correct? So those funds are already allocated.
And we've also allocated money for actual planning. In fact, we just received, I believe, 10 proposals from a remarkable array of design teams who are submitting for consideration to actually design the additional about 12 acres of parkland.
So I guess my concern is, should we, and I hope we do, secure local control of that airport land, we might then engage, this is based on input received in the airport visioning process, which you weren't here, but to put it politely, it was not wholly satisfactory to a lot of us, and we might in the future engage in a more comprehensive planning process for the use of that land, which might entail creating a street grid to reduce traffic, park uses, all sorts of things. So I guess I wonder about the purpose of investing capital funds into something that might prove in the long run to be temporary, as opposed to finding
Let me suggest if the majority of the council feels that way, you shift that fund into the contingency. That would allow us to repurpose it for either that priority or one of the others with council approval.
All right, and then my other question for you is that, we are putting money into maintaining an inclusive and diverse community in various areas, but one of the things I'm concerned about is that I don't think a week goes by where I don't get at least one email from a resident who is enduring various forms of harassment in their existing affordable housing. And a lot of that, what seems to be going now, is a sort of harassment strategy predicated on not making repairs or invading a home space to make repairs but not completing them, various code compliance and building and safety issues, and we just don't seem to have either the resources or the bandwidth or whatever is required to address that issue. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I do, council member, and I share your concern whether that is real, and I suspect it is real given the economic incentives built into the ability to vacate a unit and rent it at affordable housing or at market rate rents. It isn't always real because landlords and tenants will get into disputes but having the resources to move on it to ascertain whether it's real or not is an important priority of the city. I think one of the problems is I think we have the bandwidth, but I don't think we have the bandwidth to move on it as quickly as would be ideal. I mean, you know, if one of these things takes place for a couple of months while we're allocating resources and doing investigations, you're pretty deep into the dispute at that point. So there's an expectation sort of, you know, on Monday morning, are you going to be doing an inspection because I'm calling up in a mad panic on Saturday? That is a place where we certainly could augment resources. I've sat down with our new code enforcement manager. She's working very hard within existing resources to reprioritize them to create greater capacity for this kind of issue. But without throwing money at a problem, this is a problem that I think is probably going to grow. And if you'd like to direct us to take a look at how to best resource that, again, if you free up some money and put it in a contingency, we could come back with a repurposing of that.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Well, let me sort of start at the beginning and work my way through the list. One of the, I want to support, and I'm just sort of going through the way they're presented in the staff report, the idea of scramble crosswalks downtown. One of the comments I made to the city manager was I'm hoping that we can prioritize the scramble at 4th and Colorado. I don't know what the time frame is for this, but we have the Esplanade opening, we have Expo opening, and so I think that intersection in particular, which is a miserable intersection, will be made more miserable. And so if we can sort of put that one at the top of the list, and I've even suggested, because as I've complained many times before, when people get off the Expo, they're going to look at a bank, they're going to look at Bloomingdale's, they're going to look at Sears, and they have no idea there's a promenade behind there. And so I think some artwork perhaps in the scramble crosswalk that would, you know, perhaps some representations of the promenade and a sign that says promenade this way would be exciting. And I know we have a lot of local artists who would be able to do that. And this is just a question because I don't know if it's encompassed in here. On the Big Blue Bus fare reduction program, I know in the past, and I'm assuming it'll be true whenever the Expo line opens, that on that particular day, Metro offers free rides on any line that crosses the line that's being opened. And I think it would be, quite honestly, embarrassing if Metro was offering free rides and we weren't on opening day. So I don't know if that's encompassed in here or not, but I think it's something that we should try and find a way to fund, if not here, somewhere else, simply to be, if we really are serious about introducing people to Expo, we need to get them there. I do have a question about the CityNet Digital Inclusion Program, the Fiber to the Home pilot. I think that is a great idea. About pushing fiber into the community and particularly focusing on affordable housing, for example, in community core. I guess my question is the technology divide. Are we working? We have a lot of technology providers in the city. It's no good to have high bandwidth if you don't have something to plug in. And so we have a lot of families in this community who can't afford the actual hardware. And so providing them high-speed internet access doesn't work unless they also have the machine. So I don't know if that's included in here or not, but if it's not, I think we need to coextensively reach out to some of our Silicon Beach people. I don't think this is a big issue for them. It would be very easy to do, but I think providing the whole package to families and being able to say, here's your high-speed internet access and here's your computer to connect would be really important. I actually did share Councilmember Winter's, I don't know if I want to elevate it to a concern, but question about having the pedestrian walkway. I think that's a really good idea because you can't walk along Airport Avenue. And certainly if you lived in the adjacent community and wanted to walk down to the dog park or the soccer fields, it's not a pleasant walk at all for any number of reasons. But I'm also wondering, since we are embarking, when we get to it later this evening, on continuing our strategy towards making the airport a better neighbor, if there isn't, if this we decide isn't it, maybe it's just worth banking the money and saying, putting that in our Fight the Good Fight on the Airport Fund, because my guess is we'll find plenty of ways to spend it. I want to applaud the Preventing Homeless for Seniors
Let me just
initiative.
ask, we're still in questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we seem to be veering
I'm
into
sorry.
discussion.
I veered off into discussion. I totally copped to that. I'm sorry. Well, I guess the last, so I just had one more question then, I guess. Let me just get to it. The broadband improvement at libraries, and we're talking about multi-purpose room upgrades and broadband improvements and the Virginia Park physical improvements. I'm assuming that is, that's under the rubric of education, and so while those will benefit many people throughout the community regardless of age, right? They're not going to be just, these are only improvements for 3 to 5 year olds or school-age children.
That's correct, although the upgrades at Virginia Avenue Park are aimed at teens.
Right. Okay, great. Thanks. And I apologize for veering off.
And I'll explain in a moment why it is I needed to be a little bit tighter on that than usual. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Yes, I agree pretty much with the comments, but rather than get into the comments, I have a question, and I don't know if it's who on the staff on the Cradle Career piece. Do we have, I was flipping through here, but I couldn't see anything. We don't have anything here that talks about any kind of benchmarks that we're looking or shooting for, do we?
We are, you'll notice that there's a line at the end of our list where we are looking to establish benchmarks for all 5 of our priorities. That's our commitment to you.
Okay.
So, Council, there are 2 reasons why I tried to keep this more tightly focused than usual. One is we still have 7 more items tonight, and on one of them there are 35 people waiting to speak, so getting through this as quickly as we can would be good. The other is personal. I'd ask you to look at page 9 of the staff report. That's page 9 of 12. And you'll see that at the bottom, one of the recommendations is joint use improvements at Edison Language Academy, whereby the city would be transferring funds to the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. I continue, I'm very happy to say, to have a professional relationship with our public school district. I am the Macintosh computer consultant for the schools. And as such, I've always been very careful over the 17 years I've been on the council to recuse myself whenever we are giving money to the school district, lest it look as if I'm acting in self-interest. So at this point, I'm going to recuse myself from the dais long enough, I would hope, for you to deal with that particular part of this so that I can return and talk about the totality of this. To leave this hanging just doesn't seem fair to it, because then we might spend all the money and have nothing left for this. So I'm going to leave the room. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, I'd ask you to take the helm, and I'll come back when you're done. Thank you.
Now, where's my power here? Now that he officially left the room, we have Ted, or Councilmember Winter, on the queue.
I'm sorry, you can call me Ted.
I'm sorry.
It's shorter. I guess this is a question for either the manager or the city attorney of how we might handle this issue. Would it be appropriate to make a motion now that we just allocate these funds to this playground facilities as an academy and sort of clear the decks on that? If so, I will make that motion.
So it's been moved, and there was like a second here from, I think it was Gleam. We'll give it to Councilmember Hammeritz. Any other discussion on it? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote.
Council Agency Member Commissioner O'Connor.
Yes.
Sorry. Council Agency Member Commissioner Winter.
Yes.
Council Agency Member Commissioner Himmelrich.
Yes.
Council Agency Member Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
Mayor, Chair Pro Tem, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes.
And Chair McEwen has stepped up. Motion carries.
We can call our mayor back if he's in the hallway or... Any announcements while we're waiting? That's right. It is daylight savings. Don't forget to, your clock goes back. Did we break the tie? Do we know anything about the Mets and the Kansas City Royals?
I know.
Oh,
the
Kansas
score.
City won.
14 innings.
14
Whoa.
innings.
Longest World Series game ever.
Kansas City.
The
So they're
American.
up by one.
The American League. Yeah, spoiler alert, the American League.
Well, I'm going to take a point of privilege here since I'm sitting here waiting. Now I'm looking at the time. I still have another. Well, USC did great too, but I have like 40 minutes here. And my wife, I think she's still up, and I just wanted to wish her a happy anniversary. Today's our 31st anniversary. And I'm sitting here at this meeting, so you're my witnesses here that I'm not out. Oh, here he is. Okay.
Well, I assume you took care of that, and so the matter is still before the council. I see nobody requesting to speak. So how about Councilmember
Waiting for you to
Winthrop?
come back.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation with the change that we set aside this $500,000 for the improvements to Airport Avenue pedestrian walkway and give staff to explore other possibilities for using those funds for securing local control of the city land occupied by the Santa Monica Airport. And if there are not immediate opportunities to use those funds in that way, to consider using at least a portion of them for the concerns I raised about ongoing issues with some of our tenants in the rent-controlled housing.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Winter that's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, and we have comments from Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I'm just wondering, would it be a friendly amendment to include direction or instruction, I guess, really, that some of the money allocated, and it's really in a couple of places, Big Blue bus fare reduction program and maybe an Expo Light Rail outreach. Between them, that's over $1 million. That includes free passes for Big Blue bus lines that cross the Expo on opening day. Because it's not clear to me it's included, so I just want to make that explicit.
If Mr. King and Mr. Cole think that's something that we can do, I certainly think it's a good idea.
If indeed that is the direction that Metro takes, I think it makes sense for us to match it. If they don't, I'm not sure that that's that significant, the one-day thing. So if that would be acceptable.
Yeah, no, if it can be contingent on Metro offering that same opportunity. I mean, the idea is just not to look bad next to Metro.
Okay,
that makes
so
sense.
Direction for a matching freebie.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt. The other point is that we have had discussions with Metro about matching our $500,000. So that it's in the same spirit. We're seeking to maximize our impact by collaborating with Metro.
And could it also be a friendly amendment, and this is just generally direction, that as part of the CityNet digital inclusion program, that we ask city staff to work with our local technology community to partner with us to provide computers and other equipment that will allow people to access the high-speed internet that we're pushing out into the community.
Those are both friendly to me.
Same here.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, as amended, and I see no further requests to speak, so we'll do a roll call vote on this, please.
Mayor, Chair Pro Tem, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes.
Council Agency Member Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
Council Agency Member Commissioner Himmelrich.
Yes.
Council Agency Member Commissioner Winter.
Yes.
Council Agency Member Commissioner O'Connor.
Yes.
And Mayor Chair McCune.
Yes. So that passes unanimously, 6-0, with the council member with 6 of us present. And let's do something easy. Let's move on to 8C.
I move that we approve the minute.
Well, we have to have it has to be called.
Sorry, I was turning the page. Item 8C, approval of minutes of January 27th, April 14th, June 9th, and June 23rd Housing Authority meeting.
I don't think there needs to be a staff report on this. A motion is in order. I thought you were making a motion. Okay, well, you made it before you could. So
sorry.
now it's been made by Councilmember Davis.
Fine, I'll
and seconded
second.
by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. I see no request to speak. This is just the approval of minutes. We do it by voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And the minutes are approved unanimously with 6 council members present. And council, I think we have something like 35 people waiting on this next item. If the clerk would call item 8D.
Item 8D, potential options for reducing emissions, and we have 33 requests to speak.
Easy. And we have a staff report who will be doing that for us.
I'll be doing it. I want to start by...
City Attorney Mutri.
Thank you. I want to start by acknowledging the many community members who sent in their views on this topic. As usual with the airport, it was a very large number. I'm sure that many of you who sent in comments are here tonight, and I'm sure there are many others at home who also sent them in. As usual, the comments were very diverse. There were some that were very thoughtful and detailed. There were a number that were short and angry or frustrated, but they were all important to all of us, and so I want to acknowledge them. Many community members who weighed in on this item raised questions, and we have information that can answer some of those questions. So I wanted to note before really launching into the main part of my staff report that we've prepared an information, an FAQ sheet, to try to answer some of the community questions that come in routinely about the airport. An example of a routine question might be, why haven't you banned jets? And there's a good deal of information we can share about that. So we've provided an information sheet and an FAQ sheet, and there are copies of that available on the clerk's table outside. It's also, of course, posted online, but we printed it for tonight in case anyone wanted to pick up one on their way out. Many of the questions that we received related to our topic for tonight, which is emissions. Of course, this has been a topic of growing in concern, both in this community, actually also worldwide. The studies have been done, the science is clear, aircraft emissions are dangerous to the health of human beings and they're dangerous to the environment. Many of the comments we received that related to emissions were very personal. There was a physician who wrote in saying that he was particularly concerned about the impacts of some young children who are his patients. There were a couple of moms who wrote in saying that they're afraid to let their children play outside in their own yard because of aircraft emissions. Then at the other end of the spectrum on the comments, we received a letter from the NBAA, which is the National Business Aircraft Association. The NBAA wrote in saying that in its view, the city doesn't have any authority to undertake any of tonight's recommendations. I want to note 2 aspects of that letter in particular before moving on. Though the letter was written as a legal argument, it didn't contain any citations to authority. It was an assertion that the city can't do anything in this area. Also, the letter, we've received letters from the NBAA in the past, of course, because airport controversies here have gone on for decades, as many of you know. In this letter, for I think the first time, the NBAA cautions the city that if the courses recommended for tonight are pursued, what may happen is the FAA may exercise its alleged reversionary rights under the instrument of transfer. If you have questions about that later, I'll try to answer them, but let me move on to our recommendations. Staff has formulated recommendations for ways that the city may be able to curtail aircraft emissions and so limit their harmful impacts upon persons and upon the environment. I also want to tell you what we're not doing with our recommendations tonight, because I may have confused people on this point. If so, I regret that. We are not recommending long-term leases at the airport. Council made very clear earlier in the year that they didn't want to approve long-term leases for the airport at this time. And so the fact that I used the word leases in the staff report does not mean that we're recommending leases. The leases of all tenants at the airport expired last summer, as most of you know, I think. Currently, aviation tenants on the airport are on short-term holdover agreements. So the recommendations in the staff report are as to terms that might be inserted in those agreements. Again, staff is not recommending long-term leases at the airport. My understanding is that council is awaiting information about whether subleases should be terminated and whether all leaseholds at the airport should be operated by the city. So let me get on to what we're recommending for tonight. We're recommending imposing certain requirements in the agreements that allow private entities to use our property at the airport. And the terms that we're recommending would be as follows. The terms would include a provision for ending flight schools' use of leaded fuels. Second, the terms would require tenants selling fuels to sell clean fuels. Third, we're recommending that council direct staff to explore taking over all fuel sales at the airport as a city endeavor to ensure that the fuels being sold are actually the cleanest available. Fourth, we are asking for a direction to explore establishing an emissions cap. Let me slow down on that one for a minute. We got a useful email from a local scientist who said if you're going to be talking about capping harmful emissions, you should be talking about capping all kinds of harmful emissions, which of course is correct. The report perhaps again could have been worded better. I was making the assumption, perhaps flawed, that it is easier to get rid of leaded fuel sales at the airport and substitute unleaded fuel sales than it is to get rid of jet fuels. But it is true that staff could explore capping all kinds of harmful emissions. And finally, staff is recommending that council give a direction requiring tenants to start cleaning up leaseholds at the airport now. The leases expired last summer, and we don't believe that the tenants vacating the property is a necessary prerequisite of starting cleanup, so we think cleanup could be started now. Finally, let me say that there are other matters that I'm sure community members will speak about tonight. Again, the topic on the agenda is emissions, so your deliberation needs to be confined to that. However, I know there's some other possible actions that a couple of you want to bring up tonight, and my hope is you can do that as a council direction to staff, which of course you can always give us a brief direction on any topic, including anything you hear from the public tonight. And then I'll close by saying that as to the frequently asked questions sheets we did and the information sheet, if any new issues come up tonight or any new questions that we can address, we'll try to update that as we go along to keep communicating as much information as we can. Thank you.
The city attorney, let me ask a question. One of the things on which we might give direction based on things I've heard from the council before has to do with concerns about physical security at the airport. And I understand that last night at the airport commission, our chief of police actually addressed the commission on the issue of security at the airport. So in case that comes up during public testimony, I wanted to ask about it before we open the public hearing, because it's likely to be a direction later. Is there anything staff can tell us about what Chief of Police Jacqueline Seabrooks told the airport commission last night? I know that she's out of town at the moment, but can anybody relate what was said?
So I assume this would be in the nature of a brief report, since this is not agendized?
Yes.
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Last night, the chief really just gave a brief overview about the operations of the security personnel assigned, the police service officers who staff the airport 24/7. talked about the backup that's provided by the sworn officers, and really kept it as a general overview. And there was a question about international travel, and the staff was able to answer that, indicating that if there are international travels, they are diverted to an airport that has custom facilities before they're allowed to fly into Santa Monica. Other than that, I think the questions were very brief in general, and there wasn't a whole lot about other security issues that existed, other than the fact that they have an ongoing relationship with the Department of Homeland Security and are working with them on periodic reviews of the airport security.
Great, thank you. And one other question that has to do more directly with what's on the agenda, and I'm sure it will come up in the public testimony. Could the city attorney explain what the rules are on posting so-called Prop 65 signs having to do with emissions at locations like the airport? Because that's been asked of us many times.
Staff right now is has just issued an RFP for consultants to review the emissions at the airport with regard to whether they exceed Prop 65 thresholds or not. I will say, as a legal matter, the city is exempt from having to post Prop 65, and it's not just the city of Santa Monica that's exempt, but all governments within California are exempt from Prop 65. So that's why, for instance, there's no Prop 65. I mean, I don't know if this building uses potentially Prop 65 chemicals, but there's no notice at any city facility within Santa Monica regarding Prop 65, because the law does not require the city to comply with Prop 65. It's expressly exempt. But despite that, the city is undertaking an evaluation to see whether the certain thresholds of Prop 65 are met at the airport, and then the staff will come back to the city council with that results of that study, and the city council can decide at that point what to do.
Great, thank you very much. So I don't see any further questions before we go to the public hearing from the city council. Let us now open the public hearing, and I haven't said this yet tonight, but I think on this item I probably should. We know that there are some heated differences of opinion on this, and as a city council, we like to hear from everybody equally. So we ask that you neither applaud nor express disapproval when people are testifying. We want to hear what people have to say. We do want to hear from everybody. In this city, we do hear from everybody. So there are 33 requests to speak. We're going to hear from all 33, however length of time it takes. It's 11:39 now, but we're committed to doing this tonight. I'm going to call 3 people at a time and ask that you stand up by the wall and be ready to speak so we can get through this. The first 3 will be Stacy Howard, Robert Rigdon, and Airport Commissioner Peter Donald. So, Ms. Howard, you are first. Good evening.
Mayor and Council, Stacy Howard, National Business Aviation Association. NBAA, as a general proposition, is concerned about the environment, and we are actively participating in efforts to find ways to reduce aircraft emissions and their impact on the environment. But environmental issues need to be addressed at national and international levels, not piecemeal. Allowing each community to set its own standards would dismantle the national airspace system, something which the city previously has been warned in other contexts it cannot do. Federal law specifically prohibits local emission standards for aircraft. The city should understand that while the grant and deed-based commitments are irrelevant, this prohibition appears in separate statutes, and there's no question about its validity or permanency. Additionally, to the extent that the proposals include certain restrictions on tenant activities, those restrictions squarely violate grant and deed obligations. The city has disputed the validity of the grants and the deed, but as the city attorney has wisely advised, the city should try not to take any precipitous action while those challengers are working their way through the courts and administrative proceedings. NBAA is quite concerned that the city recently solicited residents send letters to the FAA regarding the pending administrative proceedings. There are agency rules against ex parte communications, and the city appears to be skirting quite close to the line of acceptable conduct. NBAA would like to hear the city attorney address whether the city's actions are consistent with the FAA's procedural rules and if she specifically approved these solicitations.
Thank you. Next speaker is Robert.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Ms. Mutri, and Mr. Cole. My name is Robert Rigdon. I live at 1019 Pure Avenue under the flight path, and my opinions are just the opposite of the NBAA. Time is not on our side down there at that airport. I say that personally because I sit under the flight path every day and watch the planes and listen to the planes go by. But also, it's not really a reliever airport. It's really an annex to LAX. And there are scheduled flights out of there for jets every day. And so when I look at the 5 recommendations that the staff has made, and thank you for the recommendations, and I don't really object to any of them, but they're all admittedly very, very long-term, vague, ponderous was the word that staff used, and they're not going to be enough. And what really brought me down here tonight was the 3 pages that Ms. Mutri included ruling out like terminating the leases and taking back the western parcel. Now, of course, there's judgment calls on all of that, and it's got to be done right, but those are the only things that are really going to have any substantial impact. The rest of these things are just so vague as to be almost make work as far as I'm concerned, including like the emissions cap. They're not going to do anything to solve our real problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peter Donald, followed by Jerry Rubin and Val Davidson. Is Mr. Donald here? He was to speak on behalf of the Airport Commission. I do not see him. On items this long, I will hold that for a few minutes and see if he comes up while we're still doing the public hearing. Mr. Rubin, you'll be next, followed by Val Davidson and William Weishaupt.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor McKeown, council members, city staff, residents, and thank you for your hard work and being here into the late hours here. I know it's tiring for all of us, and we still have a long way to go. But this is one of the most important issues, and I think you already know that. The election ballot showed that. The ongoing concerns of the community for not only pollution, but noise and safety concerns, ongoing every day. At this point in time, I just don't see the Santa Monica Airport as a good neighbor. And so it'd be rough to say, how can we make them a better neighbor when, and I'm not making this a personal statement, I'm just saying, because it's the wrong location for this means of travel. That's about the size of it, and it's not going to get any better. These are very, very, very small steps. I just hope that what needs to happen continues to happen. I was glad to see those full-page ads. I think that was commendable. I can't imagine that it was done in any shape or form of not being legal. I just want to see all of our city staff and our council members and the overwhelming people that are really being affected by the detrimental effects of the airport to stay united to convince the FAA to close this airport. And however long it takes, we have to do that. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Next is Val Davidson. I do not see Val Davidson here. William Weishaupt. And you'll be followed by Alan Levinson, Denise Barton, and people of California.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I know it's almost morning. So, I live at 1212 Clarkson Road, which is on the east side of the airport. And, you know, the pollution is getting to be unbearable, especially the majority of it, I believe, is from the jets. The small prop planes, I think, are a little less pollution, but it's still a major problem. Also, the noise is a major problem. Presently in our house, we have to race around every few minutes to close windows to keep the fumes from coming in. And something needs to be done. The proposals you have here at least would be a start, but I think, like other people say, there may not be enough to really affect it. I would think that the pollution levels right now are probably exceeding Prop 65 levels and probably exceeding good health levels. And it's kind of surprising to me that even the FAA doesn't admit this. And maybe that's the one way to approach it. I suspect there's lead poisoning going on with people. One thing that could be done to try to determine that is to do some testing on people to see if they, what the lead content is in their bodies, because they are, a lot of jet fuel is leaded, and the other fuel. Also, I've noticed lately it seems like there's more planes coming in later at night. I thought there was a curfew of landing times. I know there are planes that seem to be coming in after 10 o'clock once in a while now. So I would appreciate if you could do anything. I understand, I guess we're still working on trying to close the one section of the runway so we could eliminate the jets. I guess there's some legal issues there. They're still pending, but it'd be nice if we could get that done. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alan Levinson.
Real words by real people. My 4-year-old plays soccer at nearby Clover Field, and the fumes from the jets are terrible. For 45 years, I've lived in the area. The danger and toxic pollution has increased over the years. Doesn't the right to quiet enjoyment of our home include the right to breathe without being poisoned by air? I don't know how the nearby houses tolerate the noise, the fumes. Their homes are being rattled and the tension and the fear. I am 95 years old and have lived in my home on Pier Avenue for 20 years. It used to be very peaceful. It frightens me every time I hear a jet overhead. Our house is covered in black streaks. We gave up growing a vegetable garden. A neighbor's son tested positive for lead. I teach free exercise classes to cancer survivors in Clover Park twice a week. If the wind is coming from the south, we are practicing in a cloud of jet fumes. I notice thick black dust and soot collecting on plants. It's really awful to think about this stuff getting into people's lungs. Whenever my 15-year-old daughter, who lost 2 lung lobes to cancer as an infant, gets a cold, it rapidly morphs into bronchitis and even pneumonia. I have no doubt that the jet exhaust is a contributing factor. I have a 2-year-old that plays in the neighborhood. Being outside daily, he's inhaling the pollution, toxic fumes, lead, etc. And recently he's been diagnosed with asthma. Today, you would not build a public facility that's this hazardous in the midst of a thriving residential neighborhood with 30 schools. The noise generated from planes flying overhead made it difficult for our children to concentrate in school and on homework. I have lived within 1 mile of the Santa Monica Airport for most of the last 66 years. We no longer keep our windows open. I am a medical doctor. I am horrified by the amount of pollution that the airport exposes the children of Santa Monica to each day. It is accumulative and a danger to their lungs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Levinson, we figured out you were reading letters from other people. We thought you looked great for 95 years old there for a moment. Denise Barton, you're next.
Good evening. Haven't you tried to restrict certain kinds of fuel sales at the airport before? Why don't you tell everyone if you were victorious in that suit? Because as I remember, you spent millions of taxpayer dollars to no avail. So why would you want to waste taxpayer funds like this again? Oh yeah, an election is coming. And before every election, you manipulate the residents living near the airport for votes. For shame. And the FAA's response to these actions is the present Part 16 case against the city. Remember the $1 million aviation attorney who skipped a step in the process in one of your last suits? Here's the real question. With more actions like this, which the FAA will react to negatively, what do you think will be the end result? Maybe that you'll lose control of the operation of the airport? Thank you.
Next speaker is People of California, followed by Steve Unger, Campbell McDonald, and Joseph Harden.
So earlier in the night, Councilmember Winter asked about the strategy, or I think it was Member Davis who said something about our strategy. And you were wondering about the path around the airport, right? The little walking path. I think a strategy is pretending that we have or want to park there at the airport and not just more condos and commercial development. Clearly, this is like, oh yeah, see, this is park. We're building constantly on it. We're putting money in it. Yeah, nobody's buying it. And chances are the FIA is just going to take this back. If you're worried about pollution, why don't we close down the highway, close down the 10 right here? I mean, I can hear and smell all the fumes coming right off the highway. It's ridiculous. The reality is it's federally protected. First off, it's freedom of travel is actually a federally protected right. So you're now limiting people's ability to access the city. I mean, you want all these Google people to come down here. You think Sergey Brin's going to come if he has to drive from Palo Alto? He's going to move his place to someplace a little closer to Palo Alto. So it's ridiculous. I find, the arguments about, it's too loud, it's too dangerous, it's too poisonous. Well, why did you move there? Well, because it was an airport. You could afford to move there. Now, the airport's, getting in the way of your quality of life. You want to raise the rents or make more money on your house. I don't buy any of that. These are essential. I'm not a rich guy. I've never, been a one percenter, but I've flown out of there several times and come in several times. Certain places you can't get to, like down in Baja, there's places with only a small airport. They don't fly commercial jets to certain places. And unless you feel like driving over 1,000 miles of washboard road, you're going to need an airplane. So I support the idea that Santa Monica has a highway, even though the highway causes pollution, noise, danger, has streets similarly.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve Unger.
Good evening. I think it's commendable that you are beginning to deal with the emissions issue and vis-a-vis the leases, but it's a little bit like arranging the desk chairs in the Titanic. I think we're really what the real solution to the emissions is ground the planes. And I want to reiterate, Mayor, I have no fish to fry. I have absolutely no financial interest leaving the airport open, closing it. But the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, that the citizens have lost trust in the council members' feeble approach to closing the airport. You have given us no reason to think otherwise. Your stance has been, trust me. We don't. And what you described as being prudent, I hear the word prudence a lot, is actually an act of cowardice. In fact, the council seal behind you, Mayor, it should be an ostrich. And the law is on our side, yet you fail to act. You're dragging your feet. Everybody knows it. It's no secret. And we continue to suffer under poisonous skies as well as a diminished and unsafe quality of life. So far, the council is defying the people's will. We are all watching you, and we will remember. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Campbell McDonald.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Campbell McDonald. I live at the bottom of 23rd Street. My parents bought the house in 1992. Some of us who are younger, part of the generation that is mired in debt, will never afford to live in an area like this. So I have to fight for something that my brother and I will inherit. We didn't choose to live here. I was born at St. John's. I lived on 25th Street for most of my life before we moved to 23rd. The airport is a NIMBY, 100%. The long-term health effects, the short-term health effects are staggering. You think about it on a daily basis, but it is encouraging to see you guys going to Washington. It is encouraging to see you meeting with Congress members, and it does seem like you've ratcheted up your fire a little bit to encroach on the FAA. This is kind of a David and Goliath. The Metroplex plan really freaks me out. It seems like the FAA will just ignore you and throw lawyers at you until it becomes a business jet park. If that happens, I mean, for sure, I would move away. I think you'd get to a point where people will just bail. The land will become invaluable. Nobody will want to live near it. And you're going to turn something that is one of the best cities in the world into an undesirable area because 1%ers want to fly in. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Joseph Harden, followed by Zena Josephs and Michael Brodsky. And Mr. Brodsky has a PowerPoint, so let's try and get that ready for him. Joseph Harden. Good evening.
Yes. Is it morning yet? Anyway. So basically, the green walk in the along Airport Avenue sounded like a really good idea to me. So I wish it hadn't been cut out there, but that's okay. And I guess we're talking about fuel. So I've heard that in Europe they don't have any leaded fuel, aviation fuel, and haven't for years. And I know we have a real strong petroleum lobby in this country, so that's probably has something to do with leaded fuel here. But my real ideas or my thoughts are, do we have to sell fuel at all? And I know there's a lot of smaller airports across the country that don't have these facilities, and people fly in and out. They have to get their fuel elsewhere. And that's basically what I'm saying. And, you know, this is a good idea to get rid of the poisons we can, but maybe we should decide not to sell fuel at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. We are about to lose our KCRW audience in a few moments at midnight. This meeting has gone quite long, but it will continue to be streamed on the internet at smgov.net. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there out of the flight path who are following this tonight. Our next speaker is Zena Josephs.
Thank you. A majority of the board members of Friends of Sunset Park supports the following staff recommendations. Limit the sale of aircraft fuels for piston engine aircraft to low lead or unleaded fuels, and limit fuels for turbine engine aircraft to biofuels or other sustainable fuels, although biofuels, speaking personally, still seem to produce black soot. Number 2, prohibit flight schools from using leaded fuel for flight training. Number 3, require lessees to begin remediation of any contamination they've caused at the airport. Number 4, report back to the council on the possible termination of third-party fuel sales at the airport and on the feasibility of the city taking over that function. And number 5, begin developing a cap on total emissions generated by the airport. In addition, the Friends Board agrees with the staff recommendation not to subsidize the certification fees to authorize older aircraft to use new environmentally friendly fuel mixes, if there are such. We strongly urge the city to remove the western parcel from aviation use as soon as legally prudent to do so. This action would automatically create a runway safety area on at least the west end of the runway, which would improve safety for residents in our neighborhood. There are currently no runway safety areas on either end of the Santa Monica Airport runway, a violation of the FAA's own safety guidelines due to the FAA's refusal to allow the city to install standard runway safety areas in 2008 after the city had tried to negotiate for 6 years with the FAA. Speaking personally, I wish all pilots who use SMO would be required to spend a couple hours in the Sardis cul-de-sac east of Centinela gagging on jet fumes, plus a couple of hours at 23rd and Navy in my neighborhood listening to the jets roaring low overhead. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Brodsky, which will be followed by Mike Feinstein and Brian Hutchings. Mr. Brodsky, you indicated you were having time donated by Lorraine Sanchez. I see Ms. Sanchez in the back of the room, so you will have 4 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Brodsky. I'm a professor at Loyola Marymount University. I'm a resident of Santa Monica, and thank you, Lorraine, for staying up tonight to give me some time. You're looking at a 1919 picture of when pilots could fly their airplanes practically anywhere and land anywhere. You see a field of oil wells when oil was plentiful, and you see clear skies. 100 years later, Santa Monica Airport has a very dirty problem. Santa Monica has an unhealthy problem, and it has a very toxic problem. Emissions from fuel pumped and burned at Santa Monica Airport, especially the avgas, which contains 2 grams of lead for every gallon and produces carbon dioxide when burned, and the Jet A fuel, which contains toxic chemicals and produces ultrafine particulates and CO2 when it is burned, is getting worse daily. From December 2011 to April 2015, we see a amazing growth in fuel sales and flights at Santa Monica Airport, capping in February with about 250,000 gallons of fuel being sold in just 1 month this last February, and I'm sure that's increasing daily. Every year, Santa Monica Airport produces 50 million pounds of CO2. And in the last decade, that's 500 million pounds of CO2, none of which, by the way, is listed in the sustainability report card for the city. And why? Because it'll make us look really, really bad. So what must we do, and when? Well, first, we need to minimize the near source risks to our neighbors in Mar Vista, in Westdale, in West LA, Palms, Venice, and in Santa Monica. We need to reduce greenhouse gases. We need a reduction in petroleum, and it takes 1 barrel of 42 gallons to produce just 2 gallons of Jet A fuel, and that's from the NBAA handbook. And we need to decrease demands for fuel at Santa Monica Airport. So an essential first step is to decouple the fuel sales from leases. Only the city should be allowed to pump and sell fuel at Santa Monica Airport. Current providers need to remediate and clean up their mess. We need to make meaningful change. What's unacceptable is just adding unleaded and biofuels to the mix that we have now when they become available. That's really a joke. What also is unacceptable is requiring low lead fuel to be used, because that's what we have right now. That basically means nothing. I don't know what the staff was thinking about. So as a minimum, we need to require lead fuels or biofuels for all the fleet that is currently at Santa Monica Airport. And we need to provide only unleaded and biofuels. But this is still not green. Unleaded avgas still creates carbon dioxide, and biofuels use water and only reduce but do not eliminate ultrafine particles. A better solution is to end fuel sales altogether, to end Santa Monica Airport as a destination for fueling. Airports around the country, small municipal airports, many of them sell no fuel whatsoever. And Torrance Airport in 2008, the City Council voted to end fuel sales altogether also. Santa Monica needs to play catch up, and we need to do it before it's too late. Thank you very much.
When he was on the City Council, Mayor Mike Feinstein never seemed to have trouble staying to the end of a meeting, but I'm told he has left tonight. He was to be our next speaker. I also don't see Brian Hutchings in the room, so let me call a few more names. Julie Adelson, Dave Kloss, Jim Redden, and Carolyn Goldman. I see Ms. Adelson coming forward, so I assume that Mr. Hutchings is not here. Good evening.
To the Aircraft Association.
Ms. Adelson, could you move closer to the mic? Yeah.
That usually doesn't answer me. Leave it to the aircraft associations to put the profit and luxury of the very few over the health and well-being of people and all living things. I am for anything that reduces the toxic fumes we are being subjected to. Just like secondhand cigarette smoke, you don't have to smell it for it to be killing you. But when you do smell it, you know it's killing you. I can smell the fumes of the jet fuel coming into my house as the jets fly over. I stopped going to 24-hour fitness by the airport because when I'm working out, I can smell the jet fuel. Don't use this proposal or any other positive steps you do towards reducing the fumes to increase leases or make leases or whatever. Keep fighting to shut this airport down for good. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Kloss. I'd called his, there he is. And Mr. Kloss, you indicated time would be donated by Lucia Kloss, who has shown me that she is present, so you'll have 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney. The Mirror wrote that Mayor McEwen is quite sure our lease assurances have been fully discharged, that we control our land, which even the FAA admits we own. We are confronted with a federal agency that is refusing to do work American taxpayers expect, and that, as he told FAA, we will not be denied, we will not stop. We truly believe that ultimately we will prevail. The Lookout wrote that City Council is readying a new, more assertive posture, and city officials are warring with the FAA over whether the grant has expired. Council placed a full-page ad blaming FAA for dragging its feet and stalling. Santa Monica has virtually unfettered legal right to close the western parcel and evict all aviation tenants. In hands of an advocate, such rights are asserted aggressively through implementation and, if necessary, litigation. In hands of a false advocate, blame is asserted against another, the FAA in this case, as a cause of a bar to action. FAA's inaction to issue the Part 16 decision is not the problem. Council's inaction is the problem. Santa Monica does not shy away from asserting its vision and putting resources at risk to achieve success. Why shy away now? Why are we waiting? City attorney and council had no hesitation to file a flawed 2013 SMO action before it was ripe. Our SMO rights are now ripe. Delay in serving aviation eviction notices and the continuing consideration of lease renewals establishes the anti-SMO advocacy of council and staff to be false. We voters of Santa Monica overwhelmingly passed Measure LC and defeated Measure D. We demand our representatives on this council exercise their public responsibilities in conformity with the will of your voting constituents. We demand that council act immediately to terminate the pernicious poisons of SMO to life, health, and security of residents. Order notices of eviction be sent to all FBOs, flight schools, fuel suppliers, and support servicers. If litigation is filed against us, we have the upper hand. Other strategies, including the green emissions considerations tonight, are suboptimal and smokescreen to hide covert agenda to keep SMO operating. We constituents have unbending will to close SMO. If you choose continued violation of our trust and your fiduciary responsibility as our elected representatives, we will take our discontent to the voters' box next November. We will do this with vigor, purposefulness, single-mindedness, with organization and ample financing, just as we did with LC. Of course, this is not necessary. Instead, be real advocates to promote the health and welfare of your constituents. Make us your advocates. Don't ignore your mandate. Honor yourselves, honor us, do what's right, evict aviation tenants,
Thank you, sir.
and close.
Your 4 minutes is over. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Red. Evening.
There's a little bit of an air of change in the air, and so we're addressing the emissions, and it's good that we're doing that, but just as someone pointed out, the way you reduce emissions is you reduce flight operations. And so the low-hanging fruit that the council and the city has been undertaking lately is appreciated, but it's really not enough. And so under a thematic of maybe a safer airport and an upgraded airport, moving forward with things maybe Rick Cole might have mentioned, to maybe let's make the airport safe. Let's take these steps. There's been a lot of rhetoric in the air that's been floating around right now, and the rhetoric has been a little bit vicious. But to what David Klass said, we've been reviewing the video record, we've been looking at the actions of various people and staff and council. You go back a year and a half and David Goddard was in here talking about what you needed to do and looking at the tenants at the airport and coming up with lease agreements. And aside from some of the things that might be unkind that are being said, the facts are going to be out there and we're looking at what people have been doing. And we're going to make some decisions as the electorate as to what's going to be happening here. With respect to the airport that's now actually parkland covered by an airport, you go to the western part of Santa Monica, the area that I walked 3 precincts when we had the LCD campaign, and you have a bunch of stairs that are being used there that should be at the park. And we all know these kind of steps can be taken. With respect to the fuel, I can't even speak to it because some of it was so nonsensical, it can't even be addressed in a short period of time. But look at the budget. Let's take a look. Let's come up with a strategic plan that makes sense. You have a Part 16 decision that's going to be coming down. You've got a court decision that's going to be coming down. You have opportunities for declaratory relief, and we expect to see creative choices made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carolyn Goldman, followed by Mike Salazar and Joe Schmitz. Ms. Goldman, good evening.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I live right under the flight path, and I put this song up on YouTube. It's been up there for a while. It's called Ode to Breathing, O-D-E, to breathing. We deserve to live with health and joy and zest, and the air we breathe should be the very best. Airplanes spewing toxins, deafening our ears, pooping carcinogens like lead, growing worse over the years. All for the greedy comfort and convenience of the few, who could care less about our lives or if we're sick or dead or blue. The air testing has shown without a frigging doubt Santa Monica Airport is a danger zone we need to do without. Why don't you come and visit our homes? We will gladly serve you tea and cookies. We will let you spend some time here, and as the jet planes roar on over, you may hold your ears and gnash your teeth. Oh yes, do come and stay here with us if you dare. Then you could open up the door here on a lovely summer's day, recoiling back inside from the horrible stench from the jet emissions. Oh yes, you will enjoy your stay here with us. But it'd be good to bring your gas mask.
Sorry, thank you very much. Thank you for the offer of tea and cookies. Don't miss the trick-or-treat candy over there on the side for this pre-Halloween meeting. Mike Salazar, you're next.
That is truly a tough act to follow. Thank you. The community is here tonight to speak. This is what we commonly call democracy. And while the NBAA may be used to bullying its members to donate to their losing political campaigns like Measure D, they come here and tell us we can't exercise our right to involve our elected representatives. And I find that actually reprehensible. You cannot ignore the 60% mandate, that's democracy in action, that voters gave this council to retain local control of the land even the FAA admits that we own. NBAA should be insisting on runway safety measures, EMAS safety buffers, and adequate separations from homes and hangars. But they just don't seem to care about that, and they want more jets. So we want to do something about emissions that NBA knows are bad, yet they come here tonight to tell us to not only put up, but to shut up. Whatever you do tonight, please investigate the possibility of ending all fuel sales altogether. Biofuels, as we've heard, are untested and offer additional environmental challenges. So they're not the cure-all that they're made out to be. Reduce emissions, let's study a cap on the number of flights, reduced hours of operation, and let's look at removing the western parcel. I think that would do a lot to reduce emissions at our airport. Thank you.
And thank you. The next speaker is Joe Schmitz, be followed by Virginia Ernst and Charles Ryan. Mr. Schmitz, before you start, you have indicated 2 minutes are being donated to you by Jean Schmitz, who has indicated she is present, so you will have 4 minutes.
Thank you. And as a point of information, Peter Donald asked me if I would put his name to speak on behalf of the Airport Commission. He is not here, so there is no one to speak for the Airport Commission. I speak...
You are an Airport Commissioner. Are you speaking on behalf of the Commission?
I am. I declined to speak for the Airport Commission. Rather, I speak as an individual.
Okay, so you're speaking as an individual. You'll have 4 minutes, and we will start your clock now because of that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. And I agree that the date is now the 28th, if you go to the next slide. I'm going to speak to aviation fuels and some rather inconvenient facts, so if you'll flip to the next one, I'd appreciate it. It has been alleged that CO2 as a greenhouse gas is the airport problem, and I would respond, no, that's not correct. Greenhouse gas is everybody's problem, and that's a worldwide problem. In Santa Monica, residents have 2 problems. The first one is lead particulates, and the lead particulates affect 200,000 nearby residents. Children suffer the most. It damages their IQ. The EPA is clear on that, as are subsequent studies. And I think that's something you must consider. So let's turn to the next slide, lead particulates, if you would. The EPA, as I've said, and science, further science, Duke for one, there is no safe lead level particulates to protect our children. Further, avgas is the primary source of U.S. lead particulate emissions, and 70% of the avgas is used by 30% of the piston. Aircraft, mostly their turbocharged business models, typically they need avgas, 100 low lead avgas, because they have high compression and they can't take motor gas, for example. Next slide, if you would. Automotive gas, MoGas, has been stigmatized by AOPA, but in fact, it's kind of an old remedy. And in fact, the FAA administrator, Jalen Helms, is reported to have personally flown the first Cessna 150. I don't have knowledge of that, but I do know that avgas was approved and certified in 1982. That was a long time ago. The FAA, lobbied by the AOPA and NBA, has sought a, quote, silver bullet that is a single drop-in replacement for about 10 years and counting, and counting, and counting. Congress, in its wisdom, gave the changeover from leaded avgas, took it from the EPA and gave it to the FAA, and they've not done much. So MoGas without ethanol is a safe and federally certified substitute, but it requires what they call an FAA STC. So that's a type certification. You've heard the city staff has talked about the Swift fuel substitute. It does not exist. It is not scheduled to exist in 2018, according to the FAA. or so they claim. But the FAA is very good at not doing things that they're supposed to do. I would point out to you that they have not rendered a decision on the western parcel now for 4 times in, approaching 6 months. The second problem is that I would call biojet smoke and mirrors with respect to particulates. So if you'll turn the slide. It is argued that biojet is sustainable and environmentally friendly, and that's simply not true. Half of biojet is jet A1. It's standard jet A1 from crude oil. They drill wells or they frack, and it leaves the deadly fine particulates. I'm sorry, I've got 4 minutes, and I'm betting it's not done.
Well, Mr. Schmitz, I'm sorry, that was the end of your 4 minutes. Is that correct?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schmitz pointed out that it's now the 28th. It's after midnight, so I guess now we're talking about nocturnal emissions. It's Virginia Ernst who is next, followed by Charles Ryan and Kathy Larson. I have Miss Ernst speaking with time donated by Martin Rubin. Is that reversed? Well, then you fill the card out backwards. Is Mr. Rubin going to be the speaker? Then, Mr. Rubin, would you come forward, please? I see that Ms. Ernst is here. When you get up to the microphone, you will have 4 minutes. And you will be followed by Charles Ryan and Kathy Larson. Mr. Rubin, if you could kind of come up here. It's getting kind of late. We've been here a long time. I'm sorry the card was backwards, but it showed that Virginia Ernst was the speaker.
I'm old. You know, if you had this 10, 15 years ago, I might not have been past my bedtime.
Okay, you have, with Ms. Ernst contributing the time, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you for having this emissions item on the agenda the first time ever, I believe, and it's about time. And you've heard some things. The science is clear. The jet biofuel is not an improvement. There's no scientific evidence that would show that to be so. The things I would want to talk about now are basically how the airport is presented to the public by the city. Number one, what I find extremely egregious is that there is no California Prop 65 warning on the observation deck, even though at the website it invites families to come there openly, how good it is. And there were times in the past where it said, come view the sunset from the airport observation deck. I find that's really, something that you could really easily remedy. And not only that, it's putting a spin on the airport realistically. You talk about the community trusting. Well, show that you stand behind how you feel about the airport. It is not community friendly. It does not come out and see it. It's a polluted, toxic thing. You have a very cheap sign to go up. The lead has already been, there's been an agreement that it goes out a circle. It's out there. You know about it. There's fuel notices where they sell the fuel. Circle goes way out into the community. Certainly the observation deck, people that come there with their kids should be warned that they're putting themselves or families at risk. I don't know what the 4-minute thing is on this, but if you want to make this airport go away, get rid of the jets. It's the elite that are keeping it open, the jet setters, for their comfort and convenience. It's all part of that 1% stuff. We all know this. So what you do is you just get rid of the jets by going out there and fighting the FAA about the air pollution, which you haven't done. Litigate it. The community will get behind you. We'll get behind you. We'll fight the FAA, and we have our Congress people on our side. We'll fight the NBAA, the AOPA. Let them say it's okay to poison so many people and children and ruin the lives just with the air pollution alone. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next, I don't see anybody answering to that name, so after that is, Mr. Ryan. All right. And Kathy Larson, you'll be next.
Hi, good evening. I'm Charles Chuck Ryan out of Santa Barbara. I'm building a model or a kit aircraft down there, a Glass Air Sportster. And I received a mail today to come up and visit your meeting, and you have always been a harbinger of what's coming next in the aviation industry. And first of all, I'd like to commend you for your ideal of a path for people to walk around the airport, but you've been shot down by the security. You'll never get that path out there because of the security around the whole field until that security. Anyway, as long as they're flying airplanes and you got the FAA and the security, you can't have a walking path for people around it. So anyway, my main purpose was to commend you. I think it's a real inspiration. First council meeting like this I've been to in a long time, and first one here. But I really commend you, the priorities of concern about the people, the youth, and I think you're on the right path, and I commend you very much.
Well, thank you. I don't think they go this late in Santa Barbara. I'd be surprised. Kathy Larson. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for addressing this issue. I'd like to support the staff's recommendations as a step in the right direction to address the airport's negative environmental impacts while SMO's legal conflicts are playing out in court. I would also encourage the city staff to explore Michael Brodsky's findings that Torrance has ended fuel sales in 2008. If they can, why can't we? In addition, I support the city's recent efforts to pressuring the FAA to produce their Part 16 determination, as it is quite apparent that they are purposely stalling to prevent the city from transforming the airport into park space to benefit us all. Thank you.
Thank you. We had one request to speak where I haven't been told the person wasn't here, but she didn't appear. Val Davidson, are you here now? Well, that closes the public hearing, council. The matter is before us. I see no requests. I'll ask staff a question, if I may. About 5 years ago, the airport closed for a brief period of time for runway repairs. And at the time, I asked us to reach out to the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and they did some air pollution readings in the vicinity of the airport that were actually quite interesting, showed certain pollutants going down by a factor of 12 to 17 during the brief period the airport was closed. We have had a suggestion from a member of the public that just as we currently have noise monitoring stations around the airport, that we create air pollution monitoring stations so that we collect the data, so we actually know what is going on and what impact the policies that we're suggesting now might have. I'm not sure who this would be a question for, but is there a way to get that paid for by the people who are doing the pollution? The city manager wants to try that one.
That's not an answer I'd want to try to give on the fly at 12:30, but it's certainly a reasonable question that we could seek to answer, and we could also have a better handle on what those costs might be.
Okay, and a related question. We had heard in the staff report, we had a suggestion to extend our concern to emissions beyond just greenhouse gases. Is there any legal reason why we wouldn't be able to do that? We can simply say that we are concerned about particulate matter, etc.
No. There is no reason
There's
you
no
couldn't.
reason not to.
We couldn't look into that as well.
Okay. Councilmember Hinelrich, you're next.
Thank you. So I have a few questions about the staff report and some of the testimony we heard. So with respect to the low lead fuels, could we restrict it to unleaded fuels?
You could tell us that's what you want us to do,
But
and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, so that would be number one. We could change that to not just low lead fuels, because as I understand it, all the low lead fuels are as leaded as it gets, right? So, and it's also my understanding that the biofuels are half leaded fuels. So,
Biofuels. Maybe Stelios could provide a little clarity on this point.
That would be
So,
helpful.
Councilmember Himmelrich's last question was, are biofuels half-leaded fuel?
No, Jet A fuel and biofuels do not carry lead.
okay, so Jet A fuel, but non-Jet A fuel does have lead. Is that right?
The fuels used for piston-powered aircraft is 100 low lead, 100 very low lead if one becomes available, and unleaded fuel. For turbine aircraft is Jet A or biofuels.
And those are leaded fuels only. That would be
unleaded.
I assume
I'm sorry,
you mean
unleaded fuels. I'm sorry. If we said unleaded fuels only, that would be something that wouldn't run afoul of discrimination claims or anything like that. Is that right?
Well, we couldn't promise you that, but we think this is because it's, I didn't mean to sound sarcastic. The FAA interprets the word discrimination differently than many do, because usually that means treating the similarly situated differently, and we've gotten some surprising results on discrimination claims in the past. But I think we understand what you're asking us. I think your first question really is, could you limit your instruction, because what you really feel better about is unleaded fuel than low-leaded fuel, right?
Yes, and then with respect to not, well, there are two things. First of all, can we actually, and there's a suggestion here, how quickly could we take over the sales of fuel?
I don't know the answer to that question. We can quickly look into taking over the sale of fuels.
And could we discontinue the sale of fuels as Torrance did?
Well, we're going to have to do some checking on that and get back to you. It seems like the rules should be the same for all airports, but partly the rules at various airports depend upon the history at the airports. I anticipated when we heard the testimony that one of your requests would be that we give you information about the possibility for wholly discontinuing fuel sales. I think there is a possibility that the FAA would believe that was equivalent to an access restriction, even though Torrance has done it. So let us look into that for you and give you information about it, and we can do that promptly.
And on the first question, which is how long it would take, which Marcia said she didn't know, which is, I can't tell you that I know either. I can tell you that our reading of the rules say that we would have to we couldn't subcontract that out. So
if we sold fuel, we would have to, you'd have to sell it with
directly.
city employees, not hire a contractor to do it.
And so that means we couldn't do it day after tomorrow.
Since we don't know how to dispense them, is that?
Well,
we have to hire people.
Right.
You'd have to appropriately staff up and appropriately take actions to make sure.
Right.
I mean, we're not dealing with selling popcorn. We're
Right.
selling something that right here we have had ample testimony
Right.
has significant
Right.
challenges with the safety, and we wouldn't want accidental spills and all of the potential. So we'd want to do it right if we moved in that direction. So we are already looking at that, right? I mean, that's certainly our fallback, because we cannot guarantee that we'll get cooperation from those who dispense the fuel now. And as the city attorney's report indicates, our goal is to reduce pollution. And if we can't get cooperation from those who are selling it now, then we would recommend stepping in. We are actively seeking to figure out what is entailed in being able to deliver on that as backup.
But just to make sure that your senior staff understands your question, you're really asking two things. The manager described the process that we are undertaking to look into the possibility of the city selling fuel. You are also inquiring about selling no fuel at the airport, isn't that right?
Yes, and if it's all right, may I make the motion to get us started?
Well, we're still in questions, and actually I had a follow-up on your fuel question.
Okay.
Now, lead is added to fuel for internal combustion engines to avoid pinging, so it has to do with the compression. There is no lead in jet fuel, but the jet fuel appears to come in two types, which is the petroleum-based jet fuel and then so-called biofuel, which is only 50% actually biofuel. When we were working with the Big Blue Bus and going to biofuel, we went to 98% biofuel and then to pure biofuel. Is that available also for jets, pure biofuel?
Our knowledge in regards to biofuel is that the availability of biofuel for jet aircraft or turbine aircraft is not readily available. In addition to that, the one that it was made the media about the United flights using biofuel, actually the mixture is about between 20 and 30% bio, although there is fuel acceptance rate up to 50%.
So we'd still be burning fossil-based, petroleum-based jet fuel at that point. Okay, that was my follow-up question on that. And I would just ask you to let the rest of the council members ask questions before we go with the motion. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez has some questions.
It's along the same lines. Just listening to the city manager saying that it may be very difficult to get folks to comply with this. Could that be a basis that if that's direction or if that's the pushback we're getting, that we just say, you know what, we're not going to sell fuel altogether?
I think there are legal implications that that we're going to take a look at. We've heard testimony tonight that that there is a local airport that moved in this direction. That's not something I don't believe we've researched up until now, and so I think it'd be speculative to say, could we do X and Y and Z until we have a better feel for what the legal implications are. From the standpoint, I mean, clearly the idea of not selling fuel has been under active consideration. That is something that we obviously have to take with great seriousness on both sides. There's value to doing that, and there's potential risk to doing that. I don't think the city attorney or I could give you an answer tonight that would be definitive.
And my other questions, the staff would be more on security. Should we take those up now or just still stick with the
Well, that'll
field?
be a direction. It's not
Okay.
agenda, so we probably should hold
So
that
I'll wait.
separately.
All right.
Well, I have a couple more questions if other council members don't yet. It appears from the staff recommendation that we were going to prohibit the flight schools from using fuel with any level of lead, but that we were going to allow low lead fuel for fuel sales. Is there any substantive reason not to just say that we're a no lead airport? Let's get the lead out.
You could tell us that as a direction.
Okay.
And if I could I, I'm sorry, but
sure.
Just to clarify as we go along, I did recall conversations we'd had in the past about Torrance, but I wasn't confident in my recollection. I believe staff's understanding is Torrance never accepted federal money, so they have no grant assurances. If that's the case, they are legally differently situated than we are, but we will verify that and let you know.
Well, we have no grant assurances either as of 1994.
Well, that's what we believe, as you know, Mayor. And nobody could have fought harder about that than we have. But there is a dispute about that, and while that dispute is pending, we believe there's a substantial risk that a federal court will issue an injunction to protect the status quo.
And so members of the public know that's why we are paid. It was a ruling on that, because this is the sort of thing that keeps us from doing what we want to do with this land that we own. I have another question, and then Councilmember Davis has one, apparently. When we say that we will require the current lessees who currently sell fuel to begin the remediation of any contamination, they've always been obligated to do that. And we don't need to extend them any further lease time to ask them to begin to do that immediately, as I understand it. So what would the time frame be when they would have to start that remediation? Because we're also looking at the question of subleasing. So we have a lot of different parts in motion right now, and I want to try and get a coordinated timeline in mind if we can.
We were assuming that if you wanted to give that direction, you'd probably want to give it forthwith, like now.
Okay, that's what I want.
Just at tomorrow. Tomorrow's probably better than now.
Well, today is tomorrow at this point. So. Councilmember Davis. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. City Manager Cole.
I don't anticipate we'll have a letter out by 5 o'clock tomorrow, but I do expect we will have a letter out, as the city attorney says, forthwith. And part of it is we are going to look at all the things you tell us tonight. There have been a number of very quite thoughtful suggestions on the part of the public, some quite practical, some frankly not as practical. We're looking at all of them. As the city attorney said at the beginning, we appreciate the public input. These are hard questions, and there are a lot of smart people out there. We've had professors and academics and attorneys weigh in with their thoughts. So we have these expired leases. People are currently continuing to operate on either holdover letters of agreement or simply month-to-month payments. And we are going to be asking these tenants of ours, not leaseholders, because the leases have expired, but these tenants of ours to do a number of things potentially. And so how we roll that out, we are going to continue to ramp up till we achieve market rates. We've raised rental rates on the order of 150 to 200% since July 1st. We're going to continue to ramp up those rates until we achieve market rate. So all of those things, as the mayor has just said, are moving parts. The goal is to exercise our rights to local control, and there's a number of ways in which we're moving forward on that front. And how we sequence those, I think we need to be thoughtful, but we are not going to be dragging our feet on it. We're going to be doing it immediately. But again, we're not going to send everybody a letter on just one thing tomorrow. We have a number of things that we're asking our holdover tenants to undertake, and there may be additional direction from you tonight.
And let me just make one thing clear before I pass it over to Councilmember Davis, who has a question. The city attorney, I thought, was quite clear in her staff report tonight that we're not negotiating here. We're not offering a longer lease in exchange for cleaning up the damage already done, the remediation of the site. And there was a lot of public misinformation based on the assumption that we were offering longer leases, and that is not the case. We're saying that you're obligated to do this, period. It's not a negotiation. So I just wanted to ask if the city attorney could once again confirm that there's nothing in our demanding remediation that somehow obligates us to offer a longer lease.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
And to reiterate, Mayor, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt, but to reiterate, we are increasing some rents. Some we've already achieved market rate, but we did not impose anything more than a 200% increase on July 1st. We are going to be moving forward on those who sell fuel based upon tonight's direction, and we are going to be moving forward on remediation of those who sell fuel. So there are a number, those three things we know we're moving forward on, and again, there may be council direction on additional ones. So all of those things we will move to incorporate into the terms of tenancy, which is different again from extending leases. That decision about whether to end subleases, etc., has not yet been made.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I just have a question because I want to make sure I understand, and we've just been talking about it, requiring fuel providers to begin the cleanup of any contamination on their leaseholds. It's late, so I don't need an entire. I'm assuming there's an assessment component to that, where the first thing that will happen is that the leaseholders will have to assess, and then at that point, they'll determine what actions they need to take to remediate. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, I suppose it's theoretically possible that despite the presence of an underground fuel storage tank, there could be no contamination on the site. But the first step would be an assessment.
And
we might very well undertake that assessment and charge them for it. I think we'd be in a better position if we do it than if we order them to do it.
Well, that was actually going to be my next question, because obviously there is a lack of faith and trust perhaps between some of the FBOs, and so I was curious about the level of oversight that the city would provide, both in terms of assessment and in terms of the remediation. So, I mean, I don't know that there's an answer to that, but I guess I'm assuming that we would not just say go forth and remediate and call us when you're done. That it would be a more involved, interactive process where we would either do the assessment ourselves and demand they pay for it or oversee it, and then certainly have some fairly high degree of oversight regarding the actual remediation. Is that correct?
Yes, and although the tendencies are clearly problematic, and we're working through those, we are dealing with people who we've had a long-standing relationship with, and they are not going to simply, there'll be some discussion, some back and forth about how to expedite them complying with their requirements. They've been there, they've been tenants, they are under every law responsible for any pollution that has flowed from their tanks. So they understand those laws. We are going to do everything we can to expedite the remediation of any potential. So how we do that is a practical matter, and I think that if we get cooperation, we have one stance. If we don't get cooperation, then we have to take a much different stance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I'm starting to see council members on for a second time. I think we've all asked questions, and I think that Councilmember Winter wants to begin discussion. So are there any other questions before we enter into discussion? Councilmember Himmelrich, you have two more questions, so are you willing to let her finish with the questions? Okay.
So my first question is about point 5, the cap on total emissions. But later in the report it says greenhouse gases only. So I just want to understand, does that mean greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, and ultrafine particles, all three of them?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought we clarified that earlier. Yes.
And maybe I was too tired to hear. Okay, that's my first question. The second thing is, I wonder if it's possible to look at, if Torrance didn't take any federal money, I wonder if it's possible to look more expansively at airports that have discontinued fuel that did take federal money.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Winter.
So I was going to get us to the point of a motion, and to that end, I would move the staff recommendation with the changes that under point number 1, we only we limit the sale of aircraft fuels for piston engine aircraft to simply unleaded fuels, and that we make it clear, as I think has been made clear, that under point number 5, that the cap on total emissions would contain all the things that Councilmember Himmelrich just pointed out, and that we further direct staff to explore Councilmember Himmelrich's idea that we look at other airports which do have federal funding, whether there's an opportunity in those places that they may have succeeded in ending fuel sales outright.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich, and a request to speak on it by Councilmember Davis.
Would it be a friendly amendment to direct staff as part of the motion to continue to examine the question of the city taking over responsibility for the sale of all fuel at the airport, so that if and when it becomes necessary for us to do so, we're ready to go?
Yeah, I think that isn't that not in point 4 about assess and report back on the feasibility of the city taking over the function? But if that needs clarification, yes, that's friendly.
Well, yeah, it wasn't expressly in the staff recommendations. It was said something we could do additionally, so I thought it was just
Well, then let's
important
do
to
it.
include it.
That's friendly
Okay,
to
so
me.
it's expressed in the motion, friendly to the seconder. I don't see any further requests for discussion. Now, there's some direction that a couple of us may want to make afterwards, but I think we're ready to take a roll call on this.
Mayor, would you like to see the motion, or is it clear?
Oh, that's right. We were going to experiment with having the motion be up on the screen so we could actually see what we're doing. For all these years, we've tried to hold in our head what each other had said and know what the motion was going to be. And tonight, for the first time, our city clerk has actually typed it into a document
Give me
that we
one
hope is going
moment.
to come up on the screen.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, so we may be back to where we were, but I think we're pretty clear on the motion. The motion is a staff recommendation, but with no lead at all, with a cap on all pollutants, not just greenhouse gas, that we explore other airports where they've ended fuel sales, even though there might have been some dispute over grant assurances, and that we do explore what it would mean for us to sell all the fuel at the airport. So I think we'll just go ahead with the roll call. The clerk will just call the roll.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McHugh?
Yes, that passes unanimously with 6 council members present. And there are a few directions I think that this council may want to add, and I know Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez had one, so let me go to you. I don't know if this cue is left over from the previous discussion or not. Okay, but you were waiting, so I'll give you the...
I appreciate it. I'm hearing that some people within our security system or our enforcement think that the airport is secured, and I'd like to direct staff to come back with what measures we do have in place, because I know for a fact somebody that has a private jet there doesn't go through any kind of security check or any kind of a clearance, or is even required to even check for whatever they may be transporting in these private jets, much less going through any kind of metal detectors that most of the public who doesn't have the resources to fly privately has to go through when we go through LAX. And in light of what's been happening with Homeland Security, I think we need to take as much as we can on those precautionary measures, especially if we're being forced to run this airport. We need to make sure that it's a safe one.
So let's see if we can get that worded. The direction would be to have staff explore further security measures, including passenger screening?
Yes. And I would, not only passengers, but what I'm also concerned about is the pilots. Because I've heard rumors, and they may be rumors, but the fact that a pilot doesn't have to take any kind of a test. In other words, let's say somebody's sitting there at Typhoon having a few drinks and then decides to jump in his jet and fly off with some folks. There is nothing, we have no check and balances on that.
So let me re-suggest that perhaps what you're asking is that we direct staff to explore greater security, including screening of passenger pilots and mechanics and others who are working on the aircraft.
Yes.
In the interest of safety, of course.
Of
Why
course.
would we be doing that? Is that direction acceptable to the entire council? I see no objection, so let's put that down as a direction that we've done. Councilmember Himmelrich.
And I, just to amplify what Councilmember Vasquez said, on October 13th, 2 people were apprehended at the airport after being chased out of, I guess, Brentwood, and they ended up being arrested in the airport property, or that's my understanding of what happened. So that I think that's an indication of how much we may need more security. Okay, so I have a couple of directions. In addition to looking at the security, I would like to direct staff to look at limiting the FBO hours at the airport. I'd like staff to look at beginning the CEQA process that's required in order to do anything with the airport other than what we're doing now. And finally, I'd like to look at our ability to migrate aviation uses off of the western parcel.
Okay, I'm going to jump in and ask a question. I think you got the best 2 out of 3 there, but I think the middle one may be a problem. To do CEQA, I think you have to have a project, don't you? Yeah, so until we've gone through the public process that we have promised the city of Santa Monica's residents of deciding what to do on that land, we can't really begin a CEQA process.
But you do have the voters' decision, right, about what should happen with the land unless the voters decided to permit something else.
So could we do a CEQA study on that option?
Well, and of course you know that always in a CEQA study, one alternative is no project. No project maintains the status quo
of the airport.
So let us do some checking on that, because I get what you're saying.
Okay, so we'll leave that in the motion then.
Let's leave it in for now and see what happens.
Well, this is just direction, right? This isn't, but the
But we're gonna have a
final
motion for
issue.
direction.
I'm sorry, and the final issue is, and I think we've directed this before, but let me try this again, at having the city take over the master leaseholds and the responsibilities under the master leaseholds.
Well, that's already under process, as I understand it. We're already doing that. So there were 3 things that you had mentioned before. Could you repeat those so we could vote on them?
Yes. So I want to look at migrating the uses off of the western parcel, directing that the restricting FBO operations to daylight hours only, and commencing the CEQA visioning process, I guess.
And you meant aviation uses off the western
Yes,
parcel.
I'm sorry, what
you
did I
didn't,
say?
You didn't include the word aviation. You just said
sorry, yes.
migrate uses off the western.
Yeah, right, well, sorry, yes, I
Okay,
meant
so with that
aviation
clarification,
uses, yes.
do I see anybody on the council concerned? It looks as if, without objection, that will be a direction of the council. Councilmember Winterer.
Yeah, I'd like just to see if we can give direction to explore just eliminating the flight schools outright.
Could you say that again? I missed the very end of that. Eliminating the flight schools
Yeah, outright.
outright. And that would be a direction to explore that on
Yes.
staff's part. Without objection, then that is also added to the list of directions, and I have one as well. I'd like to direct staff to explore the installation of equipment to accurately measure pollution and generate data on which we could then evaluate the effectiveness of the measures we're taking. And further, I'd like to direct staff to see how that could be done by having the people who are doing the polluting pay for the cost of the measurement. And seeing no objection on that, that'll also be added to the list of directions on this item. If there are no further directions, then that will complete item 8D. And I don't see any, so we're done with item 8D. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, we move on to the 13 items with item 13A.
Item 13A, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Housing Commission for a term ending 6/30/2017. And we have no request to speak.
Council, I'd like to nominate Sue Kientz for that seat.
I'd like to nominate Blaine Sutton Wills.
I don't see any further nominations, so what we do on these is the clerk will call the roll, and we will give the name either Kientz or Sutton Wills.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
I believe it's Blaine. Is that the last name?
No, Sutton Wills. Blaine Sutton Wills. Wills is the last name.
So Sutton Wills, is that what you said the last name?
Yeah.
Councilmember Davis?
Sutton Wills.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Kientz.
Councilmember Winter?
Kientz.
Councilmember O'Connor? Kientz. Mayor McKim?
Kientz, and so Sue Kientz is appointed to the Housing Commission by a 4-2 vote. Congratulations. And we will move on to item 13B.
Designation of 2 voting delegates for the National League of Cities annual business meeting to be held on November 7th, 2015 in Nashville, Tennessee. We have no request to speak, and I don't have a staff presentation.
Well, Council, what this is about is that 3 of us are going to the National League of Cities meeting in Nashville, And I have here the member voting rules, and for a city of 50,000 to 99,999, and we fall into that category, we get 2 votes. And what I'm going to propose, since I'm going as mayor, is that we designate Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Councilmember O'Connor as our 2 voting delegates at that meeting.
Second.
I see no objection. We can do it by acclamation. All in favor? Aye. And so that is done. We move on to 13C.
Oh, actually, Mayor, actually, we need to decide, it's 2 votes you cast. You don't split the votes 1 and 1. So I think Mayor Pro Tem would be the first and I'd be the alternate to him.
Okay, so either one of you will cast 2
Right.
votes, but
Right,
you will
but
both be authorized
you'll be
by
the
us to do
primary and I'll be secondary if you can't do it or decide. Right.
that. Fair enough. You flip a coin. Okay, so that now concludes item 13C, and that was 13B. We move on to 13C.
Item 13C, request of the Personnel Board to remove a current member due to non-participation, declare the seat vacant, and declare the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
I take it there are no requests to speak?
There are no requests to speak, and the
Okay.
member in question is Virginia Coles.
Well, this is something we talked about earlier tonight, Council. What is your pleasure?
Mike.
Okay, so
Late at night. I move we request the Personnel Board to remove a current member due to non-participation.
No. Actually, it's we who have to do the removal. So
Okay,
the removal would be that we,
I move
honor
we
the request of
remove.
the Personnel Board
Right.
and remove.
Sorry, yes, okay, so I move we remove Virginia Coles from the Personnel Board, declare the seat vacant, and direct the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Davis, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. I'll say this is always a regretful thing. We so much value the time that people contribute to our community as volunteers on these boards and commissions, but unfortunately, when people don't show up, it makes it hard to make quorum, it makes it hard to get the work done, so sometimes we have to do this sort of thing. I see no further requests to speak on this. We probably should take a vote on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. So by a voice vote, that's unanimous, and we'll move on to item 13D.
Item 13D, request of Mayor McCune and Councilmember Winter that council direct staff to prepare amendments to the existing ordinance controlling corporate rentals so as to regulate the advertising of such rentals as is done for shorter-term vacation rentals, and otherwise to strengthen Santa Monica's ability to retain housing stock for residential use and effectively enforce prohibitions against commercialization of residential neighborhoods. And we have 5 requests to speak.
And I'll start. I'll let Councilmember Winter add anything that I miss. We have 2 ordinances in this town that attempt to control short-term rentals. One goes all the way back to 2004 and had to do with corporate rentals, which are rentals of over 30 days, but where the person doesn't intend to live here. They're really just coming for a short period of time, usually on business, which is why it's called corporate rental. And it is defined as a rental of that shorter term where the person retains residence somewhere else, and where there are at least 2 of a list of amenities offered, which are things like maid service and a business conference room at the facility, that sort of thing. And back in 2004, we had a proliferation of that, and what we determined as a council was that the ones that existed would be grandparent and we prohibit new ones. So that was a long-standing law, and then in the end of April, beginning of May, we passed our vacation rental law. Now, when we did the vacation rental law, we said that it was illegal to advertise them, and we did that because it made it much easier for us to control it. Back in 2004, we didn't think of that, so there is no prohibition on advertising an illegal corporate rental in Santa Monica. So all that Councilmember Winter and I are proposing is that we add that prohibition on advertising to the earlier ordinance. This doesn't change the rules about who can rent when or to where. It just says that we'll be able to find out who's doing it by looking at the advertising, and that the advertising itself, if it's for an illegal rental, becomes a violation, as it is for the vacation rental law. Councilmember Winter, did I miss anything?
No, I mean, do you actually have the ordinance in front of you, since you're always so well prepared, so you could tell us exactly what those amenities that are usually provided? You mentioned...
I don't, but the city attorney probably has the entire municipal code at her fingertips, but we're not changing that. All we're doing is
I
we're
know, I
saying
just
that
know there are
violation now.
members of the public are concerned, so I thought it'd be useful to enumerate them. I mean, I joined in on this because I'm aware that, some of our existing rental housing, which, was approved either administratively or via discretionary process, is now being used not for renting long-term leases to people who could live in our city, but as is corporate housing. And I think we need to do something about that, and also aware that there's been concerns in at least one building in this town that tenants are being evicted for the prospect of providing their apartments as corporate housing. So I think we want to get on top of this.
Yeah, thank you. I had actually neglected to say what my motivation for this was, like about burgeoning corporate rentals and the effect that is having on not only existing housing stock, but existing renters in the city of Santa Monica.
Can I just ask a clarifying question before we
Sure.
go to the public comment? Are you, because you said it two different ways and I'm not sure which one you meant, so you're talking about regulating advertising of illegal corporate rentals or all corporate rentals? Because one time you said advertising of corporate rentals, because we do have some legal ones that we grandfathered in.
No, if I left out the word illegal, it's because all except a very few that were grandparented back in 2004 are by definition illegal. But certainly those that were legalized in 2004 continue to be legal. We're not changing the law, and of course they can advertise a legal business.
Okay, well, it was just, you said it two different ways, so I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Sometimes at 1:07 a.m., the words drop out. So we'll begin the public hearing on item 13D, and again, I'll call 3 people at a time and hope that they can get up and be ready to speak. The first is Rebecca Samuels, followed by Kara Brown and Terry Keatings. And if you'll just take a moment, just for the record, Councilmember O'Connor has told us she has an early morning flight, so at 1:08 a.m. she's going to... Huh? not out of Santa Monica Airport. That clarification has been made. So thank you for staying with us as long as you could, and we'll now go to Rebecca Samuels. Hi.
Good evening. So I learned a lot tonight about fuels and the airport. It was very interesting. And I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm a realtor and a resident here in Santa Monica, and I have some concerns. I've heard I was here for the meetings about the short-term, less than 30-day rentals, and in all due respect, in the global economy of today, people travel a lot. For myself, I'm from London. I have family come out for a month at a time. They're not going to stay here forever, but they need a place to stay, and we want to be close to each other. You can't come to Santa Monica and stay in a hotel for a month. I mean, rates are $300, $400, $500 a night. And you're coming with a family. They're bringing the kids with them. They need an apartment to stay in. And I think there's always, being in real estate, there's always going to be landlords that, it's a quick way to make some extra money. But surely there's a way to regulate so there can be temporary housing for people in this great city. So there's an alternative to hotels, and maybe regulate in a way that, a building can only have so many short-term rentals there for a month or more. There's also people that come out here for medical treatment that can't stay in a hotel. There needs to be some kind, in my opinion, as a resident, there needs to be some kind of affordable short-term housing alternatives apart from a hotel suite, which prices are unaffordable. And we have this great city, and people want to come and visit. And yes, there's people coming here for business, all these new opportunities in business here. People want to come here and open businesses, and they want to try different places to live in different parts of Santa Monica. Or maybe they want to try Venice, and they want to try Santa Monica. Surely the city should offer some options, and I just feel that we're not giving
sorry,
people
that was the end of
options.
your time. But Ms. Samuels, I do have a question for you. Your testimony just now indicated to me we may not have been sufficiently clear A, on what we're doing tonight, because we're not changing the underlying law, and B, on the fact that indeed it is legal to rent for over 30 days in Santa Monica under most circumstances, as long as that's not corporate housing. So my question to you, ma'am, please, I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Could you stay long enough to hear for the end of the public hearing, so you'll hear the discussion on what it is we really do allow and prohibit in Santa Monica? Because I think we can clarify that.
How can you stay? You don't want to go and stay
No,
temporary
ma'am,
housing?
we're going to get to that. Thank you very much. I just was hoping you'd stay and hear what we're really doing, because it sounded like you didn't have a clear understanding. Next speaker is Kara Brown, followed by Terry Keatings.
Hi there. Yeah, the law is really not very clear, so I hope we do get a chance to clear that up. Council and City Manager Cole, how is it that Council has decided that we, in my case a small mom and pop owner of a few units, will carry the burden of affordable housing in the city forever and entirely your way without any input from me? I have 2 units with rent control tenants, folks I happen to love, who effectively may live there forever with little or no rent raises. Trust me, we are doing our part. Please be grateful. Please be grateful for this partnership and not spiteful. Allowing a percentage of our units rather than outright bans would be an intelligent and compassionate compromise. Please allow us an opportunity to optimize our income on our vacant units so we can continue to provide these affordable homes to existing tenants, and so we can have a living wage as well, rather than looking for more severe options. Please don't lend your conscience and your vote to a thought or intention police concept requiring only people who quote unquote intend to live here. The concept of an intention police and forbidding the advertising of our furnished units should frighten you severely. This is the big brother we were warned of and may violate First Amendment law. Like an autoimmune disease, your obsession against property owners is consuming this council and destroying people like us who have invested their life savings in the city. All I have left to say is, anyone listening here, let's remember those on this council who support these frightening laws at the ballot, and let's run our own candidates. Let's bring change to the city. Let's stop the city money being wasted on thought police and take the burden off of small business owners like myself by making fair and balanced laws. Thank you.
Next speaker is Terry Keatings, followed by Eric Siss and People of California.
Hello, I am Terry Keating, and I lived here for 30 years. I'm a businesswoman, and I come back here and I rent out Cara Brown's place, and I hope to continue on doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Siss, I do not see here. And how about People of California? You'll be closing the public hearing on item 13D. And you've asked for 1 minute on this item.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to shortchange you on the 14. First off, I have a serious problem with your Airbnb restrictions. And the reason is because it lacks a sense of scale. In other words, you're worried about, someone taking an apartment building and doing it as Airbnbs top to bottom. But when someone owns one house, if they want to Airbnb it for a weekend a month so that they can make their mortgage, it's against the law. It's ridiculous. When we have employment laws, it doesn't even start to take effect until there's like 5 employees or more. So, if you're doing it in your garage, you pretty much can get away with it. And that makes sense because there's no reason for government to get involved at the micro level like that. So there should be an exemption for whatever law you make for corporate housing or whatever. I'm not saying Oakwood should, buy up apartment buildings and start renting them out on a month-to-month basis. But what I'm saying is that if you are a natural person, you should be able to rent one unit at your pleasure.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing on item 13D. I still see myself on the queue, so let me try to respond a little bit. It is legal to rent an apartment in Santa Monica for under 30 days if it's truly a home sharing situation where the person is present on the property. It is legal to rent an apartment in Santa Monica for over 30 days under almost any circumstances, and that includes a furnished apartment. What our corporate housing law has done is prohibit those situations where it was quite clear that this is being done for executives or in town on business, and where services were being provided that are not the type of services one gets in a home. So, I mean, if you're doing maid service or room service or providing a business conference room, that's something beyond the kind of rental that I think the members of the public were talking about. In any case, we're not talking about changing those aspects of either one of these laws. All that's on the agenda tonight, and we thought it was a pretty common sense addition, was to do for our corporate housing law what we had done for vacation rentals, which was to include the question of advertising. So I will move what Councilmember Winter and I have brought to the council, which is that we add to the corporate housing ordinance provisions making the advertising of such illegal corporate housing something that we can pursue. That's been made by Mayor McKeown and seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich, and Councilmember Winter wants to speak to it.
Yeah, just wondering whether the people over on the third floor over there were able to find the text of the corporate housing, because I think it's just worth clarifying for the people who came here and spoke about their concerns. I don't believe it was the intent of the original corporate housing ban to deter in any way these sort of mom and pop operations of someone renting out, some sort of housing for over 30 days. What the law is intended to do is prevent the proliferation of large buildings being used solely for the purpose of corporate housing. And so I don't think anything we'll do tonight will change the ability of small mom and pop operators to lease out furnished or unfurnished apartments for over 30 days. Am I correct?
Yes, as the mayor said, you wouldn't be changing existing law, so whatever rights presently exist to engage in rentals would continue to exist, and I'm looking for it. There's a reason I can't find this. We did that a funny way. I think maybe we put it in the business license tax rather than a standalone law, but let me go on. And if you
I'm
want
sorry I don't have it. I actually had emailed it to some of the people who testified tonight who had asked about it, and I just didn't bring that particular email with me.
Wait, maybe I've got it here.
It's a very specific list
Yeah,
of things.
it's 2001. Yeah. Hold on, let me get the law up. Long staff report.
I think we passed it in 2004.
Yeah, one was the first time you looked at it. I'm sorry. Do you want to go ahead? And if you want to just read that over the radio or whatever we're on right now, we're on streaming right now. We're not on anything.
Right. Yeah. So we can go ahead. I mean, we'll read it into the record just for the public information, but we can go ahead with this. We could even do that. We have another 13 item before we get to public comment, and I think by then you probably can pull that up. I think it may have been, oh boy, March 26th, 2004.
Yeah,
that's a little frightening. You might even know that.
It is frightening. I'm stunned. I'll find it.
But so let's go ahead. I don't see any further discussion on this, so we'll take a vote on this, and this will take a roll call vote if the clerk would call the roll, please.
Councilmember O'Connor is not present. Councilmember O'Day not present. Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes, so that passes 5-0. The unanimous vote of the council members still present. And Councilmember Himmelrich, who hesitated a moment to vote on a motion, I think she made it herself. No, you didn't make that one, I did. Has found it. So.
Yes, so it is if you want to do it, you can, but
No, go ahead. You're doing great.
Thanks. 9.51.020 residential use classifications. And under that is number 2 is corporate housing. And it says housing intended for use by persons who will maintain or obtain a personal place of residence elsewhere at least 30 consecutive days. It includes 2 or more of the following amenities: maid and linen service, health club, spa, pool, tennis, blah, blah, business service centers, meeting rooms, fully furnished units, including a combination of some but not necessarily all of furniture, appliances, blah, 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 or valet parking.
So fully furnished alone does not make it
That's
corporate
correct.
housing. So those of you who have furnished apartments you want to rent for 31 days, go forth and rent. That concludes item 13D and moves us on to item 13E, if the clerk would call that.
Item 13E, request of Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Councilmember Himmelrich that staff investigate and report to City Council concerning the effect of the Shore Hotel's failure to obtain Coastal Commission permits before issuance of Santa Monica building permits, the recent refusal of the Coastal Commission to issue permits after the fact, and possible actions as a result of this failure.
We have one request to speak that I'm aware of, unless more have come in.
Yes, I'm sorry, one request to speak.
But before we do that, one of the council members to introduce this had better tell us what we're doing.
Sure, I'll do it. So I put this on because...
Councilmember Himmelrich.
That would be me.
Yeah, well, just identifying who's speaking.
I'm sorry,
is always
I'm Councilmember Himmelrich. And so I put this on because there was an article in the newspaper about the Coastal Commission hearing, and I was interested, and I actually watched the hearing, and I was troubled by what I saw. I thought that, in particular, I won't go into all of it because staff, I'm sure, will look into all of the aspects of this. But I thought that we ought to have a report on how this hotel came to be permitted by us, even though the Coastal Commission permit was a precondition of our permits. So I just think we probably ought to have a little more information about it.
Okay, we do have one request to speak, so let us hear from Denise Barton on this matter, and it will now open the public hearing with Denise Barton.
Good evening. Again, we come back to the City Council and staff disregarding the regulations of the Coastal Commission. Let's see, the Coastal Commission has a height limitation of 45 feet from the coast to the alley between Lincoln and 7th Street downtown. Then, of course, there's the city zoning of 84 to 148 feet or higher downtown, showing you think you're above the Coastal Commission and don't have to follow their regulations. I mean, what can they do after the building has been built, right? Or what about David Martin deceiving the City Council and public that John Warfel's building isn't in the coastal zone and doesn't require Coastal Commission approval, which is untrue. So the actions of allowing the shore to build without a coastal permit just shows your disregard and disrespect for the Coastal Commission, as well as leaving the city open to further liability. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing, and if either council member Himmelrich or Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez would like to, your item is before the council.
I move 13E.
Well, yeah, I think you better tell us exactly what you're moving.
Sorry, I got out of my, so the problem is that I move that we direct staff to investigate and report to us concerning the effect of the Shore Hotel's failure to obtain Coastal Commission permits before issuance of Santa Monica building permits, the recent refusal of the Coastal Commission to issue permits after the fact, and possible actions as a result of that failure.
All right, that is the motion. It's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, and Councilmember Winter would like to speak to it.
Well, I just have a question for the maker and the second of the motion. Are you, when you say report back, are you thinking of a council information item? Are you thinking about a report at a public hearing? What exactly do you have in mind?
The truth is, I'm not sure what it would be because it might be something that we would need to do in closed session. I think that there are, I just don't know. And instead of researching it myself, I thought maybe somebody else should.
That's fine. What if we do an information item?
Okay.
So do you want to specify that as part of the motion?
Yes, and I will add that staff should come back with an information item. Thank you.
And that I assume is friendly to the seconder.
Yes.
Okay, just checking. I know it's late, but we got to do this the right way. So are there any further comments on that? If not, since this is a direction to staff, we can do it by voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I hear none, so that's passed unanimously, 5-0, with the 5 of us left at 1:24 in the morning. And we're not the only ones left at 1:24 in the morning. We actually have people waiting for item 14, public comment.
Item 14, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the City Council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we have 9 requests to speak.
And the first speaker will be John London, followed by Denise Barton. And the third speaker will be People of California.
I'd like to take a deep breath first. This is my first time at the City Council meeting. I'm a new resident in Santa Monica.
Welcome.
My name is John London. I'm retired from the County of Los Angeles as a Chief Environmental Health Specialist. I was responsible for residential pest control while I was with the county, with food and housing inspection and enforcement. I helped develop the grading system for the County of Los Angeles that you see in all your restaurants. So last week, my son and I were walking at night along Oceanfront Walk by the pier. And I pointed out to him the fact that there were cockroaches running all over the ground, coming out of the drains, running around the garbage cans, and over to the planters by some of the food facilities. The next day, the NBC, CBS, came up with a story about the closure of St. John's Cafeteria in Santa Monica because of cockroaches. And what did the individual responsible say? Oh, it was because of the heat. And I kind of laughed and thought to myself, gee, there's heat everywhere. Does that mean there are cockroaches everywhere? And the answer is yes. And so my question now is, what are we going to do about it? And my concern primarily is whether or not the peer committee is aware of problems and what action they're taking, whether Public Works is aware of problems and what action they're taking, whether or not the council is taking steps to increase public awareness so that they can help control problems with pests, cockroaches in particular. I've seen the information on the website regarding domestic pest control in people's houses, but I'm concerned that this problem will get worse and that the next time it might be 3rd Street Promenade or the pier. Anyway, thank you very much.
Well, Mr. London, welcome to town. I'm sorry you had that as your first experience, and I have to remind you that we can't discuss or take action tonight, but certainly staff has heard this, and they talked to the people at the pier, so thank you for coming, and congratulations on your first time speaking to the council. Our next speaker is a veteran, Denise Barton.
Good evening. For this item, I'll be referring to a few recent articles. Let's begin with the city exploring pot permitting. A front page story in the October 25th and 26th, 2015 Santa Monica Daily Press. I think after reading the article, the headline should be, City Exploiting Pot Permitting. Come on, if this action is really supposed to help people, then why is it taking so long? It looks like another one of your scams, or would you be trying to have more control on taxes? Because that's really what it looks like from the third to last paragraph on page 8. According to the city's memo, the city would have the authority to revoke permission to operate due to local or state regulation violation, as well as the city having the authority to impose local fees and taxes. In other words, to raise the prices above what low-income people can afford for something decent. Now, why would you be doing that? Is that the way you tax pharmaceutical medication at regular pharmacies? If not, you may be leaving yourself open to litigation. Next, let's look at the headline, Santa Monica is named the drunkest city in the state. A front page story on the October 5th to 11th, 2015 Observer. This is reality for residents. You've decided it's okay to endanger. Remember the last high count of pedestrian and bicycle accidents? Or do you think it has no relation to you handing out alcohol licenses like they're candy, showing favoritism to business owners over the safety of residents and visitors? Finally, I hope everyone saw the article in the LA Weekly about how there are so many seats empty on metro buses and trains with some really lame excuses. Also noting that their expectations of business people to use public transportation is not happening, showing the residents have been played again. Thank you.
Next speaker is People of California. You'll be followed by Michael Toney and Brian Hutchings.
Sorry, I didn't see that those were there earlier. Yeah, I'm also concerned about the city exploring pot permitting. First off, you guys came up with a zoning code that I thought was a little overburdened and onerous in the sense that it was expelling out state laws and county laws that when they change, you're then going to have to change your own code or you're going to have some onerous burden to business anyway. The problem with the state laws that have been passed from what I've seen is they're not from people who support the idea of medical marijuana at all. They're from people who have always opposed it. And so they always come up with some new thing that needs to be regulated, some new way to meddle, some new way to make some money off it. But the reality is you're taking money out of the pockets of poor, sick people. I mean, would we do that with cancer medications down at the CVS you guys put across the street from a high school or whatever that is? I mean, the reality is you guys have a special threshold and a special standard for regulation. And since you all oppose it, how can we trust you to have regulations that make sense and not just more barriers?
Thank you. I'm sorry you didn't realize we were doing a pre-Halloween meeting and had that trick or treat there. So if you want to grab a piece of candy, that's there for you. Michael Tony.
Now, since Terry Day is gone, and Marcia Mutri has said something about something she had talked about during Tony Vasquez's liberty to engage with mayor's approval. Plausible deniability is something that not A, not B, not both A and B, neither A nor B. It's that four-way split that leaves something. That leaves something indeterminate. It can't be determined that way. Same thing as something else I just cannot remember right now. But I still have to say, because she said she was, I do remember Sue Turner up in Santa Cruz as being very small. So I do not agree. I think there's something else. But the validity of the reason and the boundary conditions, that if you say something and you don't do that, you're in big trouble, and you'd better be careful and go back and do it quite carefully. So I'm at that point right now with that. And thank you very much, and Happy New Year. New Halloween.
Thank you very much. I have known Brian Hutchings a long time. I don't see him in the room, even though he turned in a request to speak. So we'll move on to our next speakers, Andrea McPherson, Jonathan Foster, and Dunn May. Ms. McPherson, welcome back.
Hi. Why housing is important. Inside looking out, being unhoused myself gives a better perspective on how bad those conditions are, and why it's so hard to receive housing. The shelters and housing agencies I've seen are hard to get into, and once you do get in, you have untrained staffs, and living conditions are uninhabitable. In the beginning, there should be standards to these shelters and affordable housing places where unhoused people and low-income people go to find emergency housing, self-hygiene, and food. I know some things like low-cost solutions, programs like Poverty Matters, with Sue Himmelrich as a founder, that helped me out. And then other programs, etc. There should be better program standards for disabled, low-income, domestic violence victims, and people who can't stay focused due to extenuating circumstances. Who is their guide? These unfortunate people, after they turn 18, when the law does not require it, how do they get help? Different programs that help them only help them to a certain extent. They don't walk them to the doctor's office or tell them exactly where to go to the DMV to get your license before you go to the Social Security office to get certain things. They're not worried about that. They're worried about food, you know, and some people really don't know how to do these things. So they get soliciting tickets, they get all of these tickets and things like that, and they don't know what to do in order to get that done. You know, people with mental illnesses, people with, disabilities, they need help.
Thank you, Mr.
How do we
Pearson.
help those people?
Thank
And
you.
can I have some candy?
You may indeed. In fact, you waited this long, you can have 2 pieces. Go ahead. Next speaker is Jonathan
Thank you.
Foster. Mr. Foster.
Hello again. I'm moving fastly on the minimum wage benefits that I've been building on. So this is the major economic stimulus the nation needs, and Santa Monica needs this, and it comes from the correct source. It relieves the burden on local government, which could fund or eliminate every problem in government, especially homeless veterans. This ends all debt, which dissolves a quarter of the federal government, properly ending the 1909 excise payroll tax nobody likes, and it ending employer-mandated health coverage. What a huge burden lift off of employers. Eventually funds and ends homelessness as best as possible, including foster care, orphans, and runaways, which raises the moral consciousness of the nation, enriching the institution of marriage, which is what Jesus Christ's words told me. So Santa Monica corporations, let's talk about the billionaires here. Activision Blizzard, $14 billion, should be paying $200 an hour. Lionsgate, they got $200 billion in assets. That should be $60 to $80 an hour. Universal's got $84 billion. They should be paying $200 to $400 an hour. Rand Corporation, but they made $300 million in 2014. They should be paying $80 an hour. ZipRecruiter is a small new business in Santa Monica. They did $50 million last year. They should probably do $35 to $60 an hour. So then the most important question arrives is, how do I get companies to stay here if I try to encourage them to do this? And the answer to that is, billionaire corporation enriched compensation results in no risk, because it all generates long-term profit, results in more gross profit, which results in no risk. I can't be the smartest person on earth. I don't think that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dunn May, followed by Mike Feinstein.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
And other city personnel and everybody here. As a longtime resident of Santa Monica, one of my concerns is the increasing frequency and volume of sirens. As the population in our city has grown, so has the frequency of emergencies. Sometimes, soon after one ear-piercing siren subsides, another siren starts, which is then followed by one or more additional sirens, all within a short period of time. People, including children and the infirm, could be sleeping, meditating, praying, eating, talking, or studying when suddenly interrupted by a siren. And while those operating emergency vehicles protect their hearing by using ear coverings, others who are not in soundproof buildings are not protected. While those in the midst of an emergency should absolutely be provided the quickest, highest quality of assistance feasible, it is also desirable that the volume and duration of sirens not be more than necessary for the quickest possible arrival of emergency personnel without causing unnecessary auditory stress to persons in the midst of the emergency. Now, we can achieve an optimal balance between quality emergency responses and respect for residents' time and health by taking steps such as, 1, the enactment of an ordinance requiring drivers to turn off all audio devices immediately upon hearing a siren. 2, requiring emergency vehicle operators to not have the volume or duration of sirens be any more than necessary for facilitating the quickest possible arrival at emergency sites.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Well, Council, a couple hours ago I expressed surprise that Mike Feinstein wasn't here when his name was called, because I've never known him not to be able to stay active at the very end of a city council meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, at 1:40 a.m., former Mayor Mike Feinstein.
He came back, he forgot his candy, so he went.
I came back so you could go out on an upbeat note. I just want to, since I have 5 of you plus staff, wanted to talk a little bit about generic freeway capping funding, because there's never enough time when we're talking about the other items for the area. Glendale and LA are both wanting to do this. So some sort of JPA with them to have combined lobbying to identify freeway capping as a green urban infill approach that allows for urban densities to be livable as a climate change adaptation mitigation approach. That psychology is something that should rule for the next 20 or 40 years in cities around the country. And I think if we start lobbying as a regional approach here, we start that way of thinking down the line. Cap and trade money, which everybody wants, is one place for it, but I think there's a lot of places. 2, I think you should ask your staff to look at the minimal way that these EIFDs can help to capture some of the tax increment increase that's going to come as a result of the public investment with the Expo line around that corridor. Really, a Henry George land value tax is the better way to do that, because that then mitigates against gentrification that we're going to have in those neighborhoods, because it takes some of the private profit making out of the publicly induced increase in land value that comes from the rail line. And I think you want to look at that in greater depth as well. So I just wanted to put those out there. We can't try and just fund the freeway from our own development here locally and taxing our residents. I think we have to look at these other broader strategies.
Well, Council, that closes the public hearing on item 14 and indeed concludes our agenda for the night. And it's been quite a night. I thank you all, and I thank our staff for their stamina. But we've got a lot done tonight. We will sleep well, I'm sure. The good news is we get to go home now, and that we don't have a meeting next Tuesday night for the first time in a while. So we will be back here on November 10th for a regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Until then, we are adjourned. Good night.